Xiao appeared hesitant and attempted to explain the matter of the Valley of Evil. Yet their communication proved challenging, leaving Lu Chenyu uncertain, knowing only that Xiao had not acquiesced. Despite not grasping the reasons, she resolved to seize the opportunity to speak for herself. Unexpectedly, that opportunity soon presented itself. Upon encountering Qing and Hong, Lu Chenyu gazed at their bundles with eager anticipation, as if merely staring at the contents would summon precious items forth. Today, Qing and Hong brought forth not the prized reishi mushrooms, but rather an assortment of items that Lu Chenyu had never encountered before. Hong presented a bundle of twigs, while Qing brought forth a gray wolf pelt. Upon seeing these two offerings, Lu Chenyu felt a twinge of disappointment. The wolf pelt held little value in Blue Star. Unlike foxes, which can be farmed, wolves are classified as a protected species, making the trade of their pelts illegal. Moreover, the coarse texture of wolf fur renders it unsuitable for wear, possessing greater value as a collectible than for practical use, resulting in scant market demand. She surmised that she would be unable to sell it upon her return. As for Hong's twigs, they were in fact dried sugar cane, resembling branches, which Hong likely deemed sweet and valuable enough to barter. Lu Chenyu déclinait onnies sugarcane, reluctantly exchanging a quarter of her salt for the wolf pelt, which she decided to leave in the cave for the time being. Hong appeared somewhat disheartened, though her expression betrayed little. Great Priest, Xiao, our exchange of salt has been discovered by the tribe. The chieftain and some tribesfolk are watching us from nearby. Believing you to be a demon, eager to ascertain the truth, Qing candidly revealed. Xiao's eyes widened in alarm as he wiped non-existent sweat from his brow. Fortunately, the great priest could not comprehend their words. Otherwise, he would surely be incensed. At that moment, Ming and the tribesmen, who had been secretly observing, finally laid eyes upon the legendary great priest. He was indeed unlike anyone they had seen before, with a snow-white visage, long flowing hair, exquisite attire, and mounted upon a beast they had never encountered. He was a sight to behold. Many in the Xia tribe had witnessed priests from other tribes. Those priests were invariably elderly and donned garments that paled in comparison to the splendor of the one before them. They watched as Qing and Hong presented their offerings to the priest. While Hong's was returned, Qing's was accepted, and in return, the great priest bestowed upon Qing some salt. The entire exchange transpired in less than 2 minutes before Qing and Hong returned. Finding the chieftain and tribesfolk, Qing declared, "You have all witnessed it. That is the great priest. We exchanged salt, and he did not harm us." Ming and the tribesmen exchanged glances, having indeed witnessed the scene, confirming that there had been no physical contact between Qing, Hong, and the priest. Gritting his teeth, Ming resolved to approach the great priest for a discussion. Meanwhile, Xiao struggled to explain to Lu Chenyu that his tribesmen had arrived, but before he could clarify, Ming approached, leading over 20 muscular men. Lu Chenyu's pupils constricted in alarm, instinctively retrieving her electric baton. These were over 20 robust hunters, their bronze skin glistening, muscles well-defined, and their fierce, piercing gazes fixed upon her, bare-chested and intimidating. Even in Blue Star, she would have taken a wide berth around such figures, let alone now, when their intentions were clearly directed at her. Xiao positioned himself protectively in front of Lu Chenyu, while she prepared to flee at a moment's notice. Fortunately, the group halted a mere 5 meters away. In a rapid-fire exchange, the leader, Ming, spoke up. Guliguludalai. Lu Chenyu could only comprehend a few phonemes within, recognizing them as the appellations they use for themselves, terms frequently uttered by Xiao and Yun. It soon dawned upon Lu Chenyu that the figures before her were indeed Xiao's kin. Just moments ago, she had contemplated enlisting more individuals to assist her, and now, unexpectedly, they had appeared at her doorstep. These individuals wielded only weapons, and Lu Chenyu was not inclined to believe that they had come seeking salt. It was prudent to observe their intentions before making any further judgments. Chapter 051. Expansion of subordinates. While conversing with the Xiohe tribe members, Lu Chenyu scrutinized the individual across from her. The man, adorned with a beastly headdress, was undoubtedly the leader of their tribe, brawny and robust. The others surrounding him also exhibited a formidable physique, unmistakably adept at laborious tasks, likely excelling in tilling the land with remarkable speed. Behind them, Qing and Hong wore anxious expressions, fearful that a conflict might erupt between their tribesmen and the esteemed priest. Observing that the dialogue between Xiuhe and the others seemed to yield no fruitful outcome, Lu Qinyu's mind shifted. She retrieved a newly acquired butcher's knife from her bag, its blade gleaming brilliantly under the sun, reflecting a dazzling cold light. The moment the knife emerged, the attention of those nearby was instantly captivated. Noticing their gaze, Lu Qinyu leisurely began to stroke the back of the blade, undeterred by whether her audience comprehended her words. With an air of calm, she addressed them, "Gentlemen, if your purpose here is not to barter for salt, it surely cannot be to instigate trouble." Though her voice was soft, it commanded silence among the assembly. The members of the Xia tribe stared at Lu Qinyu, suddenly at a loss for words against her presence, their earlier arguments with Xiuhe inexplicably evaporating. They had just realized that this esteemed priest could not understand their language, nor they hers. Their communication was fraught with misunderstanding, making it implausible for her to incite discord among their ranks. Legend spoke of devils who could sway hearts with the most enchanting words. Yet here they found themselves unable to comprehend the priest's speech. How then could she beguile them? With a sudden motion, Lu Qinyu swung the butcher's knife toward the nearby tree trunk, embedding the blade deep within it, causing a tremor and splitting the wood with a fearsome crack. The atmosphere fell into a profound silence. The Xia tribe members widened their eyes, their throats bobbing as they fixated on the knife. Such a weapon. The arms they wielded were fashioned from stone and wood, limited in sharpness, and now, seeing this tool, they could hardly contain their salivation, being used to the primitive implements of their hunting expeditions. Lu Qinyu, attempting to demonstrate her prowess, struck the tree once more with full force, aiming to convey that she was not to be trifled with. However, the consequence of such exertion was that her right hand and arm went numb. Suppressing her frustration, Lu Qinyu lamented inwardly, realizing she need not have applied such vigor. With a composed facade, she discreetly released the knife's handle, subtly shaking her wrist as she turned away. Her heart heavy, yet her expression unfaltering. "Now speak. What is it that brings you here?" Glibberish came the response. "Never mind. Let us get straight to the point." Once more, Lu Qinyu employed her prior tactic, producing the compendium of herbs and wild vegetables of Country X, indicating to Xiuhe that they could offer items from these texts in exchange for salt. As Xiuhe communicated with the tribe members, Lu Qinyu laid out the supplies she had brought from her pack: firewood cutting knives, salt, and sugar. She tossed these items onto the ground before attempting to extract the butcher's knife. However, having struck with such force, the blade refused to budge. "You, come here, assist me in removing this knife." Lu Qinyu suddenly turned around and pointed at a person from the Xia tribe. The individual, caught off guard, had yet to comprehend the situation when he approached and seized the butcher's knife following Lu Qinyu's gesture. Only upon extracting it did he realize the gravity of his actions, and the knife felt like a hot potato, impossible to hold on to or discard. Lu Qinyu took the butcher's knife and placed it beside the pile of salt. "As long as you can find the plants depicted in the blueprint, you may exchange anything here at your discretion," Lu Qinyu reiterated slowly, using gestures. With the help of Xiu's translation, the members of the Xia tribe quickly grasped her intent. The possibility of exchanging not only salt but also weapons ignited their enthusiasm. They realized that while salt could be procured from elsewhere, weapons were rare commodities that no tribe would readily part with. Ming, too, found himself in a moral quandary. He yearned for a weapon. The people of the Xia tribe huddled together to deliberate. This person does not seem like a demon. Aren't demons supposed to be fierce? She couldn't even draw the weapon. If she's a demon, she's rather weak, one remarked. I, too, find it hard to believe. She is quite beautiful, more so than any woman in our tribe. Huang, how dare you say that? Even if she is not a demon, she could very well be a priestess. Do you wish to gamble with your life? Chieftain, I desire that weapon. Could you inquire about what it could be exchanged for? Can those beautiful plants from the blueprint suffice? Get lost. That weapon is mine. I have seen several of the plants depicted. I know where to find them, and it shall be mine. Some are more level-headed. Chieftain, I noticed those 2 books. They seem to be legendary texts inscribed with writing. Books, writing. Such items are possessed only by the priests of the great tribes. Could she truly be a priestess? Oh my, chieftain, she truly is a priestess and not a demon. Does this mean we can trade for salt and weapons? As discussions progressed, the consensus among the Shia tribe members was that Lu Chenyu was indeed a priestess, for only a priestess would recognize writing. The reasons behind her presence in the Valley of Evil, however, remained shrouded in mystery beyond their comprehension. With this realization, the Shia tribe members approached her again, their faces now adorned with reverence. Seeing that the tribe finally acknowledged her as a priestess, Qing and Hong were nearly overwhelmed with joy. They had not lied. They would no longer be cast out from the tribe. Satisfied with having swayed the crowd, Lu Chenyu handed the 2 books to Ming, who appeared to be the leader. He trembled as he accepted the books, as if receiving a precious treasure. Then, under Ming's lead, the members of the Shia tribe clenched their left fists and struck their chests rhythmically, letting out a mighty roar. Roar! The 20 or so warriors pounded their chests, their voices resonating powerfully. Lu Chenyu recognized this gesture. Xiao had previously demonstrated it to her. At that time, she had paid a little mind, but later, Xiao had been very obedient to her. Now, it seemed this was a primitive way of swearing fealty. The scene was truly breathtaking. The mere thought that these individuals were pledging their allegiance to her stirred a flicker of ambition within Lu Chenyu. Her heart raced, her blood surged through her veins, and an unprecedented sense of control enveloped her. It was no wonder that so many would go to great lengths for power. The exhilaration of commanding subservience was intoxicating. Yet, Lu Chenyu merely savored this inner satisfaction for a fleeting moment. In her current circumstances, she dared not allow these people to do anything else. However, given enough time, with her extensive knowledge that far surpassed that of this world, perhaps she could even ascend to the position of village chief. To Lu Chenyu, the tribes of this primitive society resembled little more than a village, albeit with a more rugged disposition among its inhabitants. Caught up in the fervor of their oaths, Lu Chenyu impulsively extended a packet of salt and a packet of sugar towards them. Chapter 052, Planting Wild Onions with a Heart Full of Excitement and Trembling Hands. Ming gazed at the salt and sugar handed to him, finally grasping why Xiao would willingly leave the tribe to follow the esteemed priest. The priest's generosity was truly remarkable. With a hint of envy, Ming glanced at Xiao, his hands quivering as he accepted the offerings. Even as they returned to the tribe, Ming's steps felt somewhat unsteady. They had done nothing, yet received 2 tomes brimming with wisdom along with salt. Upon their arrival, they were immediately surrounded by the members of the tribe, who bombarded them with questions. Chief, what does the devil look like? Chief, are we really going to drive Qing and the others away? Hearing his name mentioned, Qing shouted, "The priest is not a devil. Just ask the chief if you don't believe me." All eyes turned to Ming. He nodded solemnly and declared, "From now on, let us refrain from calling the esteemed priest a devil. The priest is simply the priest, a figure we all hold in reverence. This salt is a gift from the priest." Ming raised the packet of salt high, surveying the crowd as he continued, "Now, everyone line up. We shall distribute the salt." The tribe fell silent for a moment before erupting in jubilant cheers. "Oh my, are we finally getting salt? So there isn't a devil after all? Hurry, hurry. Let's line up. It's been ages since I've tasted salt." The villagers jostled to form a disordered queue, eagerly awaiting their share. Ming clutched 2 packets of the white substance, initially believing them both to be salt. However, upon opening the first packet, the distributor instinctively dipped a finger into it and tasted. "Chief, this is sweet. It's not salt." Ming was taken aback and tasted it himself, confirming its sweetness. Hastily, he opened the second packet and found it to be salty, realizing his misunderstanding. The priest had never claimed both packets were salt. He set aside the sugar and instructed the distribution of the remaining packet of salt. With many villagers and only 1 packet of salt, each person received only a small portion, yet they were all immensely satisfied. During the salt distribution, Ming announced another significant piece of news. Henceforth, they could seek out the priest to exchange for salt. He cautiously raised the precious books in his possession, explaining that the priest required various plants depicted within their pages. And as long as the villagers could find them, they could trade for salt. They would no longer need to venture into distant tribes for such exchanges. Another cheer erupted from the tribe. After the salt was distributed, Ming organized the hunting and gathering teams for the day, instructing them to identify the plants illustrated in the tomes, urging them to be vigilant of their surroundings, for these were the very plants that could be exchanged for salt, and they must not be overlooked. The hunting team would travel much farther than the gathering team, having encountered a greater variety of plants. Many members quickly recognized the plants depicted in the books, pointing out where they had seen them. With that, who could remain idle? After packing their belongings, the hunting and gathering teams set off in high spirits. Meanwhile, Lu Chenyu, having successfully recruited a large group of part-time workers, felt elated as he arrived by the river and beheld Yun's bounty. His joy only magnified. Yun has astonishingly learned the art of fish farming. In the primeval society, fish were never captured by traps. Thus Yun's use of fish cages proved to be irresistibly effective. While his father was busy clearing obstacles, Yun diligently fished, retrieving the catch every half hour, each time pulling up 1 or 2 fish. As the number of captured fish grew, Yun, struck by inspiration, took the iron shovel left by Lu Chenyu at the riverside vegetable patch and began to dig a pit, filling it with water from a bucket to create a home for the fish. The more fish he caught, the larger the pit became, and only when darkness fell did Yun reluctantly cease his efforts. At that moment, Lu Chenyu beheld a pit brimming with fish, densely packed, numbering in the dozens. She praised Yun, who was overjoyed by the commendation. After the praise, they resumed their tasks. The goji berries previously planted by Lu Chenyu had sprouted, with nearly all of them thriving. Together with her 2 children, she removed the dried grass covering the goji branches and collected a bucket of wild onions. The wild onions here flourished, forming clusters of numerous bulbs. Lu Chenyu first trimmed the leaves, leaving only a finger length of green stalk, and then cut away the long, old roots, ensuring just a bit remained, as this would encourage faster growth of new roots during planting. Next came the separation of the bulbs. For transplanting, each onion plant required only 3 to 4 bulbs to allow ample space for the new growth. Over the past few days, several plots have been turned over and left fallow, so Lu Chenyu instructed Xiao to thoroughly water the soil, and together with her 2 children, they commenced planting onions. Planting onions was straightforward. A small hole was dug, the bulbs were placed within, and another was planted a short distance away, a task easily mastered by the little rascal. After planting the onions, Lu Chenyu gathered the 3 of them together, pointing to an image and instructing Xiao to search for something in the valley. The image depicted the bloodwood vine. Lu Chenyu had not forgotten her promise to Chu Jingjing to sell bloodwood vine to the Qinghe apothecary, and she had even left the firewood axe for Xiao. Xiao treasured this opportunity. Upon hearing about the bleeding tree, Yin exclaimed that he had seen it before in the valley. Lu Chenyu had stumbled upon it previously and was aware of its presence, yet had not had the time to search for it thoroughly since. After organizing their tasks, Lu Chenyu selected 5 large fish from Yun's small pond and, accompanied by Xiao and the mountain snails they had previously gathered, returned home. Currently, Lu Chenyu sells 500 jin of mountain snails each day, not due to a lack of desire to sell more, but because Boss Zhu had implemented a purchasing limit, allowing each shop to sell only 100 jin daily, with reservations fully booked each day. Detected energy item, mountain snails, energy value acquired, 463. Detected energy item, wild mandarin fish, energy value acquired, 103. 5. So this fish is called the mandarin fish, also known as the osmanthus fish. It is adorned with dark brown spots, has a row of sharp spines along its back, and a series of hard spines on the edge of its gill cover. One must exercise great caution when handling it, for a prick from its spines can bring about excruciating pain. The mandarin fish is hailed as the king of freshwater fish, with the classic squirrel mandarin fish dish made from it. Lu Chenyu kept one for herself and delivered the remaining 4 to Zhu Yulian, Li Du, Yan Guofu, and Old Lady Su. The last time these individuals supported her in the group, she had yet to express her gratitude properly. Knowing that what Lu Chenyu sent was undoubtedly of high quality, the 4 did not refuse and cheerfully insisted on having Lu Chenyu stay for dinner. She declined the previous invitations, but when she arrived at the Li residence, she mustered the courage to accept. Li Du had initially spoken out of politeness, never expecting Lu Chenyu to actually agree. While waiting for the meal, it was impractical for them to simply sit in silence. Li Du, do you play chess? Care for a match? Lu Chenyu, Grandpa Li, if you don't mind me using a Go software play with you, I'm perfectly fine with that. Li Du, well, never mind. There's nothing else to do, so let us consider it a way to pass the time. As they played and conversed, Li Du inquired, my dear girl, where do you procure such authentic wild goods? From my relatives in the deep mountains. They live off the land, and the mountains provide them with ample resources. Do they send you supplies every day? At that moment, Lu Chenyu's heart sank. Something was amiss. Chapter 053. Steamed mandarin fish. Lu Chenyu possessed only records of her outgoing ingredients, with no records of incoming ones. During these days, few had sought her out, and should a discerning individual investigate, discrepancies would undoubtedly arise. Fortunately, her business was modest, with only boss Zhu as her sole client, which meant little attention was paid to the origins of her goods. Lu Chenyu jested, it's not as if I deliver daily. It's merely an occasional service. Li Du had merely asked out of casual curiosity, not genuinely seeking to uncover any secrets. However, Lu Chenyu became preoccupied with her thoughts, realizing she must resolve this issue promptly. In the ensuing hours, her mind wandered, and even while engaging in a game on her phone, she misplayed several moves. Girl, do you seem to have something on your mind? Li Du inquired nonchalantly. Knowing her for so long, he sensed she had an ulterior motive for her sudden camaraderie. Lu Chenyu regained her focus, recalling her original intent. With a bashful smile, she gently asked, Grandpa Li, what are your thoughts on charity? Li Du was taken aback, not anticipating such a question from her. Charity, he pondered for a moment before breaking into a smile. Do you know what I did most frequently when I returned to my hometown after achieving some success in my youth? Lu Chenyu shook her head. In those days, every household was impoverished. Upon my return, villagers would approach me intermittently, one day lamenting their inability to afford food, the next expressing despair over a sick child unable to pay school fees. Others sought assistance for weddings or business ventures, each claiming their plight was dire, imploring me for charity to provide a means of survival. Li Du became lost in reminiscence. They were truly destitute. It was tea that I was unwilling to give. My wealth wasn't a windfall, but rather hard-earned through labor, and I was reluctant to part with it. Eventually, I decided to allocate some funds to the village, instructing them to approach the village chief for assistance instead of bothering me directly. That brought some peace. Tell me, girl, was I right in my actions? Lu Chenyu detected an undertone in his words. It seemed Grandpa Li held a strong aversion to direct requests for money. Yet, she felt compelled to make an attempt. Carefully choosing her words, she responded, one cannot be a great benefactor when one's capacity is limited. However, Grandpa Li, you must have achieved considerable influence by now. Haven't you? Li Du replied, no need for flattery. Just tell me what you wish to say. Lu Chenyu decided to be forthright. You visited my establishment a few times and must have encountered my employees. I wonder if you've noticed anything peculiar about them. I grew up in an orphanage, having lost my parents at a young age. The orphanage raised me and facilitated my education. There are many like me, but I am fortunate to possess a healthy body, while most of the others bear some form of physical limitation. Li Du indeed recalled seeing those children, though he had not paid much heed at the time. Now, as Lu Chenyu spoke, memories surfaced. Two of them were mute, and one had albinism. Several enterprises that previously supported our welfare institution are no longer able to provide assistance. And without new funding, the institution faces closure. Thus, I wish to inquire if you, being so accomplished, might know any enterprises passionate about philanthropy. I hope to secure some funds for the welfare institution. Li was somewhat taken aback. You came from the welfare institution? How did you acquire a villa? Lu Chenyu replied, it was left to me by a distant relative who passed away. I only discovered it at the end of last month. What is the name of your welfare institution? The Innocent Welfare Institute. Li pondered for a moment. This young lady was not seeking personal gain, but rather thinking of others, which spoke to her kind nature. I will find some time to inquire on your behalf. Lu Chenyu was overjoyed. Then I would like to thank you on behalf of the children at the welfare institution. Mr. Li, if I succeed, I shall present you with a grand gift. Li chuckled. What if it does not succeed? Will that gift be forfeited? Lu Chenyu laughed softly. No, there will still be a gift, though perhaps it may come a bit later. The grand gift Lu spoke of was, in fact, a rare red reishi mushroom, the largest among all varieties, renowned for its superior medicinal properties. As they spoke, Wang Ma called them for lunch. "Master, Miss Lu, lunch is ready." Today was neither a holiday nor a festive occasion, and with only Li and Lu dining at home, the meal comprised a modest selection: crab roe tofu, steamed fish, steamed ribs, and stir-fried seasonal vegetables. Simple, yet wholesome fare. Given Mr. Li's advanced age, he could no longer tolerate heavy or spicy dishes. The steamed fish was prepared using the perch that Lu had brought. The fish was scored several times, adorned with ginger and scallions drenched in hot oil, while a glistening soy sauce cascaded down its body, pooling at the bottom of the plate into an amber broth. As Lu Chenyu took her seat, she was greeted by a delightful aroma. Li was the first to pick up his chopsticks. He had grown weary of the other dishes, but the steamed perch was a new delight, and since it was a gift from Lu, he anticipated its quality. With that thought, he gently probed the fish's belly, revealing its pristine white flesh, which flaked apart effortlessly, resembling cloves of garlic. Li lifted a piece of fish belly, dipped it into the broth, and savored it. The moment the fish touched his palate, his eyes narrowed in pleasure. The flesh was incredibly tender, with just the right amount of springiness, devoid of any fishy taste. And the savory soy sauce did not overshadow the perch's unique sweetness. He continued to relish several more bites, finding only freshness on his tongue. This particular flavor of perch was indeed a testament to the bounty of spring waters. "This perch is splendid. The taste is exceptional," Li praised without hesitation. "That is due to Wang Ma's culinary prowess," Lu Chenyu humbly remarked. "She has mastered the timing. Overcooked, and it becomes tough; undercooked, and it remains raw. All credit goes to Wang Ma." "Indeed, everything is delightful," Li affirmed. "If you enjoy it, Mr. Li, I shall bring you a few more next time," Lu Chenyu offered. Li has always been fond of delicious food and would never refuse it. "All right, although it pales in comparison to chicken mushrooms, it is still passable," Lu Chenyu replied. "I will bring you some chicken mushrooms next time it rains." Instantly, Li's face lit up with joy. "You said it. But don't sell them all to that old Jew fellow." After finishing the meal and seeing Lu Chenyu off, Li made a phone call to investigate the financial situation of the Tianjin Welfare Institute. To assist others, he needed to ascertain whether they were being truthful. Over an hour later, he received a call back. After confirming that Lu Chenyu had not lied, Li did not hesitate to contact his eldest grandson, Li Chonghuai. "Hello, Chonghuai. There is something I need you to take care of." Chapter 054. Good news. Li Chonghuai was taken aback that his grandfather called him merely regarding such a trivial matter. "All right, Grandpa. I shall instruct my secretary to make the arrangements." "Do hurry. I am awaiting responses from others," his grandfather urged. Li Xunshuai, Puzlat, Inkidat, Grandpa. "Has someone asked you for a donation? You must be cautious not to be deceived." He recalled that old Master Yin had once been swindled, and now his family forbade him from carrying excessive cash. Li's grandfather retorted indignantly, "Do you think I am like old Yin? I am not senile yet. I have already inquired. It is not a substantial amount. The company donates generously every year. Is it unreasonable for me to wish to lend a hand?" With a sigh, Li Chonghuai replied, "Grandpa, it's not that it can't be done." "Very well. Please provide me with the contact details of the individual, and I shall have my secretary reach out." "You know the person. It's the leader of the vegetable purchasing group, the one with the surname Lu." Indeed, it was someone he recognized. Li Chonghuai located the vegetable group on WeChat, tapped on Lu Chenyu's profile, and added her to his contacts. Upon receiving the message from Li's grandfather that the matter was settled, Lu Chenyu was astonished at the swiftness of the response. Old Master Li was truly remarkable. After adding Lu Chenyu on WeChat, Li Chonghuai sent her 2 messages. The first was a request for a phone call, and the second simply stated, "Wait." Unbeknownst to Lu Chenyu, she was conversing with the president of a publicly listed company and assumed the individual was merely a staff member. Why is their attitude so haughty? She mused, but remembering that this was a potential benefactor, she quickly dismissed her concerns. Before long, Lu Chenyu received a call from the secretary's office of Tianyu Group, wishing to discuss a donation to the Tianjin Welfare Institute. Tianyu Group? Isn't that a publicly listed company? A wealthy benefactor indeed. Lu Chenyu arranged a meeting for a detailed discussion and, once the call ended, promptly dialed the director she had not contacted for quite some time. "Director, this is Chenyu. I have splendid news to share." At that moment, the Tianjin Welfare Institute was convening all staff for a meeting regarding staff layoffs, while Aunt Jean had just announced her intention to resign. Although the list of terminations had not yet been revealed, the atmosphere in the conference room was decidedly tense. It was during this somber occasion that Lu Chenyu's call came through. Director Zhong, feeling equally distressed, saw the phone ringing and seized the opportunity to alleviate his mood. "Director, I have secured a donation for our Welfare Institute." Director Zhong, over 60 and somewhat hard of hearing, had his phone volume turned up high, causing Lu Chenyu's bright and cheerful voice to resonate throughout the conference room. The employees, who had previously bowed their heads in despair, instantly lifted their gazes, and Aunt Jean, who had just settled in, paused in her movements, directing her attention towards the phone in Director Zhong's hand. "Chenyu." Director Zhong's voice trembled. "Could you repeat that? I just received a call from the Secretary's office of Tianyi Group. They have invited me to discuss the donation details tomorrow. I am unfamiliar with the Welfare Institute's circumstances and lack pertinent information. Could you assist me by finding someone to accompany me?" Director Zhong's excitement was palpable as he exclaimed, "Yes, yes, I will personally attend tomorrow." The phone call ended, and the conference room erupted in excitement. "Director, are we finally going to have funds? Does that mean we still need to reduce staff?" The welfare home did not employ many people, including the cleaning staff and kitchen workers. There were only 17 individuals, while the number of children exceeded 100. The children, being in poor health, required a substantial number of caregivers. If a few were indeed dismissed, the remaining staff would only face increased burdens. The academic affairs director, sympathetic to everyone's struggles, was reluctant to let anyone go. Thus, upon hearing Lu Chenyu mention securing donations, he eagerly inquired about the details. Director Zhong wiped away the redness from his eyes and said, "Let's disperse for now. We will discuss the specifics when I return tomorrow." He feared it might all be a false hope. Lu Chenyu had arranged to meet with the donors in the afternoon, so early the next morning, she made her way to the designated location. After enlisting the help of many individuals to gather medicinal herbs the previous day, Lu Chenyu was filled with anticipation for today's findings. Upon exiting the cave, she did not immediately spot Xiao, but instead encountered a pile of wood. No, it was not merely wood, it was chicken bloodvine. Since Xiao was residing nearby with the two children, they hesitated to use the cave, opting instead to find a place to stay close by. Lu Chenyu provided them with a tent to shield them from the elements, alleviating their worries. However, the area was overgrown with wild grass, prompting Xiao to take the time to clear the vicinity surrounding the cave. After Lu Chenyu taught him to use a weed whacker, he tidied the area once more, while Yun and Yu collected stones from the now cleared space, leaving the front of the cave considerably more open. At that moment, the cleared ground was piled high with chicken bloodvine. Lu Chenyu hurried over, inspecting the cut surfaces for blood, confirming without a doubt that it was indeed chicken bloodvine. With such a large quantity, it must weigh several hundred pounds, and it was significantly larger than what she had found last time. It appeared that locals were far better at locating these resources. Her own efforts relied solely on luck. Just as Lu Chenyu reveled in this newfound treasure, Xiao returned with Yun and Yu. The three of them had gone to dig up its grass roots for sustenance. Ever since discovering that its fruit was edible, Yun and Yu had not known hunger. While eating it daily had become somewhat monotonous, the satisfaction of being full was simply delightful. Their father had even learned to cook the itch fruit with the rice provided by the priest, creating a delicious meal. They could also boil it with sugar and water, yielding a sweet treat that Yu adored. The pot given by the priest was incredibly useful. Upon seeing Lu Chenyu, Yin rushed over first. "Priest." As soon as she arrived, she began to boast, "Priest, I found these bleeding trees. Look at how impressive I am." Among all present, Yin was likely the most familiar with the valley. Knowing that Lu Chenyu needed these branches, she led her father to several specimens. The chicken bloodvine is a woody climbing plant that can spread extensively under suitable conditions. Given that no one was chopping it down in this area, Yin discovered a patch of chicken bloodvine that sprawled across dozens of meters, climbing up nearby trees and densely draping between their trunks. Unbeknownst to them, the high priest's demand remained a mystery. They merely carved out a small section, and yet, from that meager effort, a small mountain of salt had already accumulated at the cave's entrance. The vastness of the valley was an enigma, and curiously, for many days, Lu Chenyu and Xiao had encountered no signs of wild beasts within this expanse, only the occasional sighting of harmless herbivores. Perhaps this was a blessing. Had there been ferocious creatures lurking about, Lu Chenyu could not confidently assert his ability to confront them. With Lu Chenyu's arrival, it was inconceivable for Xiao to keep him waiting. They hoisted the salt and proceeded to the mouth of the valley. There the people of the Xia tribe awaited them. Today, an unusually large gathering from the Xia tribe had come, some bearing salt for trade, while many others were drawn by the allure of the legendary high priest. Chapter 055, Dendrobium Officinale. The more people there were, the more jubilant Lu Chenyu became. What does a larger crowd signify? It signifies an abundance of labor, a plethora of medicinal materials, and, indeed, wealth. Lu Chenyu's elation was mirrored by the people of the Xia tribe. Is this what a priest looks like? Indeed, they appeared distinct, exuding an air of nobility and mystery. Without the need for Lu Chenyu to utter a word, Ming had already arranged the plants their tribe had gathered the previous day, which could be exchanged for salt. Honorable priest, gibberish. Although she did not need to comprehend the words, Lu Chenyu understood their meaning. She opened her backpack and poured out the meticulously packaged salt. After 2 exchanges, Lu Chenyu realized that these primitive people lacked containers for the salt. Even if they had them, their storage methods would likely lead to rapid dissolution. Thus, Lu Chenyu had purchased plastic food containers, 100 of them for less than 10 yuan. She portioned them into 100 boxes, each containing 100 grams. It was not that Lu Chenyu was stingy. Salt was relatively inexpensive for her. However, in this context, salt was a hard currency, highly valuable. If she were to give away a bag of salt to everyone who came to barter, they would quickly become self-sufficient in salt, and who would then seek her out for exchanges? Although she still had sugar and clothing to offer, salt held greater value in this environment. As Lu Chenyu emptied her backpack, salt spilled across the ground with a clatter, prompting Yun and Yu to bend down and gather it. This was salt, a precious commodity that could not be wasted. The members of the Xia tribe were astonished by the sheer quantity of salt. The priest indeed possessed an abundance of it. Lu Chenyu began to examine the items brought by the Xia tribe. The first thing to catch her eye was a large bundle of summer withering grass. The plant was not tall, with pairs of elongated leaves and a stem covered in fine hairs. It served both as a medicinal herb and a food source. The medicinal part was its purple-red flower cluster at the top, a classic herbal remedy known for clearing liver heat and dispelling stagnation. Lu Chenyu recalled drinking a cooling tea made from summer withering grass in her childhood. It was an ingredient in a well-known herbal tea available in the market today. As food, the tender, unflowered summer withering grass could be used as a wild vegetable, delicious in porridge or salads, known for its anti-inflammatory properties. The unflowered summer withering grass was somewhat difficult to identify, but the flowering variety was unmistakable, and the Xia tribe had brought only the latter. Lu Chenyu exchanged a small box of salt for the bundle of summer withering grass and took it home to brew. Next was the Schisandra chinensis. This vine plant had medicinal fruit resembling grapes, small clusters of red berries. When dried, these fruits could be utilized for their medicinal properties, calming the mind and invigorating the spirit. The Xia tribe often consumed Schisandra as fruit, as it was one of the few food sources available, hence it was not abundant. Alongside the Schisandra was the mulberry mushroom. This fungus, resembling a mushroom, grew on mulberry trees and was yellow-brown in color, hence the name mulberry mushroom. In truth, it could grow on other broadleaf trees as well, but it was most commonly found on mulberry trees, leading to its collective designation. Sangwang is renowned for its efficacy in liver protection and detoxification, as well as enhancing immunity. It is said to possess significant anti-cancer properties, which is why high-quality Sangwang can fetch prices comparable to gold, earning it the moniker forest gold. The Sangwang brought by the Xia tribe consists of 2 substantial specimens, each measuring approximately 50 to 60 centimeters in width, clearly aged and valuable. Upon seeing these remarkable mushrooms, Lu Qinyu's breath quickened, recognizing their worth as exquisite medicinal materials. In exchange for these 2 sangwon and some schisandra berries, Lu Qinyu offered 2 packets of salt, while confiscating the remaining herbs that the Xia tribe had misidentified. As she rummaged through the pile of herbs, her eyes were suddenly drawn to a distinct stem, a diminutive plant with narrow, elongated leaves of a bluish-purple hue. The stem was segmented, with black intervals and rusty spots. Lu Qinyu's heart raced as she crouched down to inspect it closely. When she fully extracted the thumb-sized vine, her eyes widened in astonishment. It was none other than Dendrobium officinale, a treasure far more precious than sangwon, often hailed as the foremost among the 9 immortal herbs. Wild specimens can command prices upwards of several 100,000 yuan per kilogram. She quickly unearthed approximately 3 to 4 kilograms of this prized herb, her delight unabated and evident for all to see. With the herbal exchange complete, the next items to be traded were the food collected by the foraging team. The tribe's foragers were well-versed in identifying edible plants, a crucial skill for their survival. Among their finds were wild vegetables such as pumpkin, amaranth, mugwort, rice straw, and water celery, along with wild fruits like strawberries, mulberries, and wild grapes. Lu Qinyue was pleasantly surprised to discover strawberries among the haul. Though few in number, only about a dozen, they were impressively large, each the size of her fist. Lu Qinyue had never encountered such colossal strawberries before. Had they appeared in a supermarket, 99% of people would assume they were artificially enhanced. Yet, in this pristine environment devoid of hormones or pesticides, these strawberries were entirely wild. Unable to resist, Lu Qinyue plucked one, casually wiping it with her hand before taking a bite. The moment her teeth pierced the skin, a burst of sweet juice splattered on her tongue, so sweet. The flavor was not cloying. Rather, it unfolded in layers. First, a refreshing sweetness, followed by a hint of tartness, and an indescribable fragrant essence. The flesh was delicate, almost devoid of fiber, and each mouthful brought immense satisfaction. This taste stood in stark contrast to modern strawberries, which are often plumped and ripened with chemicals. Here, the berry was infused with the essence of its wild origins, tantalizing her palate. As Lu Qinyue gazed down at the half-eaten strawberry, its vibrant red flesh and abundant juice were a feast for the eyes, promising both visual appeal and delectable flavor. She devoured the fruit in a few bites before turning her attention to the mulberries. The mulberries were quite large, exceeding the size of her thumb, and exhibited a deep crimson hue. She popped one into her mouth, savoring its rich and sweet flavor, complemented by a delightful fruity aroma. The taste of the wild grapes, however, was slightly less appealing, possessing a pronounced acidity. Yet, should there be an abundance, they would serve well for winemaking. As Lu Qinyue indulged, the gathering team from the Xia tribe watched her anxiously, attempting to discern her satisfaction with their fruits and wild vegetables from her expressions. The hunting team had already traded for more than 4 bags of salt, and if the gathering team failed to secure their own, it would surely be the subject of mockery. Nevertheless, they remained optimistic. Those fruits, especially the red ones, were of exceptional quality and rarely found. Just yesterday, in their quest for salt, each member had exerted considerable effort and skill to procure these red fruits. Upon witnessing Lu Qinyue finish a red fruit, the gathering team felt reassured. Indeed, Lu Qinyue exchanged 2 bags of salt for the fruits and 2 small boxes of salt for the wild vegetables. Although their haul was less than that of the hunting team, the gathering team was thoroughly satisfied. Chapter 056. Activating defensive functions after the exchange. Lu Qinyue began to summarize her preferences to the tribe. This summary was essentially a way to convey to these primitive people what she favored. She expressed her fondness for mulberry, Dendrobium officinale, strawberries, and blackberries, nodding in approval, indicating that these items could be traded for in the future. However, she shook her head at schisandra, summer withering grass, and wild vegetables, signaling her disinterest and suggesting they refrain from offering those again. The tribe members easily grasped her likes and dislikes through her gestures, quietly resolving to seek out her favorite items on their next outing. During Lu Qinyue's time exchanging salt with the tribe, Peng emerged from the crowd to find Yen. The two long-separated friends quickly rekindled their camaraderie. Peng Yun, I'm sorry I informed the tribe about your arrival in the Valley of Evil. Yun, oh, it's no concern. They would have learned eventually. Yun continued. That delicious treat you gave me was exquisite. It was truly delightful. Of course, that was a gift from the esteemed priestess to you. And Yun had painstakingly persuaded you to part with just one for him to share with Peng. Was it not wonderfully sweet? Absolutely sweet, even sweeter than the red fruit. Naturally sweeter than strawberries, Yun added, for it contains sweetening agents that can make one feel overwhelmed by sweetness. I also possess a fishing tool. A gift from the esteemed priestess. Wow, you can actually catch fish? The priestess is so kind to you. She is indeed generous. She even provided us with a house and a pot. I must tell you, the food cooked in that pot is delectable. As Yun and Peng boasted, the tales left Peng envious, wishing he could accompany Yun into the Valley of Evil to discover its wonders. But alas, he could not. Upon returning to the tribe with the others, Peng could not contain himself and shared with the other children what Yun had told him. Once the news spread among the children, they rushed to inform their parents. And soon the entire Shia tribe learned that the esteemed priestess possessed not only salt and sugar, but also a cozy little house, fishing tools, clothing, and a pot. Oh, I wish to acquire a weapon. I want to trade for some sugar. Then I shall take that pot. Today's haul was substantial. Lu Chenyu directed Xiao to help her transport the items received from the Shia tribe, along with mountain snails and chicken blood vines, into the cave. This was Xiao's first venture into the cave. In his imagination, the dwelling of the esteemed priestess should be immaculate, vast, and spacious. Otherwise, how could she possibly emerge daily with such a plethora of items? However, upon entering, he was taken aback. The cave contained nothing but stones and a few belongings of the priestess. Were the numerous black snails she had requested? What the other items? Why had they all vanished? Xiao was perplexed and dared not inquire, simply focusing on moving the items. After transporting everything inside, Lu Chenyu dismissed Xiao and proceeded to methodically toss the items through the time-space portal. The entire process took her over 20 minutes. Fortunately, she now had assistance. Otherwise, with just that allotted time, she would have struggled to transfer such treasures. In the past, Lu Chenyu nearly stumbled over a chicken blood vine on the ground, while the portal of time and space emitted a series of notifications. Discovered energy item, mountain pit snail, energy value gained. 423. 5. Discovered energy item, wild iron skin dendrobium. Energy value gained. 1987. Discovered energy item, wild mulberry yellow. Energy value gained. 1058. Discovered energy item, summer withered grass. Energy value gained. 167. Discovered energy item, 5 flavor fruit. Energy value gained. 98. Discovered energy item, chicken blood vine. Energy value gained. 1863. Discovered energy item, quality strawberry. Energy value gained. 37. Discovered energy item, quality mulberry. Energy value gained. 45. Discovered energy item, wild grape. Energy value gained. 28. Writing this list felt remarkably effortless, haha. After announcing these findings, the portal of time and space suddenly added. The portal has collected energy exceeding 10,000, upgraded to a level 2 time-space portal, activating a defense function. With a protective range of 10 meters around the portal, no beings may approach without the host permission. Daily time travel duration is now 4 hours, with 1 instance permitted. The next upgrade condition requires an energy value of 100,000. Simultaneously, the portal radiated a golden light, expanding significantly. What was once a doorway suitable for a single individual now widened sufficiently to accommodate a small tricycle. However, Lu Chenyu was not concerned about this. Her focus was on the fact that she seemingly heard the portal mention activating some kind of defense function. To her astonishment, a defense function had indeed been activated, a feature the system had not previously disclosed. The defensive range being 10 meters around the portal implied that, in the future, as long as she did not grant permission, no one could approach the portal. Did this mean she could remain near the portal and be safe? Furthermore, if it were to upgrade again, could it potentially activate an offensive function? Lu Chenyu vaguely recalled that the portal had mentioned being a magical artifact left by her ancestors. It would be entirely reasonable for such an artifact to possess both defensive and offensive capabilities. Suppressing her excitement, Lu Chenyu first called Boss Zhu to arrange for the transportation of goods, then began sorting and organizing her findings. As she meticulously arranged everything, she noticed a distinct difference. It felt as though the items in her hands had lightened considerably. She attempted to lift a snakeskin bag filled with mountain pit snails and discovered that the nearly 100-pound sack, which had previously required considerable effort to move, now lifted effortlessly. Had her strength increased? Could it be that the upgrade of the portal had also enhanced her physical constitution? After much contemplation, Lu Chenyu concluded that the only explanation for this transformation was indeed the portal. Regardless of the reason, an enhancement to her physical capabilities was undoubtedly a positive outcome, and she decided not to dwell on it further. Once Boss Zhu's employees arrived to collect the mountain pit snails, Lu Chenyu stored the wild vegetables and fruits in the refrigerator and placed the medicinal herbs in a cool, shaded area for later sale. In the afternoon, Lu Chenyu first visited the welfare institution and met with Director Zhong, subsequently accompanied by him and another teacher to Tianyu Group. The conversation progressed smoothly. They inquired about various aspects of the welfare institution and reviewed its credentials. Upon confirming that everything was in order, they scheduled a site visit to Tianjin Welfare Institute for the following day, anticipating that funds could be transferred within the week, barring any unforeseen circumstances. Having resolved this significant financial matter, Director Zhong expressed immense gratitude towards Lu Chenyu, who humbly replied, "Director, please do not mention it so. I merely inquired, and it is the generosity of their company that has made this possible. I truly have not done much." Director Zhong, patting Lu Chenyu on the shoulder, beamed with appreciation, saying, "Chenyu, if it weren't for your efforts in establishing this connection, we would not have found a willing benefactor so swiftly." Beside them, Teacher Li laughed in agreement, adding, "Indeed, you have no idea how much the director has been troubled by financial concerns lately, even contemplating staff reductions." "Xiaoli." Teacher Li chuckled, but fell silent. Lu Chenyu reassured, "Director, you need not conceal anything from me. Aunt Jean has already informed me. It's merely that I have yet to earn substantial wealth. Once I do, the welfare institution will no longer need to fret about funding." Director Zhong laughed heartily, dismissing the matter lightly. "Then I shall eagerly await your support." Chapter 057. Presenting the Ganoderma after parting ways, Lu Chenyu returned to the villa. Although the donation to the welfare institution had yet to be finalized, it was a certainty in her mind. She felt no necessity to wait for the funds to express her gratitude to the elderly Mr. Li. Thus, she ventured to the supermarket, purchased an elegant gift box, and arranged for the Ganoderma to be placed inside. After some contemplation, she retrieved 4 large strawberries and a bunch of water celery from her refrigerator, packing them together to convey her appreciation to Mr. Li. At the Li residence, Li Du and Yin Guofu were engaged in a game of chess. Yin Guofu remarked, "You spend your days playing chess without seeking a proper occupation. Li Du retorted, as if you have anything serious to attend to. I'm retired. What is wrong with playing a few games? You may not have a proper pursuit, but I do. Someone is coming to deliver a rare flower to me shortly, and I shall return home in a while." Li Du added, "It's merely a single plant. What is so remarkable about it? Why must you personally return? They could bring it here, couldn't they?" Yin Guofu pondered this as the phone rang at that moment. "Hello, you're almost here? Bring it to villa number 37. When Lu Chenyu arrived, Yin Guofu was enthusiastically describing the flower's merits to Li Du Old Li. "This orchid is called Tian Yi. Look at its petals. Don't they resemble a lotus?" Yin Guofu held the pod of orchid delicately, his face brimming with delight. The person delivering the orchid quickly chimed in, "This Tian Yi is indeed a rare variety among orchids, especially this naturally hybridized one. Its petals unfurl like a lotus, and its fragrance is as delicate as an orchid. I nurtured it for 2 full years before it bloomed, and upon its flowering, I thought of the flower-loving old Yin, wishing to bring it for him to admire and evaluate its worth." Li Du leaned in for a closer look, squinting slightly. "It's just a flower. What is so extraordinary about it? Though it does smell quite pleasant. Do you understand anything? All you know is how to eat." Yin Guofu replied. And what is wrong with that? Don't you eat every day as well? As they conversed, Lu Chenyu entered, and Yin Guofu's eyes brightened. Miss Lu has arrived. Come quickly and take a look at my treasure. Lu Chenyu approached, her gaze falling on the pot of orchids. Her knowledge of flowers was limited, and she simply remarked, "It looks quite lovely." Yin Guofu responded, "Never mind. Neither of you appreciates fine things. Xiao Zhou, if you intend to sell this orchid, don't bother seeking buyers. Just name your price, and I'll take it." Xiao Zhou replied, "Old Yin, are you truly interested in buying? I wouldn't deceive you. Just name your price." Xiao Zhou continued, Tian Ihi is now quite rare in the market, with prices ranging from 800,000 to 2,000,000. If you genuinely wish to acquire it, just offer me 1,000,000. Lu Chenyu, overhearing the price, felt her pupils dilate. This single pot of flowers was more expensive than her Ganoderma? Were flowers truly this costly? However, it was evident that Yin Guofu did not find the price exorbitant, as he cheerfully handed over the money. Once Xiao Zhou departed, Li Du inquired about Lu Chenyu's visit. With genuine sincerity, she expressed her gratitude to the esteemed Mr. Li. Yesterday, representatives from Tianyu Group contacted me, expressing their willingness to support our welfare institution. I, along with the director of the institution, visited Tianyu Group's headquarters for discussions, and I believe this matter is well in hand. I have brought a few items to convey my gratitude to you. Without your assistance, the issues at our welfare institution would remain unresolved. What matters are you referring to? Yin Guofu inquired with a hint of curiosity. Li displayed a touch of pride, responding, "It's merely a trivial matter, hardly worth mentioning." Lu Chenyu briefly recounted the situation concerning the Tianjin Welfare Institute. Yin Guofu remarked, "Indeed, it is a minor issue. Lu girl, why didn't you seek my help? I could have assisted you without expecting any reward. Just a little treat whenever you have something delicious would suffice." Lu Chenyu pondered for a moment and did not refuse, replying, "Grandpa Yin, do you like flowers? I could bring you a pot next time." Yin Guofu responded skeptically, "Where would you find flowers? You have no knowledge of them. I don't cultivate just any kind." Lu Chenyu explained, "I have a relative who frequently ventures into the mountains, so." Yin Guofu's eyes brightened, realizing that rare and precious flowers are indeed found in remote areas, particularly in deep, secluded forests. "You mentioned it," he said, "so I shall await your discovery. Speaking of which, I have a few plants of a flower called golden vine flower in my yard. Have you ever seen it, Grandpa Yin?" Yin Guofu mused. "Golden vine flower? I haven't heard of it. I'll go see it when I have time. It's not boastful to say that there isn't a flower in this world that I do not recognize." Li, growing impatient, interrupted, "Keep boasting if you wish. Lu girl, weren't you here to bring me a gift? Why are you so engrossed in conversation with this old man?" Lu Chenyu hurriedly placed her offerings on the table. She had already handed over wild vegetables and strawberries to Wang Ma upon entering, leaving her with only a brocade box. As she opened the box, it revealed a dark red, blood-like chalingzi, the size of a porcelain dish, with intricate swirling patterns that indicated it was a rare and aged treasure. Li froze, his gaze transfixed on the chalingzi within the box, his breathing becoming shallower. "Is this wild chalingzi?" he stammered. Lu Chenyu nodded. "This was found by my relative in the mountains a few days ago. I had it examined, and it is authentic, estimated to be over 50 years old." Though Lu Chenyu had not shown this large chalingzi to anyone yet, the others from the same batch had been purchased at a high price by Qinghe Medicine Shop, confirming its authenticity. Yin Guofu moved closer, exclaiming, "What a marvelous find. The quality is unmatched, something you would never encounter on the market. If it were available, it would surely be an auction. Yet, you are willing to gift it to old Li." Lu Chenyu replied, "Grandpa Li and I are not related, yet he readily agreed to assist me. I will remember this kindness. Upon seeing this chalingzi, I thought of him. I've heard that wild chalingzi has exceptional medicinal properties, and this specimen is quite remarkable. Whether for collection or medicinal use, it is an excellent choice. I have no other gifts to express my gratitude, so I can only offer what I possess." "Oh dear, old Li is indeed fortunate," Yin Guofu exclaimed, rubbing his hands together, his eyes greedily fixed on the chalingzi, his tone tinged with envy. How come our acquaintance, Lu girl, has never bestowed such a splendid gift upon me? Li laughed heartily and intentionally pulled the ornate box closer to himself, saying, Old Yin, are you feeling envious? Envy is futile. This was earned through my assistance to Miss Lu. Lu Chenyu smiled subtly, deftly smoothing over the situation. Grandpa Yin, if you fancy them, I can have my relative keep an eye out in the mountains next time. However, wild Ganoderma is a rare treasure, sought after but seldom found. It depends on fate. Yin Guofu shook his head. Oh, never mind, I was merely jesting. These fine items, you should sell them for money. They would be of no use to me. At that moment, Wang Ma brought over the strawberries that Lu Chenyu had brought, freshly washed. Neither Li nor Yin were particularly fond of fruits. Yet they were astonished to see the strawberries, each as large as a fist. Is this truly a strawberry? How could it be so enormous? Li Fronut, suspecting that Wang Ma had purchased them. Wang Ma, such large strawberries are obviously hormone-enhanced. How can we serve these to guests? Remove them at once. Lu Chenyu quickly interjected. Grandpa Li, this is not Wang Ma's doing. These were brought by me. I have tasted them myself, and they are delightful, though I can only bring a few to let you savor them. Chapter 58. Crafting wicker baskets. Upon recognizing that it was Lu Chenyu who brought them, Li Du's expression softened, and he inquired, Are these also wild? Indeed, they are wild, came the reply. There were only 4 strawberries in total, which was undeniably few. If they were not delectable, Lu Chenyu would not have brought just 4. Contemplating this, Li Du and Yin Guofu each took one to taste. As the strawberry met Li Du's palate, his eyes widened in astonishment, and Yin Guofu was equally taken aback. Li Du savored the fruit, the sweet and tangy juice bursting on his tongue, accompanied by a distinct, refreshing aroma, far surpassing any strawberry he had ever encountered in memory. Is this truly wild? He questioned. Lu Chenyu nodded, spinning a tail. I stumbled upon them in the mountains, growing on a sunlit slope. They might be a unique variety. Meanwhile, Yin Guofu had devoured his strawberry in just a few bites and reached for another. Not yet finished with his own, Li Du hastily grabbed the remaining one in his hand. After finishing, Yin Guofu smacked his lips in delight and declared, Chenyu, these strawberries are vastly superior to those so-called premium ones available in the market. They are sweet without being cloying, fragrant, and the flesh is exquisite. Li Du, contemplative, gazed at the solitary strawberry he still held. In my youth, I ventured into the mountains and indulged in many wild fruits. Yet I have never tasted one as delightful as this. The 4 strawberries were soon consumed, and neither Li Du nor Yin Guofu had anticipated that they would compete like children for the fruit. However, the strawberries were so delectable that they wished for more, ready to vie for another round. After delivering the gifts, Lu Chenyu declined Li Du's offer to stay for a meal and returned home. The following day, the staff returned to work. Lu Chenyu approached Aunt Jean, inquiring whether she wished to become a permanent employee, given that the welfare institution was likely to be financially stable. There was little chance of staff layoffs, and Aunt Jean need not resign. To Lu Chenyu's surprise, Aunt Jean expressed her intention to resign. Your shop is about to open, and I feel uneasy not being here. Besides, during my time with you, my presence at the welfare institution has been of little consequence. It would be more beneficial for me to assist you here. Lu Chenyu's eyes sparkled with genuine joy. With Aunt Jean on board, she felt reassured. Then, Aunt Jean, my new shop will greatly depend on your support. As Lu Chenyu prepared to head to the other side, Aunt Jean approached her, informing her that the mushroom meat sauce was nearly depleted, expected to last no more than 2 days. Once the sauce ran out, their menu would be reduced to merely scallion oil noodles and scallion pancakes. There was no alternative. The mushroom meat sauce was their most utilized ingredient. Yet no one had found mushrooms lately. Aside from mountain snails, the only other abundant item was taro. Taro. With such a plentiful supply, each weighing 10 to 20 pounds, perhaps it was time to develop new dishes. Taro is a versatile ingredient, soft and glutinous, suitable for both sweet and savory preparations, capable of being transformed into a variety of home-cooked meals, snacks, and desserts. With meats, one could create steamed spare ribs with taro, braised pork with taro, and so forth. It could also be used in staple dishes like taro rice and taro cake. Fried, it could become taro pancakes or crispy taro, mashed. It could be fashioned into taro balls, taro pastries, or taro sago. Ultimately, Lu Chenyu and Aunt Jean decided to prepare taro cake and taro pancakes. Indeed, Aunt Jean, within the refrigerator, there are some wild vegetables and fruits. Please take them out and distribute them among everyone. As for the strawberries, could you see who is available to help me remove the seeds? I wish to preserve them for planting. Such delectable strawberries. It remains uncertain when I shall savor them again. Rather than relying on chance to find a few, it would be far more prudent to attempt cultivating them myself. After making the necessary arrangements, Lu Chenyu proceeded over. Today, his arrival was somewhat delayed, and the Xiu family had already been waiting at the cave entrance. As soon as Lu Chenyu approached, Yun chattered excitedly about the changes that had occurred in the cave yesterday. It turned out that when the time-space portal was upgraded and its defensive capabilities activated, a sudden burst of golden light emanated from the cave, startling the Xiu family, who were left bewildered by the occurrence. Xiu, concerned about potential mishaps within the cave, attempted to enter, only to be thwarted by an invisible barrier. This left him even more alarmed. Just moments ago, he had emerged from the cave, and now he could not even approach it. Yun, however, perceived this as a manifestation of the extraordinary powers of the High Priestess. The High Priestess was indeed remarkable. Her steed could traverse without sustenance, and she possessed an abundance of salt and sugar. The garments she produced fit them perfectly, and her vast knowledge suggested she was not an ordinary priestess. Yin found himself at a loss for words to describe her. In his eyes, anything related to her was truly astonishing. While Yin struggled to articulate his thoughts, an idea suddenly struck Xiu's mind. Could the High Priestess be the priestess of the temple? It was said that the temple's priestesses wielded extraordinary powers. The tribe that had once attacked theirs was rumored to have been led by a priestess of the temple, rendering his tribe defenseless and resulting in devastating losses, forcing them to flee to the desolate Evil Valley. As Lu Chenyu emerged, Yin continued to babble about the visions from yesterday. Lu Chenyu speculated that the phenomena were indeed a result of the portal's upgrade, offering minimal explanation, merely advising Xiu and the others to keep their distance from the cave, assuring them that there was no danger. The group held great trust in Lu Chenyu, and her reassurances alleviated their concerns. Upon reaching the valley's entrance, they found the people of the Xia tribe already waiting. Among the items brought today, several were remnants from yesterday, such as mulberries. Today, there was a greater quantity of mulberries, but many had been crushed and rendered inedible, wrapped in animal hides. Lu Chenyu expressed her regret at this waste and advised them to use baskets for transporting fruits in the future. The people of the Xia tribe were unfamiliar with the term basket, which was a novel concept, leaving Xiu and the others perplexed. In addition to the mulberries, other items were also wrapped in animal hides. Some were well prepared, lacking an unpleasant odor, while many had only been rudimentarily processed, exuding a foul scent upon approach. Lu Chenyu found it rather off-putting to use such hides for storing fruits intended for direct consumption. Observing their lack of comprehension, Lu Chenyu surmised that these primitive individuals had likely never encountered a basket. She glanced around and, not far away, spotted some climbing plants. Approaching them, she tugged at a few and discovered their remarkable softness and sturdiness. She then instructed Xiu to gather a handful. The others, although uncertain of Lu Chenyu's intentions, were eager to assist upon seeing her request, and soon she was surrounded by a substantial collection of vines. Recognizing the willingness of these primitive people and wishing to reduce the risk of damage to the items they found, Lu Chenyu was inclined to teach them the art of weaving a vine basket. The Welfare Institute, with its numerous disabled children, had been a significant concern for Director Zhong, who had devoted considerable effort to providing vocational training for the children, ensuring they could acquire skills to earn a living as adults. The institute offered specialized courses in sewing, cooking, weaving, and agriculture, and having spent ample time there, Lu Chenyu had mastered many of these disciplines. Crafting a vine basket was, for her, a remarkably simple task. After meticulously preparing a vine, Lu Chenyu called upon her most familiar companions, Qing and Hong, to assist her. Both girls were filled with excitement. The esteemed priestess had recognized them. Although they were about to engage in labor, a sense of pride enveloped them, and under Lu Chenyu's guidance, they quickly processed a bundle of vines. With the prepared vines in hand, Lu Chenyu commenced the weaving of the basket's base. Qing and Hong, believing this to be part of their task as well, mimicked Lu Chenyu's actions. Noticing their enthusiasm, Lu Chenyu chose to remain silent, though her own pace of work significantly slowed. Chapter 059. Honeysuckle. Lu Chenyu selected 12 robust vines as the main supports, arranging 6 horizontally and 6 vertically to form a grid-like structure. She then took a slender vine, folded it in half, and looped it around one of the main vines, beginning to weave by alternating between pressing down and lifting up. This technique involved securing the first vine, then lifting the second and pressing the third, continuing this pattern as she worked around the center. Lu Chenyu's dexterous hands skillfully crafted tight, concentric patterns with the vines, while Qing and Hong struggled to keep pace, yet managed to follow along. Once the base was sufficiently woven, Lu Chenyu gathered the main vines upward and bound them together, forming a vertical framework. She continued to wrap the slender vines around in successive layers, constructing the body of the basket. As the vines intertwined, a 20-centimeter tall basket gradually emerged. Sensing it was nearly complete, Lu Chenyu began to finalize her work. The onlooking primitive tribespeople were left in awe. How had these vines suddenly transformed into a container? What had the vines missed? Upon completing the basket, Lu Chenyu retrieved a knife and cut 2 3-finger-wide strips from a nearby animal hide, attaching them to the basket as straps. She beckoned Yin over, instructing her to carry the basket, before placing some mulberries inside. With the basket securely on her back, Yin joyfully wandered through the crowd, not a single mulberry falling out. The Stone-Tooth tribe members gathered around, curiously reaching out to touch this novel creation. The contents were secure. They immediately grasped the purpose of the basket. Qing and Hong were both astonished and apprehensive, realizing they were learning the techniques of the esteemed priestess. They exchanged a glance, each reflecting the other's unease. Hong, have we inadvertently learned something we shouldn't have? Qing whispered, her fingers unconsciously tightening around the edge of the basket. Hong felt a tightness in her throat, her heart racing. She had heard that in other tribes, the priestess' skills were reserved solely for the priestess' disciples. Others were forbidden from learning them, as it would be seen as disrespectful to the deities, resulting in punishment. Yet the priestess had encouraged them to engage in this craft. They furtively observed Lu Chenyu, uncertain whether to continue their work with the vines. Just then, Lu Chenyu turned her gaze toward them, noticing their baskets, albeit crooked and incomplete, had already begun to take shape. She believed that with a bit more practice, they would soon be able to craft a satisfactory basket. Qing and Hong froze, hesitant to make a move. Approaching them, Lu Chenyu offered guidance on their weaving technique. To their surprise, the priestess did not reprimand them. Instead, she personally came to instruct them on how to weave the basket. Overjoyed, the two dedicated themselves to learning. And soon, they completed 2 rather unsightly baskets. However, in the eyes of the Stone-Tooth tribe, these humble baskets were immensely practical tools. With such baskets, they could carry back more provisions, whether from hunting or gathering. Moreover, observing the demeanor of the esteemed priest, it appears he is genuinely instructing them in the art of crafting the wicker basket. The priest has been exceedingly kind to them. The members of the Shia tribe were deeply moved to the extent that when it came time to exchange goods for salt, they expressed a desire to gift directly to the priest instead. Lu Chenyu, touched by the simplicity of these primitive people, took the basket of mulberries as a form of remuneration, while insisting that the remaining items should still be exchanged. In addition to the mulberries, there was also the ironclad dendrobium, which had evidently been included due to Lu Chenyu's previous satisfaction with it. Today there was even more, approximately 3 pounds, with the roots intact. Upon examination, Lu Chenyu noted that it could potentially be replanted. The ironclad dendrobium was traded for 2 packets of salt. The next most abundant item was honeysuckle, which the Shia tribe had uprooted along with the vines, amounting to over 100 pounds, much to Lu Chenyu's dismay. If the vines were left unpicked, they could continue to grow. The Shia tribe possessed no concept of cultivation, let alone sustainable practices. Thus their actions of depleting resources seemed entirely normal to them. Honeysuckle is a climbing plant that flourishes in dense clusters, with opposite leaves and pairs of flowers. Initially white, the blossoms turn yellow after a few days. Hence the name honeysuckle. The utilized part of the honeysuckle is its flowers, which, when dried, can be brewed for consumption or steeped in tea, exhibiting antibacterial and antiviral properties. The unopened buds are the most prized. Honeysuckle is commonly used to create herbal teas, which are quite affordable and not considered a luxury item. Lu Chenyu contemplated that once her shop opened, she would certainly provide tea for her patrons, and this wild honeysuckle would be perfect for that purpose. Thus, she exchanged 2 small boxes of salt for the entire bundle of honeysuckle. Although the pile appeared substantial, Lu Chenyu could only utilize the flowers at the top. Not wishing to receive such a bounty again, she delicately plucked the flowers from the branches and discarded the stems. The members of the Shia tribe quickly grasped the situation, realizing that the priest only desired the flowers. Those who had brought the honeysuckle felt a sense of shame and summoned several others to assist in separately harvesting the flowers to present to Lu Chenyu. The last item brought forth was a deer. It was not particularly large, weighing perhaps over 40 pounds and still alive, its legs bound. With round, pleading eyes, it gazed at Lu Chenyu, evoking a twinge of sympathy. However, its appearance was somewhat unappealing, with coarse brown fur and prominent incisors, lacking the charm of the spotted deer Lu Chenyu had encountered before. Thus, her momentary pity quickly shifted to curiosity about the flavor of its meat, which she had yet to taste. This deer was a gift from the Shia tribe. Although small, its meat is tender and devoid of any off-putting flavor, and they rarely succeeded in hunting such creatures. They had been exceptionally fortunate to catch one yesterday and unanimously decided to present it to the priest for her enjoyment. Given that it was a gift for her, Lu Chenyu graciously accepted it without hesitation. However, she could not possibly transport the live deer back. Uncertain if it was a protected species, she certainly did not wish to attract unwanted attention and face imprisonment. She planned to ask Xiao for assistance in slaughtering it later. Today, the salt acquired was rather scant. Nevertheless, the people of the Shia tribe remained in high spirits. This was due to the fact that the esteemed priest had imparted the art of basket weaving to them. As they departed, they took with them the leftover vines, intending to craft a basket upon their return, confident in their newfound skills gleaned from observing the priest's demonstration. After all, they had the knowledge of both the rainbow and the azure, as the priest had personally instructed them. Once the Shia tribe had left, Lu Chenyu instructed Xiao to carry the deer back for slaughter, making good use of the pig slaughtering knife that had finally found its purpose. While wielding the hatchet, Xiao had considered it the finest of tools due to its sharpness. However, upon utilizing the pig slaughtering knife, he realized that the hatchet was not as formidable as he had once believed. Chapter 060. Musk deer. Though the butcher's knife was short, it possessed an extraordinary sharpness. With a mere stroke, it effortlessly sliced through the animal hide that had previously required numerous attempts with their stone knives. This was astonishingly sharp. Xiao could not help but marvel. With a butcher's knife in hand, Xiao found the task significantly more manageable. While Xiao was engaged in processing the deer by the riverbank, Lu Chenyu took the opportunity to inspect the goji berries and wild leeks she had planted. The goji had sprouted branches an inch long, and the leeks had shed their old skin to reveal fresh green shoots. Everything was progressing splendidly. Seizing the moment, Lu Chenyu donned gloves and began to pull up the taro. Yes, she was indeed pulling up taro, each weighing over 20 pounds. Initially, Lu Chenyu had been diligent in digging, but the soil here was soft and the shovel often collected damp earth, which became bothersome after a few attempts. Ultimately, she opted to pull them directly. Her strength had increased significantly, making the task much easier than before, and this method resulted in only the larger taro being uprooted, leaving the smaller ones in the ground. Before long, Lu Chenyu had cleared a substantial area, the ground strewn with taro. Once finished, she went to check on how Xiao was faring with the deer. As she approached, she noticed Yun and Yu crouched nearby, playing with a small, dark, furry object. Lu Chenyu cast a casual glance, and a vague image flashed in her mind, causing her steps to halt abruptly. She focused on the object rolling about in the rain's grasp. It seemed oddly familiar. As she gazed, her pupils suddenly constricted. She crouched down and took the dark, furry ball from Yu's hands, startling the 2 children with her sudden movement. Priestess? Yin looked at her, puzzled. With utmost care, Lu Chenyu parted the fur, and as the distinct and rich fragrance wafted into her nostrils, her breath caught momentarily. Indeed, it was musk. Where did this come from? Lu Chenyu inquired. Yu timidly pointed beside them. It fell out from its belly. Lu Chenyu turned to regard the already slaughtered deer and realized it was not a deer at all, but rather a musk deer. The musk deer, also known as the musk deer, is a first-class protected species. The musk is a substance secreted by the musk glands located in the abdomen of male musk deer, used for mating calls and marking territory. It serves as a primary ingredient in life-saving medicines, such as the Ngongyo Huangwan, and is also one of the 4 great scents of the world, commanding a price that is exceedingly high, more valuable than gold, particularly for wild musk, which is scarce in the market. Due to the exorbitant price of musk, musk deer have suffered greatly, leading to their classification as a first-class protected animal due to overhunting. In modern times, musk is often harvested from farm sources in a regulated manner, yet it remains quite costly. The pouch before her, the size of an egg, contained wild musk of unparalleled quality. Elated, Lu Chenyu carefully stowed the musk away. Noticing her delight, Yun and Yu were filled with curiosity. After all, this was not something edible. Why was the priestess keeping it? Although they were puzzled, they refrained from asking further questions. Lu Chenyu approached Xiao, gesturing to indicate her desire for the organs of the musk deer, presenting the bloodied fur ball for Xiao to see. Observing the priest's solemn demeanor, Xiao nodded earnestly in agreement. As this meat was intended for the priest, Xiao handled the preparation with meticulous care. What began as over 40 pounds of musk deer was reduced to merely a few pounds of prime cuts. Lu Chenyu did not wish to take it all, opting instead for 5 pounds to taste, leaving the remainder for Xiao's family. Once the meat was carefully packed, Xiao assisted Lu Chenyu in separating the taro from the taro seedlings, washing the tubers, and placing them into bags for transport to the cave. This time, with Lu Chenyu's permission, Xiao successfully entered the cave, laboring diligently once more. The remaining taro seedlings were not wasted by Lu Chenyu. She trimmed the leaves and bundled them for pickling into sour taro sprouts, a delicacy akin to sauerkraut, tangy and crisp, perfect for accompanying their family porridge. After instructing Xiao to prepare a substantial quantity of taro in advance for the following day, Lu Chenyu returned home with a bountiful harvest. Energy item discovered: mountain pit snail. Energy value 432. 5. Energy item discovered: taro. Energy value 321. 4. Energy item discovered: iron grass. Energy value 2871. 7. Energy item discovered: honeysuckle. Energy value 67. 1. Energy item discovered: musk. Energy value 5329. 8. Energy item discovered: taro seedlings. Energy value 62. 6. Indeed, the musk was of remarkable quality, evidenced by its extraordinarily high energy value. Lu Chenyu discarded the other items in the underground garage, first taking the musk upstairs. According to legend, musk is not particularly beneficial for women's health, especially for pregnant women, as excessive exposure may lead to miscarriage. Upon researching on her phone, Lu Chenyu discovered that the active components in musk could potentially stimulate uterine smooth muscle, posing risks of miscarriage or premature birth, and might also affect the endocrine system of women who are trying to conceive or during menstruation. However, for ordinary women, normal use is said to carry no side effects. There is currently no research evidence substantiating claims that musk causes infertility. Unfazed, she considered that she was not the sole occupant of the villa, and lacking knowledge on how to properly store and handle the musk, she decided it best to sell it to the Qinghe pharmacy. After securely storing the musk, Lu Chenyu returned to the underground garage, which was now cluttered with an abundance of items: thousands of pounds of chicken blood vine, hundreds of pounds of mountain pit snails and taro, with the seedlings taking up a significant portion of space. The sudden appearance of such a large quantity of goods necessitated a plausible explanation, reminiscent of the anxious moment when Li had casually questioned her about it previously. It was imperative to devise a strategy to make it appear as though these items had been gifted to her, at the very least ensuring that there was vehicular movement to obscure the truth. Lu Chenyu's excuse for the items was that they were sent by a mountain-dwelling relative, and she resolved to continue using this pretext albeit with a fabricated delivery process. With resolute determination, Lu Qingyu opened the garage door from the underground parking lot and ventured out. After exiting, he sought a relatively secluded grocery store devoid of surveillance, where he procured 2 bags of flour. Subsequently, he summoned a delivery truck. Upon the driver's arrival at the destination and witnessing the meager cargo of merely 2 bags of flour, he turned to leave, deeming the fare insufficient for even a single press of the accelerator. Lu Qingyu promptly called him back, employing a persuasive monetary incentive. "Master, for 500 yuan, could you transport this to my destination? I assure you, every penny will be accounted for." Realizing that the journey would take less than an hour, the driver begrudgingly agreed. "For just 2 bags of flour, you could have taken a taxi. Why summon a large truck?" Lu Qingyu, undeterred by the lie, replied nonchalantly, "It's just that my relatives from the countryside insisted on sending me some local delicacies. They brought a substantial amount, but another vehicle has already taken most of it. I thought there was more left, but alas, this is all that remains. The truck is already called, and this sum is trivial." Upon hearing that the destination was a villa community, the driver recognized the affluent nature of the client and refrained from further inquiries. Lu Qingyu had arrived by taxi, and on his return, he followed the truck back, entering through the designated gate for larger vehicles, ultimately halting at the underground unloading entrance. Lu Qingyu opened the garage door, allowing the driver to enter and unload the 2 bags of flour. Before the driver departed, Lu Qingyu graciously gifted him a sizable taro. "Master, this is a local specialty for my relatives. Please take one home and give it a try." Chapter 061. Never tasted such delicious meat, the truck driver busily declined, saying, No need, you can keep such a large taro." Lu Qingyu urged, "Please don't refuse, master. I offered the previous driver the same. The mountain goods hold little value." Only then did the driver accept. After the driver departed, Lu Qingyu ascended the stairs to summon others to help with the unloading. Aunt Jean remarked, "So much stuff. Did that last truck bring it?" They peered through the window and noticed a large vehicle. Upon seeing Lu Qingyu, they paid little attention. Lu Qingyu confirmed, "Yes, it just arrived. These are taros and taro sprouts. We should prepare a new dish with the taros, as we discussed this morning, and make a sour taro sprout dish. Aunt Jean, please manage the processing." After handing the taros to Aunt Jean, Lu Qingyu contacted Boss Zhu to arrange for the collection of mountain pit snails. Once the tasks were completed, it was time for lunch. Aunt Jean prepared a steamed dish of rice herbs with the rice herbs that Lu Qingyu had brought back yesterday, and made a dry pot meat dish with the meat he had also provided. The meat was from the rare forest musk deer, which Lu Qingyu simply described as a wild delicacy gifted by a relative, without revealing its true origin. Aunt Jean understood at once. In the mountains today, even wild boars that threaten crops are protected, let alone other animals. This meat, appearing unfamiliar, certainly could not be displayed openly, due to the strong, gamey flavor. Aunt Jean opted for the dry pot method. The meat was cut into small pieces and soaked in cold water for 30 minutes to remove the blood, then drained. It was placed in a pot with ginger slices and cooking wine to blanch before being set aside. For the accompaniments, taro slices were chosen and fried until golden. After stir-frying the meat, the remaining oil was used to saute scallions, ginger, garlic, and dried chilies, along with star anise and other spices. The meat was then added back to the pot, seasoned with light soy sauce, dark soy sauce, oyster sauce, and salt, followed by the addition of hot water to simmer for half an hour. Finally, the fried taro pieces were incorporated and stirred evenly before simmering for another 10 minutes, after which the dish was ready to be served. Lu Qingyu initially expected the meat to be similar to lamb, but upon taking the first bite, he realized it was entirely different. The texture was tender and smooth, distinct from lamb or beef, with none of the chewiness or fishiness, but rather an intense and rich meat flavor that was not greasy. The fried taro absorbed the savory juices, with a crispy exterior and a soft, sticky interior. The first taste was a burst of rich meaty aroma, followed by the subtle fragrance of the taro, creating a delightful medley of flavors. Then came the steamed rice herbs. The rice herbs naturally carried a hint of bitterness, which dissipated significantly after blanching. The initial taste was a mild, fragrant bitterness, followed by a lingering sweetness that perfectly balanced the richness of the dry pot meat. 5 pounds of meat vanished, consumed by 7 people, leaving them feeling so full that they slumped in their chairs, reluctant to move. Boss, this meat is simply exquisite. I have never tasted such delicious meat before. The taro is delightful too, fragrant and sticky. They all continued to praise the meal, seeing everyone thoroughly satiated. Lu Chenyu went to the refrigerator to retrieve the mulberries he had stored, washing them for everyone to enjoy. The mulberries, sweet and tart, rich in dietary fiber, serve as a natural digestive aid, making them the perfect post-meal treat. As he opened the refrigerator, Lu Chenyu spotted a large bowl of disorganized red items. What could that be? Lu Chenyu curiously took it out to inspect, only to discover that it was the large strawberries she had deliberately set aside. How could her beautiful and delectable strawberries be so utterly ruined? They resembled morsels pilfered by mice, each one pocked and oozing juice. With a sigh of exasperation, Lu Chenyu placed the strawberries on the table. The moment Zhang Jia laid eyes on them, she exclaimed, "Boss, I prepared the seedless strawberries you requested. What do you think? Are you satisfied?" Ah, the culprit had been identified. Lu Chenyu retorted, "When did I ever say I wanted seedless strawberries?" Zhang Jia replied, "Oh, Aunt Jean mentioned it." Aunt Jean hurried to clarify, "When did I say that? I asked you to remove the seeds from the strawberries. Your boss needs them. Isn't that the same thing?" Zhang Jia protested. "What I meant was that Chenyu wanted the strawberry seeds." "Ah, she doesn't want to eat seedless strawberries." Lu Chenyu face-palmed, utterly bemused. "I need the strawberry seeds for planting, not to consume seedless strawberries. Anyway, where are the seeds? You haven't lost them, have you?" "Of course not. I saved them right here," Zhang Jia assured, producing a disposable container filled with the meticulously extracted seeds, each one intact. As for the remaining strawberries, Lu Chenyu encouraged everyone to share. However, it was evident that the group was rather disdainful of the pitifully mangled strawberries, hesitating to taste them. If you want to eat them, I shall," Zhang Jia declared, seizing a strawberry for herself. She took a bite, and her chatter abruptly ceased. Her movements quickened as she focused intently on the strawberry. Meanwhile, the others indulged in mulberries, which were a deep crimson, almost black, and the size of a thumb, bursting with juice. A slight squeeze left their hands stained with the fruit's vibrant liquid. The sweet and tart flavor of the mulberries was delightful, and despite their full bellies, they consumed quite a few. After devouring 2 strawberries, Zhang Jia's stomach protested, and she felt she could eat no more. "Boss, shouldn't fruit aid digestion? Why do I feel more stuff the more I eat?" Lu Chenyu replied, "A small amount aids digestion, but you've devoured 2 hefty ones. It's no surprise you feel full." Aunt Jean chimed in, "This child, if you're stuffed, then stop eating. Be careful not to make yourself sick." Zhang Jia insisted, "No way. I can't waste such delicious strawberries. I'll save some for when my stomach feels emptier." Nearby, Yi Wenfeng, noticing Zhang Jia's affection for the disheveled strawberries, disregarded their unsightly appearance and decided to try one. Upon tasting it, he exclaimed, "Zhang Jia, you're being unfair. These strawberries are so delicious, and you're hogging them all." Zhang Jia refuted, "Who has hogging? You all are the ones avoiding the ugly strawberries. I didn't stop you from eating." With that, Yi Wenfeng quickly grabbed 2, declaring, "Then I'll take 2. Zhang Jia gasped. Yi Wenfeng whispered something to Zhou Ziwen, who then announced, "Then I'll take 2 as well to try." Zhang Jia was left speechless. She glanced at Aunt Jean and the couple Huangpeng, while Yi Wenfeng nodded enthusiastically at them. Aunt Jean declined, and the couple each took 1. Only 1 was left for Zhang Jia. "Well, 1 is better than none." After they finished sharing the fruit, Zhang Jia said, "Boss, in a few days we will be able to obtain our business license. I believe we all need to get health certificates in advance." Lu Chenyu and Aunt Jean already possessed health certificates. One intended to sell breakfast at a stall, while the other worked at a welfare institution, both compliant with regulations. As for the others, they were lacking. According to regulations, all kitchen staff and servers in food establishments must possess health certificates. Lu Chenyu realized this as well. Obtaining a health certificate would take time. Since the business license had yet to be issued, it was an opportune moment to attend to this matter. All right, those of you without health certificates should take the time to acquire one. The expenses will be reimbursed by Zhang Jia. Understood, boss. Chapter 062. On-site appraisal in the afternoon. Gazing at the chicken blood vine in her garage, alongside the other herbs in her possession, Lu Chenyu resolved to package and sell them to the Qinghe pharmacy. Lacking knowledge of the medicinal properties and preparation methods of the herbs, as well as their proper storage, she harbored concerns that improper handling would diminish their value. Thus, she deemed it prudent to sell the herbs for cash rather than risk a loss. Given the quantity she had, it was impractical to transport everything to Qinghe pharmacy, so she decided to call Chu Jingjing. The number was exchanged during their previous transaction at Lu Chenyu's clinic. Chu Jingjing, do you have chicken blood vine? Wonderful. Please bring it over. I'll be waiting at the pharmacy. Lu Chenyu, Jingjing, I have quite a large amount. Could you possibly send your senior brother or master to inspect the goods? Chu Jingjing, no need for an inspection. Just bring it over. We'll take everything. I must tell you, my master praised the Ganoderma you sent last time highly, saying it was an extraordinary find, rare in a century. He mentioned that henceforth, as long as there are no issues with your goods, they will be purchased at the highest price. Lu Chenyu, thank you so much. But truly, can't your master spare a moment to come? I have other exceptional items as well. Chu Jingjing lowered her voice, her excitement palpable. Is it ginseng? Lu Chenyu. No, but it is of comparable, if not greater, value. Gu Jingjing. Let me ask my master. Without delay, Chu Jingjing dashed to the backyard. Master, the girl who sold the Ganoderma has a batch of herbs she wishes for you to appraise. She began, only to suddenly cover her mouth, realizing she had forgotten that her master had a visitor. However, it was too late. The guest had already overheard. The day after receiving the Ganoderma, Kong Renfu had it tested, and the results were nothing short of astonishing. The active components in the Ganoderma could be utilized in the development of anti-cancer drugs, revealing that the active ingredients in the Ganoderma he had brought were 100-fold that of cultivated varieties and several dozen times that of wild ones. Did this not signify the exceptional potency of the Ganoderma? The appraisal was conducted by a friend of Kong Renfu's, who, upon seeing the results, offered him 500,000 to purchase a specimen, which Kong Renfu declined. This friend then divulged the information, leading to a flurry of individuals seeking Kong Renfu under various pretexts, eager to glimpse the exquisite Ganoderma. Among those who came today was a renowned traditional Chinese medicine practitioner named Duan Ziyuan, who was attempting to persuade Kong Renfu to sell him a specimen. As Duan Ziyuan was negotiating, he overheard Chu Jingjing's enthusiastic chatter about selling Ganoderma. His ears perked up at the mention, and his expression brightened with interest, prompting him to insist on accompanying Kong Renfu to see it. Kong Renfu was incensed, not only at Chu Jingjing for inadvertently revealing sensitive information to the sly Duan Ziyuan, but also at Duan Ziyuan's audacity in trying to encroach upon what was supposed to be a confidential avenue for procurement. With righteous indignation, Kong Renfu firmly declined. Duan Zon narrowed his eyes, stroking his beard with a smile. Old Kong, after decades of friendship, do you still harbor suspicions towards me? It is merely a single Ganoderma. Do you truly believe I would usurp your business? I shall merely observe. Perhaps what you dismiss may catch my eye. Kong Renfu remarked with a cold chuckle. Old Duan, our profession adheres to its own rules. It is rather inappropriate for you to probe before the goods have even arrived, don't you think? Duan Zon maintained his smile, replying, rules are rigid, while people are dynamic. How about this? Allow me to accompany you, and in return, I shall lend you a copy of the manuscript of Herbal Secrets. What do you say? A jolt of excitement coursed through Kong Renfu. He was intrigued. Herbal Secrets was a remarkable medical tome from the Duan family, and despite his previous requests, Duan had only ever shown him fragments. Now, Duan was willing to use it as leverage. After some deliberation, Kong Renfu acquiesced. It was merely a matter of inspecting the chicken blood vine. In comparison, Herbal Secrets held far greater significance. Kong Renfu intended to take Chu Jingjing along to learn, but with no one to gather herbs at the pharmacy, and Kong Fan having tirelessly treated patients for days on end without respite, he decided to close the shop and accompany them as well. Chu Jingjing drove them to the location provided by Lu Chenyu. To their surprise, it was a villa district. They hadn't anticipated Miss Lu to be so affluent. When Lu Chenyu had previously come to sell chicken blood vine, she hardly appeared to be wealthy, But that was of no concern to them. Their purpose was to examine the medicinal materials. Lu Chenyu was taken aback by the number of visitors. The first floor of the villa was bustling with people, so she led them to the study on the second floor. Upon entering the room, the aroma of freshly prepared dishes wafted through the air, revealing that the kitchen was abuzz with activity. After ushering everyone into the study and serving tea, Lu Chenyu promptly presented the freshly acquired medicinal materials from the past few days. First came the wild mulberry fungus. The moment it was unveiled, everyone recognized its authenticity. The fungus, both in hue and size, surpassed that of cultivated varieties, showcasing a thicker texture as well. Kong Renfu, Kong Fan, and Duan Ziyuan each took a specimen for a meticulous examination. Its surface gleamed golden, adorned with gilded edges, devoid of insect damage, exhibiting concentric ring-like cracks, and possessing a robust texture. Upon bringing it closer, they detected a faint woody aroma. Having immersed themselves in the realm of herbal medicine for years, they could discern the quality of the mulberry fungus without the aid of machines. A glance exchanged among them affirmed their consensus. This was indeed an exquisite specimen of wild mulberry fungus. Such quality commanded a market price ranging from 3,000 to 5,000 yuan per pound. I shall take it. As for the price, Kong Renfu began, but Lu Chenyu interrupted. Dr. Kong, let us finalize the price after you have inspected everything, shall we? Kong Renfu frowned, about to retort, when Lu Chenyu retrieved a bamboo basket from behind her. Placing it on the table, a refreshing herbal fragrance enveloped the room. To their astonishment, the basket contained a substantial amount of iron-skinned dendrobium. Duan Ziyuan gasped, reaching past Kong Renfu to grasp a specimen. Dragon head, phoenix tail pattern, rusty skin, and natural maple resin. He murmured, this appearance indicates it is at least a century-old wild, iron-skinned dendrobium. Kong Renfu's expression shifted as he pushed Duan Ziyuan's hand aside, exclaiming, this is mine. Duan Ziyuan reluctantly released the iron-clad dendrobium in his hand, letting out a cold snort. Humph, not even a touch, how stingy. Such wild, fresh, iron-clad dendrobium is exceedingly rare, particularly those over a century old. They can only be found in remote, uninhabited mountains, as ordinary forests yield no such treasures. The price soars to an astonishing 3,000 yuan per pound, and even then, it is often more esteemed than available. As for musk, Lu Chenyu pondered for a long time, but ultimately refrained from taking it out. The deer musk is a first-class protected species in the country, and the illegal hunting or trading of musk is a criminal offense. While the mulberry fungus and iron-clad dendrobium can be considered as cultivated, the musk, even if farmed, cannot simply be harvested and sold. Moreover, this is a wild specimen. Chapter 63. Negotiation breakdown. Though the two medicinal herbs were scarce, their quality was exceptional, and Kong Renfu was genuinely intrigued. Lu Chenyu seized the opportunity to quote a price. These herbs were harvested not long ago, their medicinal properties intact. Thus the cost will be somewhat elevated. For both, I asked for this amount. She extended a single finger. 100,000. Kong Renfu shook his head. 1 million. Kong Renfu was taken aback. This price was not merely high, but exorbitantly so, causing him to hesitate. Nearby, Duan Ziyuan's eyes gleamed. Old Kong, if you don't want them, I shall take them. Kong Renfu glared in frustration. Who said I don't want them? I am simply pondering whether it is worth such a price. Duan Ziyuan disregarded his protest and continued speaking to Lu Chenyu. His wallet is thin, reluctant to purchase. I, however, will buy them. Sell me the Sang Wang and the Tiepi Shirhu, and I assure you a satisfactory price. Kong Renfu was incensed by Duan Ziyuan's overt attempt to usurp his opportunity, nearly escalating to a physical altercation. The more fiercely the two elderly traditional Chinese medicine practitioners argued, the more pleased Lu Chenyu felt. Valuable items naturally attract competition, and such rivalry would only inflate the price. As the two men, both over 50, reddened with agitation, Lu Chenyu leisurely sipped her tea. Dr. Duan, your statement is inaccurate. I did indeed contact Dr. Kong first regarding this batch of herbs. Kong Renfu cast a triumphant glance at Duan Ziyuan. However, Should Dr. Kong find it truly difficult, I may have to seek another buyer. 75,000. Kong Renfu immediately interjected. I shall offer 75,000. He glared fiercely at Duan Ziyuan. Old Duan, you mustn't go too far. You agreed today was merely a day for observation. Duan Ziyuan fell silent, having indeed promised beforehand, only to forget in the face of such impressive goods. Once the two elderly gentlemen had established their positions, Lu Chenyu resumed her pricing strategy. Dr. Kong, you should carefully examine the quality of these herbs. My offer is not arbitrary. They settled back, and Kong Renfu produced a magnifying glass. Currently, the market was flooded with various types of dendrobium, including many specifically cultivated in rocky crevices, masquerading as wild dendrobium. However, wild dendrobium aged over 100 years was a rare find. The same applied to sangwon. Not all sangwon grew solely on mulberry trees. Other trees could host it as well, albeit with inferior effects. With the rise of artificial cultivation, akin to mushroom farming, the market saw fluctuating prices. Kong Renfu had not encountered such high-quality sangwon in a long time and found it exceedingly difficult to let go. The more he examined it, the more he appreciated its worth. Duan Ziyuan, watching closely, hoped Kong Renfu would overlook it, allowing him to seize the opportunity. Unfortunately, Kong Renfu did not disappoint him. Miss Liu, is there truly no room for negotiation on the price? Lu Chenyu, unhurried, replied, Dr. Kong, have you utilized the Lingji for last time? Kong Renfu shook his head. After verifying the active components of the Lingji, he had been reluctant to use it. Lu Chenyu, it matters not whether you have previously utilized these materials. You must have experience with my chicken blood vine. You are well aware of its medicinal properties. The herbs in my possession are undoubtedly superior to the wild specimens others may offer, 100-fold in efficacy. If we are to discuss prices based solely on ordinary herbs, even the highest price is insufficient for me to part with them. Lu Chenyu understands that this primitive society is far from ordinary. Even the textures of the simplest food surpass all she has ever tasted. The energy value of these herbs is significantly greater than that of food, indicating their remarkable medicinal qualities. Truly, they can be classified as divine remedies. Such miraculous remedies are not to be acquired at commonplace prices. Even her previous sale of Ganoderma felt like a loss. Thus, this time, she seeks to command a price that reflects the true value of her herbs. Negotiating is a customary practice. Kong Renfu and his son conferred quietly before stating 800,000. That is the highest offer we can extend. However, Lu Chenyu found this unsatisfactory. Believing the energy value of her herbs far exceeded that of the Ganoderma, deeming the offer too low. Noticing her silence, Kong Renfu understood her discontent, his brow furrowing in concern. This offer was already considerably higher than the average price for wild herbs. Observing the situation, Duan Ziyuan interjected, I will offer an additional 50,000. Sell them to me. Kong Renfu shot a glare at him, but Duan Ziyuan chuckled. Ah, old Kong, my purse is a touch fuller than yours. It's simply unavoidable. Indeed, Kong Renfu lacked the financial resources of the Duan family, renowned for their century-old legacy in traditional Chinese medicine. While their Qinghe pharmacy had gradually evolved from humble beginnings, despite Duan Ziyuan's increased offer, it still fell short of Lu Chenyu's expectations. Miss Liu, please state your bottom line, urged Kong Renfu. Lu Chenyu replied, I have already stated 1,000,000 is my bottom line. At this revelation, both Duan Ziyuan and Kong Renfu fell silent, taken aback. It was no wonder this young lady resided in a grand villa. Her pricing was audaciously high. Kong Renfu hesitated. Miss Liu, this price is rather exorbitant. Duan Ziyuan nodded in agreement. Your herbs are indeed exceptional, yet this price surpasses even those at many auction houses. It appeared that both gentlemen found Lu Chenyu's pricing unacceptable. Lu Chenyu had no intention of lowering her price. She was not limited to dealing with just them. If an agreement could not be reached, so be it. Neither party exhibited displeasure at the stalemate, and Kong Renfu was not solely present for the herbs. Lu Chenyu led them to the underground garage to inspect the chicken blood vine. Observing that Kong Renfu and his companions passed effortlessly through the portal without noticing it, she felt a wave of relief. At least this way, no one could uncover the true origin of her goods, and she need not fear exposure. Kong Renfu, gazing at what appeared to be several thousand kilograms of chicken bloodvine, looked somewhat bewildered. It seemed rather excessive. However, Kong Fan and Chu Jingjing were visibly excited. Kong Fan has recently gained considerable popularity online, becoming a renowned figure among netizens as a little miracle doctor. Seizing the opportunity, Chu Jingjing created an account to showcase videos introducing Qinghe Pharmacy and traditional Chinese medicine, quickly amassing a significant following. Due to Qinghe Pharmacy's ability to alleviate dysmenorrhea and address women's endocrine disorders, many female netizens suffering from these ailments eagerly expressed their desire to seek treatment in person. Some even inquired whether medicine packages could be sold directly online. However, Qinghe Pharmacy is a modest establishment, and Kong Fan is reluctant to be constrained by platforms. Moreover, Kong Renfu, being somewhat traditional, believes that patients must be seen in person before prescriptions can be issued, thus making online consultations unfeasible. Even in the offline setting, the demand for consultations remains high, prompting Chu Jingjing to implement an appointment system to prevent overcrowding and ensure that patients do not make fruitless trips. Just yesterday, the supply of chicken bloodvine at the pharmacy was depleted, and the two were naturally delighted to see such a demand for the herb. Chapter 064 Taro Cake, despite the unchanged price of chicken bloodvine at 380 yuan per kilogram. The total of 2,866 jeans sold for 540,000 yuan. When Kong Fan saw this price, he exchanged a glance with Chu Jingjing and felt a sense of relief. Fortunately, the master did not wish to purchase the precious mulberry mushrooms. Otherwise, their funds would have fallen short for the chicken bloodvine. In comparison to the rare mulberry mushrooms, both of them believed that chicken bloodvine held greater value. The ailments that necessitate mulberry mushrooms are not abundant, and their everyday usage is limited, whereas chicken bloodvine serves a multitude of purposes. Speaking of women, 6 out of 10 experience menstrual pain, and their chicken bloodvine undoubtedly represents the pinnacle of Qinghe Pharmacy. This truly benefits the broader populace. While it is indeed lucrative, a significant portion of today's expenditure has been derived from their recent earnings. They summoned a vehicle to transport the chicken bloodvine. Before leaving, Kong Renfu, somewhat reluctant, advised Lu Qinyu, take good care of your herbs. If improperly stored, their efficacy may diminish, rendering them worthless. Should you be unable to sell them, feel free to lower the price. I would still be inclined to purchase. Lu Qinyu appreciated Kong Renfu's reminder. Thank you, Dr. Kong. I will seek your guidance when I have quality goods in the future. Kong Renfu contemplated mentioning that good merchandise ought to be affordable for him to purchase. But then he pondered whether affordable items could truly be of high quality. Ultimately, he decided that simply enjoying the process sufficed. When they returned without completing their business, Lu Qinyu ensured that their visit was not in vain. Coincidentally, Aunt Jean had attempted to make taro cake that afternoon, and Lu Qinyu gifted them a box. This is freshly made taro cake from my home, of little value, but I wanted you to taste it. Thank you for your hard work today. As they passed through the first floor, the aroma wafted through the air, enticing them with the promise of deliciousness. Upon seeing Lu Qinyu present the treat, they gladly accepted it, recognizing it was not of great worth. On their way back, Kong Fan drove, with Chu Jingjing in the passenger seat, cradling 4 boxes of taro cake in her arms. Taro cake is a delightful delicacy made by mixing glutinous rice flour with taro puree and steaming the mixture, rendering it low in fat and easily digestible. Although Duan Ziyuan did not acquire any herbs, he felt rather pleased to see Kong Renfu's lack of success as well, and jested, "Old Kong, that taro cake looks quite soft, perfect for someone your age. Why not give it a try?" Kong Renfu retorted, as if he were still young. Chu Jingjing, unfazed by the banter between the two elderly men, had long been eyeing the steaming taro cake in her hands. The transparent container housed perfectly square pieces of pale purple cake, adorned with a sprinkle of vibrant green scallions. She opened one box, and the gentle fragrance of taro wafted into her nostrils, making her mouth water. Chu Jingjing snapped open a pair of disposable chopsticks and eagerly picked up a piece. The taro cake was so soft that it nearly slipped from her grasp. She quickly blew on it before taking a bite. The outer layer had a slight chewiness, while the inside was incredibly tender. Upon biting, the subtle sweetness of taro, the pungency of scallions, and the fragrant rice flavor blossomed in her mouth. The taste, though delicate, was far from bland. Instead, it possessed a lingering aroma that beckoned for more. Ah, this is exquisite. Chu Jingjing puffed her cheeks and turned to her master, exclaiming, "Master, this taro cake is utterly delicious. It is the best I have ever tasted." Kong Renfu frowned and admonished, "Swallow it before you speak. What do you look like?" After gulping down her food, Chu Jingjing proclaimed loudly, "Master, it truly is delectable. You should try it." As she spoke, she picked up another piece of taro cake and held it out for Kong Renfu to sample. "Master, please have a taste. I haven't touched the chopsticks." Although Kong Renfu often scolded Chu Jingjing, he found her affectionate demeanor, which suggested she regarded him as family, rather endearing. A teacher is a father for life. He looked at Chu Jingjing as one might regard a disappointing daughter. Unable to resist, Kong Renfu leaned forward and took a bite, his expression shifting immediately. "Well, did I not speak the truth? Is it not delicious?" Chu Jingjing beamed with pride. "It's acceptable," Kong Renfu replied nonchalantly. "Just as well, I'm rather hungry. May I have a box to eat?" The master and disciple feasted heartily in the carriage. Nearby, Duan Ziyuan observed their indulgence and could not help but desire a taste himself. Kong Renfu teased, "Are you certain you wish to partake of what the elderly consume?" Duan Ziyuan paused, then snatched a box, declaring, "This is mine. It is none of your concern whether I eat or not, and even if I don't, I shan't leave it for you." Kong Renfu could only sigh. At the villa, others sampled the taro cake and found it quite pleasing, wishing they could add a hint of mushroom for enhancement. Unfortunately, their supply of mushrooms had run out. Lu Chenyu also wished to gather more mushrooms, but the area had not seen rain. Otherwise, she would have sent everyone to forage for them. Ah, and flowers. Elder Yin had a fondness for rare blooms, which seemed to fetch a good price. The mulberry and fragrant musk she had on hand had yet to be sold, and she felt the need to seek out those with fuller wallets. She wondered if Elder Li and Elder Yin enjoyed collecting medicinal herbs. Lu Chenyu searched online for images of precious flowers alongside edible mushrooms, printing a substantial collection, intending to rally the workers at the opportune moment. Dreaming of a bountiful harvest of delectable mushrooms, Lu Chenyu arrived early in the primitive world the next day. Today, the Xia tribe brought little of value aside from mulberries, honeysuckle, and a small wild boar. This wild boar had been traded for salt. She had no shortage of food, but the primitives lacked salt, which she was more than willing to provide. Just as Lu Chenyu prepared to depart, a woman suddenly emerged from the Xia tribe, kneeling before her and repeatedly bowing, her voice frantic as she chattered anxiously. Taken aback by this unexpected display, Lu Chenyu barely had time to react before the woman was pulled up by others. Ming sternly reprimanded the woman. Ignoring the chieftain's admonitions, the woman looked up with tear-streaked cheeks, desperately pointing at the child in her arms, then gesturing towards Lu Chenyu. Her eyes filled with pleading. Lu Chenyu then noticed that she was holding a child, a little boy of about 3 or 4 years old, his face flushed, breathing rapidly, and his small frame trembling incessantly. She reached out to touch the child's forehead, discovering it to be burning with fever. Was he suffering from a high temperature? Observing the situation, it appeared he was in severe distress, even experiencing convulsions. The woman knelt before her, pleading for assistance in curing the child. In the eyes of the tribespeople, the two greatest abilities of a priest were healing and knowledge. Primitive people lacked written language, were unfamiliar with medical practices, and had no understanding of herbal remedies. The transmission of knowledge relied solely on hands-on teaching. As the sole possessor of some medical knowledge and literacy, the priest was highly valued in any tribe. The Xia tribe had no priest, leaving them to rely solely on self-healing for ailments or injuries. Those fortunate enough might survive, while others awaited their inevitable demise. Initially, when Xiao was injured and suffered from high fever, the tribe had deemed him dead. Yet, he survived and made a remarkable recovery. Thus, when the woman discovered her child was ill, her first thought was of the esteemed priest. Surely, the priest could save her child. Chapter 065. Treating Fever the high priest was not a priest of their tribe. The chief had forbidden her from seeking the priest's help, so she had come secretly. After Lu Chenyu gently touched the child's forehead, everyone turned their gaze towards her, awaiting her next move. Aware of the inadequate medical conditions in this place, where even a simple fever could prove fatal, Lu Chenyu wasted no time. She hastily rode back with Xiao to retrieve her medical kit, insisting that he also bring a pot. As she departed, the crowd was anxious, fearing that the priestess might be unwilling to treat them. However, upon her return, their faces lit up with unmistakable joy. Could it be that the priestess was willing to help them? Contemplating this possibility, the tribe's members looked at Lu Chenyu with increasing reverence. Upon reaching the valley's entrance, Lu Chenyu instructed Xiao to wash the pot thoroughly and boil a pot of water. She then had the child laid upon a hide. Opening her medical kit, she retrieved a thermometer to check the child's temperature. The last time she had treated Xiao, she did not possess a thermometer, which she had acquired later. The reading was 39.8 degrees Celsius, a high fever. It was uncertain how long the child had been ill. The priority was to reduce the fever. She took out some antipyretic medication, ibuprofen, which required 2 tablets for adults. For such a small child, Lu Chenyu administered only half a tablet. Noticing that the child was already somewhat dazed, she dissolved the medication in the freshly boiled water. "Drink this, dear," she softly coaxed, while a woman quickly assisted in administering the medicine. The child obediently swallowed it. In addition, physical cooling measures were necessary. Once the water in the pot had cooled slightly, Lu Chenyu utilized gauze as a cloth, soaking it in warm water before wringing it out. She began to wipe the child's armpits, neck, and other areas. The primitive child was quite dirty. After just one wipe, the once pristine gauze had turned black. Lu Chenyu thought to herself, "Well, they are primitive. Mere survival is a challenge, so I shall not hold it against them." Undeterred, she continued to change the water and wipe the child down. Primitive people possessed robust constitutions, and the child was no exception. After half an hour, the antipyretic began to take effect. The child sweated profusely, and the once distressed expression was replaced by a more serene demeanor, breathing steadily. Lu Chenyu checked the child's temperature again. Although the fever had not entirely subsided, the temperature had dropped to 38.6 degrees Celsius. The woman, witnessing her child's significant improvement, was overcome with gratitude, tears streaming down her face as she knelt to bow before Lu Chenyu. Quickly, Lu Chenyu helped her up, explaining that the fever had not completely resolved and that it was best to remain for further observation. The language barrier meant that it took considerable gesturing for Lu Chenyu to convey her meaning, but the woman eagerly nodded in agreement. When Lu Chenyu finally looked around, she noticed the people of the Xia tribe gazing at her with deeply moved expressions, which made her feel rather bashful. Seizing the opportunity with the gathered crowd and ample time at hand, Lu Chenyu distributed her printed papers, instructing them to find the items depicted. Each person received 2 colorful sheets, one adorned with various floral patterns and the other featuring an array of edible mushrooms. The people of the Xia tribe had just received the delightful news that the esteemed priest was willing to aid their community in healing. No one would refuse Lu Chenyu's request, especially since each individual was to receive 2 pieces of paper, making it all the more convenient. Those who received the paper curiously examined the patterns upon it, and soon, someone exclaimed in joy. The one who shouted was Guang, a young man, whose excitement stemmed from having seen one of the flowers depicted on the paper just the day before. Following his lead, several others began to cheer joyfully, as they too recognized the images. Guang eagerly pointed out one of the illustrations to Lu Chenyu, and upon inspection, she discerned that it depicted a type of orchid known as the golden sand tree chrysanthemum. With exuberance, Guang gestured towards a direction, indicating that this orchid was not far away, and he seemed inclined to dash off immediately to gather it for Lu Chenyu. However, she worried that these natives might inadvertently harm the orchid's root system, rendering her efforts futile. Thus, she decided to accompany them to observe. A large group followed Guang as they ventured forth. The location was indeed nearby. Within a mere 10 minutes, Lu Chenyu, riding her electric scooter alongside the swiftly moving Guang and the Xia tribe, arrived. They found themselves amidst a jumble of stones, where vines and wild grasses intertwined, revealing glimpses of pale pink flowers. These blossoms were the very ones Guang had described. Lu Chenyu compared them closely and found that, while the leaves and flowers bore a striking resemblance to the golden sand tree chrysanthemum, these petals were slightly larger and more abundant. Regardless of their exact identity, she resolved to dig up a specimen to present to Elder Yin. Without tools at her disposal, she resorted to using her fruit knife to excavate. The Shia tribe members watched in dismay as the esteemed priest utilized such a precious instrument for such a task, yet they dared not voice their concerns. Having successfully unearthed a particularly fine specimen, Lu Chenyu decided to cease her efforts, recognizing that excessive quantities would diminish its value. After retrieving the plant, she took a moment to demonstrate the root system, still clinging to the soil to the gathered crowd, indicating the proper method for future excavations. Upon returning to the valley entrance, Lu Chenyu checked on the feverish child, who had since regained consciousness. She took the child's temperature, discovering that the fever had subsided. From her bag, she produced a piece of candy, its vibrant colors captivating the child's attention. Seeing no objection from his mother, the child accepted it eagerly. However, after holding it quietly in his hand, Lu Chenyu unwrapped the candy and placed it into the child's mouth. His round, bright eyes widened in delight, and he chattered excitedly to his mother about its sweetness. The Shia tribe members accompanying them included not just this child. Others looked on with envy as he enjoyed the treat. Lu Chenyu noticed their longing gazes, but had no intention of distributing candy to the others. While it might be acceptable to occasionally offer a taste of sweetness, she understood that generosity must be tempered. If she gave too freely, her possessions would lose their value. Yet withholding would leave others unaware of her treasures. In recent days, this group of individuals has only lingered outside the valley, never daring to venture within. Initially, Lu Chenyu had hoped that these robust individuals could assist her in agriculture, as they appeared capable. Yet she soon realized that she was but one person with limited abilities. During this time, she has closely observed the members of the Shia tribe. Primitive people do not disguise their emotions. Their respect for her is palpable, while their fear when gazing into the valley is unmistakable. Lu Chenyu has long harbored doubts about the valley's significance in the eyes of the Shia tribe. Though the exact nature of the problem remains unclear, it is evident that their respect for her does not surpass their trepidation towards the valley. The valley is the gateway to time and space, and she cannot forsake it, as long as she remains within its confines. The fear these individuals harbor will prevent them from genuinely acknowledging her. Currently, their recognition is rooted solely in her ability to provide salt, weapons, and other valuable goods. At this moment, her trust lies solely with Shio, while the Shia tribe members shall be regarded as external aids for the time being. Perhaps one day, when they are willing to traverse the valley, matters may change. Chapter 066. Sour stewed fish with taro shoots before returning. Lu Chenyu informed Shio that she would be back in 2 days. If the Shia tribe needed to exchange anything for salt during this time, Shio should manage it herself. The new store was about to open, and she had to attend to matters there. Lu Chenyu then gathered a basket of snails and a few fish to take home, intending to visit Elder Yin and Elder Li in the afternoon. Upon her return, Lu Chenyu first placed the fish in water to keep them alive and then potted the golden sand chrysanthemum she had dug up. Afterward, she arranged a meeting with Elder Li and Elder Yin, expressing her desire for their expert opinions on something she had brought. Li Du's first reaction to Lu Chenyu's treasures was the prospect of delicious food, while Yin Guofu recalled Lu Chenyu's previous promise to show him any rare flowers or herbs she might find. Both men readily agreed to visit her. "It's not far. We'll come over since it's been days since we've had your cooking," said Li Du. Yin Guofu added directly, "Have you found any flowers?" Receiving an affirmative reply from Lu Chenyu, the two decided to head over right away. Lu Chenyu arrived at 7 in the morning and spent nearly 3 hours there. Now, at past 11, it was just the right time for lunch. "Let me prepare a sour stewed fish with taro shoots for you," she suggested. Li Du, who had a penchant for spicy food, eagerly concurred. The sour taro shoots were made from the first batch Lu Chenyu had brought back, while the second batch was still drying in the yard. Preparing this appetizing side dish was quite simple. The taro stems were cleaned, peeled, and cut into small segments about the length of half a finger. After salting them to extract moisture, they were rinsed and dried. The dried taro shoots were then placed in an airtight container without any water or oil, mixed with minced garlic and chili peppers, and filled with cooled boiled water. After sealing the jar, it would be ready to eat in 3 to 4 days. For those who enjoyed a spicier flavor, the dried taro shoots could be mixed with chopped chili, minced garlic, and ginger, tightly packed into a sealed container, and similarly left to marinate for 3 to 4 days. The sour taro shoots had a crisp, tangy taste, making them a delightful accompaniment to various dishes, much like pickled vegetables. For instance, they could be stir-fried with duck meat or, as Lu Chenyu intended, stewed with fish. The perch she caught weighed at least 2 pounds, and she selected 3, reserving one for Elder Li and Elder Yin while keeping the other 2 for herself. After cleaning the perch, she pan-fried it on low heat until both sides were golden. Then set aside. In the remaining oil, she sauteed scallions, ginger, garlic, and both pickled and small chili peppers until fragrant. Then added the sour taro shoots for a quick stir-fry. Finally, she placed the fried fish back into the pot, added a suitable amount of water, covered it, and let it simmer for 10 minutes. Just as Lu Chenyu was finishing the stew, Li Du and Yin Guofu arrived. As they lived in the same community, and it was quite convenient for them. The iron pot on the stove was bubbling with steam, and the unique sour aroma of the taro shoots mingled with the freshness of the fish, filling the kitchen with an enticing fragrance. As Li Du pushed open the door, he caught a whiff and exclaimed, "Wow, that sourness is spot on." Before he knew it, he had made his way to the kitchen, his eyes glued to the stove. "You arrived just in time. I just finished cooking," Lu Chenyu said as she lifted the pot lid, releasing a cloud of steam into the air. The pot brimmed with ingredients, while Lu Chenyu presented a fish on a plate, serving 3 in total. Once the dishes were ready, everyone eagerly filled their bowls with rice. Awaiting the meal, on the table lay a glistening golden mandarin fish, steeped in an amber-colored broth, adorned with vibrant red chili flakes and tender strips of ginger, accompanied by chunks of earthy taro shoots pickled to perfection. Li Du gazed at the fish before him, its skin beautifully crisp and bubbling, having absorbed the broth to reveal a tantalizing hue. Gently, he lifted a piece with his chopsticks. The originally pristine white flesh had soaked in the savory essence, darkening slightly and appearing utterly delectable. As he took a bite, he discovered that despite the crispy exterior, the interior remained tender. The tartness of the pickled taro and the spiciness of the chilies harmoniously balanced the richness and fishy notes, leaving only the delicate softness, freshness, and a hint of acidity. He sampled the pickled taro again. Not everywhere serves this delicacy, and both Li Du and Yin Guofu had never tasted it before. It felt quite novel. The crunch, tang, and spice mingled with a subtle herbal aroma, and the fish's freshness opened his appetite completely, compelling him to indulge in piece after piece. "What is this called?" he inquired. "How is it made?" Lu Chenyu replied, "It's made from the stalks of taro, which we pickle ourselves." "Haven't you ever tried it, Old Li?" Li Du shook his head. "I've had taro, but never its stalks." "And what do you think of the taste?" "It is sour and crunchy, quite appetizing." Meanwhile, Yin Guofu, who had been silently devouring his rice, suddenly looked up and exclaimed, "Old Li, hurry up and eat. I'm waiting to see the flowers." After their meal, and at Yin Guofu's urging, Lu Chenyu led them to see the flowers. The trio arrived in the yard, where in an unremarkable corner lay the recently unearthed golden silk tree chrysanthemum, alongside the golden vine flower they had retrieved last time. The moment Yin Guofu spotted the golden silk tree chrysanthemum, he halted in his tracks, his eyes fixated on the plant, his breath becoming shallow. "This is the golden silk tree chrysanthemum," he murmured, trembling as he crouched down to examine it closely. Towering and resplendent, its petals were white with red threads intertwined, a breathtaking fusion of butterfly, wonder, plum, and tree. Indeed, it was the golden silk tree chrysanthemum. With great care, Yin Guofu lifted a fully bloomed flower, suddenly pausing in awe. He turned to Lu Chenyu with intense focus. "Lu girl, where did you find this flower? Did your relative unearth it from the deep mountains?" Upon receiving a confirming response from Lu Chenyu, Yin Guofu burst into laughter. "Ha ha ha! Who would have thought that I, Yin Guofu, would encounter such a marvelous flower. His excitement rendered his voice almost cracking. Li Du rarely witnessed his friend in such a fervor and leaned in to glance at the golden silk tree chrysanthemum, saying, "Old Yen, is it really that significant? It's just a wildflower. This is the legendary golden silk crossing tribulation." Yen Guofu countered immediately, pointing at the petals' patterns. "Look at the direction of the red threads. Doesn't it resemble the tail feathers of a phoenix?" Lu Chenyu leaned in as well, following the direction of Yen Guofu's finger, and indeed discerned a certain significance. The crimson threads upon the petals are not distributed uniformly, but rather intricately trace a peculiar feathery pattern within the petals, glistening with a metallic luster under the sunlight. Even more astonishing, as the angle shifts, the patterns seem to undulate as if they possess a life of their own. One might say it borders on the eerie, as Lu Chenyu felt a slight chill. Yen Guofu continued to elaborate. Moreover, this petal boasts several more segments than the ordinary Jinsha chrysanthemum, rendering its shape even more akin to that of a phoenix. With curiosity, Lu Chenyu inquired, "Elder Yen, is this flower truly exceptional? Might fetch a high price?" In comparison, her concern leaned more towards its market value. "Exceptional is an understatement," Yen Guofu exclaimed with fervor. "This is a rare mutant variety, scarcely seen in a century. While the common Jinsha chrysanthemum displays only golden sand patterns, this specimen is inherently adorned with phoenix motifs, making it a potential treasure at auction." Upon hearing this, Lu Chenyu too was swept up in excitement. "Goodness, a treasure indeed. I am bound to strike it rich." Chapter 67. Golden Vines. Lu Chenyu gently pushed the inconspicuous golden vine flower towards Yen Guofu. "Old Yen, could you take a look at this and tell me if it holds any value?" Only then did Yen Guofu notice the humble climbing plant beside him. He scrutinized it for a moment. This flower. It seems I have never encountered it before." Despite priding himself on being a botanical encyclopedia, having seen countless flowers over the years, he had never come across these small yellow blooms. "Did your relatives dig this up on the mountain?" Yen Guofu inquired. Lu Chenyu fabricated a story. "I found it while hiking with my relatives. It was so beautiful that I decided to take it home. I heard it might be called golden vine flower." "Golden vine flower?" Yen Guofu pondered for a moment, yet he still couldn't recognize it. "Does that mean it's worthless?" "One cannot say that," Yen Guofu replied. "The more obscure a variety, the more precious it may be. Will anyone buy it?" "Certainly. There will be buyers. In fact, I would purchase it myself." "How about this? I will buy one of your golden vine flowers. But you must sell me that golden tree chrysanthemum as well." Lu Chenyu hesitated, but soon relented. After all, she intended to sell her flowers. "All right, Old Yen, you propose a price, and if it's reasonable, I shall sell it to you. The golden vine flower will be a gift." Yen Guofu responded. "At the last auction I attended, a mutated golden tree chrysanthemum sold for 800,000 yuan each. I will buy yours at that price. What do you say?" Upon hearing this figure, Lu Chenyu's heart raced. This tiny flower was worth more than what she earned from a month of hard work. It was even pricier than the several thousand pounds of chicken blood vine she had. Moreover, the mulberry yellow, iron-clad dendrobium and musk she had hoarded, which could be life-saving medicines, hadn't even been sold yet. Damn those wealthy individuals. Their hobbies are so extravagant. Yet, she believed it wouldn't be long before she too became wealthy. So perhaps it was best not to criticize the affluent just yet. Lu Chenyu felt a surge of confidence. Though she was tempted to thrust the flower directly into Yen Guofu's hands, she chose to clarify first. "Old Yen, this orchid was just dug up. I'm unsure if I damaged the roots during the process, so I cannot guarantee its survival." Given her lackadaisical approach to nurturing the golden vine flowers, it was highly likely that this golden tree chrysanthemum would be easy to care for, as the items from that area seemed to possess robust vitality. "Rest assured, I have a horticultural expert at home. In his care, any flower can thrive." After speaking, Yen Guofu pulled out his phone to make the payment. However, he suddenly paused, offering an awkward smile to Li Du. "Old Li, could you cover the payment for me? Just this once?" Li Du, feigning ignorance, asked, "What's wrong? Are you short on cash? My funds were depleted during the last purchase of Channy Lotus." Yin Guofu had a penchant for spending lavishly and had once been duped out of a considerable sum, leading the Yin family to impose a monthly spending limit on him. Li generously provided funds to Yin Guofu, who cherished the precious golden sand tree chrysanthemum. After admiring the flowers, they proceeded to the study to examine the medicinal herbs that Lu Chenyu had not sold. Although neither Li nor Yin were well-versed in traditional Chinese medicine, they possessed a basic understanding of certain precious herbs, particularly Yin Guofu, who recognized many floral plants that also served as traditional remedies, quickly identifying the Dendrobium officinale. Lu, we are not experts in this field. We can only observe without offering substantial opinions, said they. Lu Chenyu responded, I understand. I wanted to inquire if the two of you might know anyone interested in purchasing traditional herbs. These are all exquisite wild specimens, and I aim to sell them at a premium price. However, I lack connections with prominent practitioners of traditional Chinese medicine, so I must seek your assistance. As it happened, Yin Guofu did indeed know an elderly practitioner who had a penchant for flowers, grasses, and a collection of rare treasures. Let me inquire on your behalf, he offered, pulling out his phone to initiate a video call. On the other end was a woman with graying hair. Yin Guofu briefly explained the situation and then directed the camera towards the items on the table. After a moment of observation, Yin Dan, on the other side of the screen, asked Lu Chenyu, what is your asking price? 1 million, Lu Chenyu replied, quoting the same price she had given to Kong Renfu the day before. Yin Dan remarked, 1 million? This price is considerably higher than that of many wild medicinal herbs. Lu Chenyu, undaunted, responded, I am aware, but my goods are worth this price. Should you find them lacking in value upon purchase, I offer a full refund. Yin Dan regarded Lu Chenyu thoughtfully and then replied, very well, I will send someone over to collect them shortly. Lu Chenyu was taken aback by how smoothly the transaction unfolded, remaining in disbelief even after the call ended. Later, upon researching Yin Dan, she discovered that not only was Yin Dan a master of traditional Chinese medicine, but she was also a major shareholder in a pharmaceutical company, possessing ample funds to spare for extravagant purchases. Yin Guofu, having witnessed such transactions, had become accustomed to them, though he lacked the financial means of Yin Dan. Lu Chenyu expressed her deep gratitude for Yin Guofu's assistance. There is no need for such formality, he replied. The last time you gifted old Li a Ganoderma lucidum, it was clear you are a child who values gratitude and generosity. Were it anyone else, I might not have been so inclined to help. Feeling somewhat bashful, Lu Chenyu acknowledged that her previous gift to the Ganoderma was indeed a gesture of reciprocity. Given old Li's esteemed position, fostering goodwill with him and others like Yin Guofu would only yield benefits for her. The single Ganoderma represented her sincerity, and it seemed the two elders had accepted her goodwill. With the herbs successfully sold, Li and Yin Guofu prepared to take their leave. Lu Chenyu, lacking suitable gifts of gratitude, offered each of them a jar of taro shoots and sour sauce. Li delighted in the treat, while Yin Guofu's thoughts were consumed solely by his flowers, indifferent to everything else. Awaiting the arrival of the herbal courier, Lu Chenyu was surprised to find it was a familiar face, Kong Renfu. What brings you here? She inquired. Kong Renfu replied, Yin Dan is my senior apprentice. I am here to assist her in collecting some goods. Regardless of the circumstances, the herbs ultimately found their way into Kong Renfu's hands, leaving him uncertain whether to feel joy or sorrow. Suddenly bestowed with a fortune of 1.8 million, Lu Chenyu felt as though she were ensnared in a dream, taking quite some time before retreating into her room to indulge in laughter. Hee, so much money, I am wealthy now. I can purchase a car. I shall no longer ride that dilapidated tricycle, nor will I rise at dawn to toil. Lu Chenyu collapsed onto her plush bed, burying her face deep into the pillow, her shoulders quivering softly with mirth. 1.8 million. This figure magnified in her mind, shimmering with a golden glow. Amidst her laughter, she abruptly sat up, nearly forgetting the substantial debts still looming over her. She had yet to obtain the title deed to the villa. Presently, Lu Chenyu possessed over 2 million, the majority derived from selling medicinal herbs. Though this sum appeared considerable, merely acquiring the property title required a payment of 3.9 million, leaving her significantly short, not to mention the additional expenses. Never mind, Let us first settle the outstanding property fees, she resolved, unwilling to owe anyone. The property staff were also laborers. Why should one worker impose difficulties upon another? Lu Chenyu contacted the property manager, and, upon revealing her intention to clear the outstanding fees, the staff were overwhelmed with joy. At last, can this deep pit finally be filled? Please remain where you are. I shall dispatch a vehicle to bring you for the transaction. Within 3 minutes, the property vehicle arrived at the villa's entrance. Lu Chenyu remarked, "What astonishing speed." Chapter 68, Preparations for Opening at Long Last. Lu Chenyu has obtained the business license for her restaurant, along with the food operation permit, health clearance, and fire safety approval. The establishment is ready to commence operations. Previously, Lu Chenyu had encouraged her staff to recommend new employees, and indeed, 2 individuals have come forward. One is a classmate of Zhou Zhuang and Su Wenfeng, applying for a server position, and the other is a senior of Zhangjia, seeking the role of cashier. However, they're still short on staff, needing 2 more servers and 1 kitchen worker, prompting them to post a recruitment notice at the entrance of the restaurant. Delivery services have been paused for 2 days as the team collectively packs up the items from the villa and relocates them to the new establishment. The employees are busy cleaning, arranging tables and chairs, and sanitizing the utensils, while Lu Chenyu and Aunt Jean are drafting the menu. The new restaurant is named Meals from the Mountains, which necessitates a diverse menu beyond mere noodles. First and foremost, the original scallion pancakes and scallion noodles must be included, as they have garnered a loyal customer base. Additionally, they plan to offer taro cake and taro pancakes. Regrettably, the mushroom meat sauce noodles are off the table due to the absence of mushroom meat sauce. Staring at the blank menu, Lu Chenyu feels overwhelmed. Much of her recent focus has been on traditional Chinese medicinal herbs, leaving her less attentive to culinary matters. However, sourcing vegetables from a market would compromise their flavor authenticity, presenting a formidable challenge. Unaware of Lu Chenyu's internal struggle, Aunt Jean continues to propose ideas. We must have a few hearty dishes like chicken, duck, and fish. Otherwise, how can we call ourselves a restaurant? Perhaps we could prepare chicken with mushroom stew, which everyone enjoyed last time. Since we are out of mushrooms, I'll head out early tomorrow to procure some. For duck, we could try sour braised duck with taro shoots. And for fish, either sour braised fish with taro shoots or steamed fish, both of which have received favorable reviews. We have an abundance of taro, so we could also make taro braised pork and steamed ribs with taro, adding 2 more dishes to our repertoire. As for vegetables, if we still have goji berries and the wild amaranth you brought last time, they should suffice. Check with your relatives to see if they have any fresh wild greens available these days, as we aim to highlight mountain produce. Also, the stir-fried mountain snails and chicken stew will be delightful options. Lu Chenyu finds Aunt Jean's suggestions quite appealing. Although she had promised Boss Zhu not to sell mountain snails to others, she did not stipulate that she could not sell them herself. Both fish and mountain snails must be fresh, leading Lu Chenyu to decide to install a live display case upstairs, showcasing fish and mountain snails for patrons to select and catch on the spot. Without delay, she contacts someone to come and install it. The following day, Lu Chenyu is busy once more at the restaurant, where several candidates arrive for interviews. She selects a few familiar faces to retain. Meanwhile, Aunt Jean consults an expert about auspicious dates, suggesting that the day after tomorrow at 11 a.m. is a favorable time for the grand opening. Lu Chenyu assigns Zhang Jia to arrange for the opening flower baskets and menu, while she personally invites guests for a trial opening. Elder Li, Elder Yin, Aunt Zhu, Elder Su, Uncle Liu, Director Zhong from the Welfare Institute, several familiar teachers, and the trio from Qinghe Pharmacy. These individuals are all among Lu Chenyu's acquaintances. As for friends and classmates, Lu Chenyu pondered for a moment and then opened a WeChat message to a long uncontacted acquaintance. During her school days, aside from attending classes, she spent her time working part-time jobs to earn money. In the dormitory, she only formed a close bond with one girl from a similarly underprivileged background. The interactions with the others were rather superficial. After graduation, the group initially engaged in casual conversations, but as time passed, participation dwindled, and now they had lost touch altogether. Hello, Tang Tang. I've opened a small restaurant, and it will commence trial operations the day after tomorrow. I wanted to see if you could come by. Lu Chenyu did not indulge in tentative pleasantries. Fearing that she might be perceived as seeking a loan, she stated her purpose directly. Tang Tang, O Tang Yuzun, was Lu Chenyu's university roommate. Throughout their college years, they frequently sought part-time jobs together, and after graduation, they even ran a stall for a month. However, Tang Zhujun soon secured a stable job, adhering to a regular work schedule. Before long, Tang Zhujun replied, Lu Chenyu, when did you open a restaurant? Weren't you running a stall? Observing the 3 exclamation marks flashing on her screen, Lu Chenyu couldn't help but smile, almost envisioning Tang Zhujun's astonished expression. After all, just over a month ago, she had indeed been managing a stall with only 3,000 yuan in her pocket. I got lucky and made some money, so I rented a small shop. How about it? Do you have time to come and support me? Just as she sent the message, a video call invitation popped up. Upon connecting, Tang Zhujun's exuberant voice erupted. Lu Chenyu, did you win the lottery? Not exactly, but it's somewhat akin to that. The notion of inheriting a villa or encountering a time portal would be more outlandish than winning the lottery. Tang Zhujun was genuinely delighted. She had endured hardships due to her family's financial struggles during their university days, and hearing that Lu Chenyu was prospering brought her sincere joy. Coincidentally, the day after tomorrow is Saturday. Send me your location, and I will definitely be there. You can bring your parents too. When they were running their stall together, Tang Zhujun's mother had even come to deliver meals to them. All right, I'll tell my parents. However, even after inviting everyone she knew, Lu Chenyu realized that she still had fewer than 3 tables filled. It seemed too sparse for the grand opening. So she opened her takeout group and decided to invite a table from there to join the free trial operations on opening day. Dear old and new food enthusiasts, thank you for your continuous support and affection. Our establishment has now officially upgraded to a physical store, set to grandly open on October 25th this Saturday. As a token of gratitude to our loyal customers, we invite 8 lucky diners from this group to partake in the exclusive trial experience on opening day. Seats are limited, and interested friends are welcome to sign up in the group. As soon as the message was sent, the takeout group erupted with excitement. The number of participants had steadily increased in recent days, now nearing 900 members. Finally, the physical store is here. Sign me up one. Boss, can I bring my wife and kids? Count me in. Boss, I live nearby. It's less than a 5-minute walk. Boss Lu, I have been indulging in your scallion pancakes since you started selling breakfast at your stall. Could you grant me an opportunity? Alas, I must work this Saturday. Oh, could I possibly have a takeout sample? In less than 3 minutes, the sign-up list swelled to over 30 people. Witnessing such enthusiasm and eagerness from everyone, Lu Chenyu felt a surge of emotion and quickly posted in the group. Thank you all for your generous support. Given the overwhelming response, I have decided to add 8 more spots. Soon, Lu Chenyu had selected 16 fortunate individuals. Those chosen rejoiced, while those left out lamented. Lu Chenyu shared the restaurant's address in the group, expressing hope for everyone's continued patronage. Being overlooked is one thing, but I can reach there in just 10 minutes by car. Boss, will you be open on the day of your opening? I shall bring my family to support you. Before long, others realized that even without a spot, they could still visit on their own accord. Chapter 69. It rained. Many in the group expressed their willingness to come at their own expense. Lu Chenyu, concerned that the opening day might be too hectic to attend to guests and thus lead to unfavorable reviews, announced that the trial operation would only commence after 2 p.m. She urged everyone to remember the timing. Consequently, 5 or 6 tables were filled by the morning. After a bustling day, Lu Chenyu returned the next day, carrying a bundle of snakeskin bags, prepared for a laborious task. Not only did she need to catch fish, but she also required assistance in foraging for wild vegetables. She recalled a previous encounter with the people of the Shia tribe, who had brought wild greens, but since she was not particularly fond of them, they had not returned thereafter. Upon her arrival, Lu Chenyu was met with delightful news. It had rained. More accurately, the ground outside the cave was still damp, indicating that the rain had ceased not long ago. The sight of the wet earth thrilled her. Rain signified the emergence of mushrooms. Mushrooms, indeed, equated to a bounty of wealth. She noticed that Xiao and Yun had mysteriously vanished, but she paid them no mind as she hastened towards the spot where she had previously gathered chicken mushrooms. Sure enough, clusters of pale gray umbrellas began to peek through the soil. The thought of the delicious chicken mushrooms made her mouth water, and she swiftly began to collect them. Before long, Lu Qingyu had filled a basket. However, she soon realized the limitation of her solitary efforts. How long could she gather on her own? Surely, there must be many people at the valley's entrance who could assist her in collecting more. Without delay, she rushed to the valley's mouth. As anticipated, she found Xiao engaged in an exchange with the people of the Xia tribe. Great priest. Upon her appearance, the crowd greeted her in unison. Lu Qingyu nodded, intending to request assistance, when she noticed the Xia tribe members bringing items to trade for salt, mushrooms, an array of mushrooms. She was astounded. Previously, she had given the tribe members illustrated notes, and with the rain, they ventured out to discover the very ghostly mushrooms that the great priest desired. Some approached Xiao, inquiring if they could trade the ghostly mushrooms for salt. Hesitantly, Xiao nodded. It seemed the great priest had an affinity for the ghostly mushrooms, as she had previously taken all that Yun had found. Thus, aside from a few members of the hunting team who had gone out to hunt, the remaining tribespeople, men, women, and children alike, set out with their rudimentary wicker baskets to gather the ghostly mushrooms. The Xia tribe did not consume the ghostly mushroom, for a past tragedy occurred when famished tribesmen succumbed to the temptation of cooking and eating it, resulting in death. Since that incident, the tribe had refrained from attempting to taste the ghostly mushroom. Xiao exchanged a small box of salt for each basket of ghostly mushrooms. The most abundant mushrooms were shiitake, which Yin had specifically noted as the great priest's favorite. Hence, they were prioritized in collection. In addition to shiitake, Lu Qingyu also spotted chicken mushrooms, butter mushrooms, morels, and green-headed mushrooms, all varieties she had identified from her printed guides as delicious and non-toxic. Xiao, feeling somewhat anxious, observed Lu Qingyu's silent demeanor, worried that he may have made an error. Upon realizing the situation, Lu Qingyu gave Xiao a thumbs up, and the tension on Xiao's face finally eased. A total of 34 baskets of mushrooms had been exchanged for the salt Lu Qingyu brought, with many also opting for sugar. Each person's face radiated joy, and Lu Qingyu was no exception. It was only when the members of the Xia tribe prepared to depart that Lu Qingyu remembered her primary purpose for coming today. She still had not secured her wild vegetables. Lu Qingyu took out her notebook and pointed to several types of wild vegetables, requesting assistance in gathering them, one of which was the water celery from her previous foraging. Upon seeing the water celery, several women chattered excitedly, and Lu Qingyu knew they were aware of its location. She produced 3 burlap sacks and handed them to the women, rummaging through her backpack only to find she had little of value to trade. Surely, she could not offer them tissues. Ultimately, she uncovered a single ibuprofen pill from her last outing. Shaking the ibuprofen, she gestured towards the burlap sacks and the image of water celery. The women instantly comprehended her intent. The esteemed priestess was willing to barter a medicinal remedy for wild vegetables. Their mouths agape in disbelief, the women could hardly fathom it. That was a miraculous medicine capable of curing ailments. The priestess was actually willing to part with it in exchange for goods. Each year, lives were lost in the tribe due to fevers, and regardless of the cause, everyone knew that if someone's body grew hot and they succumbed to sleep, the likelihood of their awakening was grim. Xiao had also mentioned that he had taken the same medicine given to a child by the priestess, leading everyone to unanimously believe it was indeed a life-saving elixir. Who would desire such a miraculous remedy? At that moment, someone nearby realized the opportunity and reached out, attempting to snatch the snakeskin bag from one of the women. The miraculous remedy was too enticing. She knew where the wild vegetables grew in abundance and could fetch them for the priestess. The woman, suddenly alert, tightened her grip on the snakeskin bag, shoving away the would-be thief and brandishing her fist. "Try to take my things again, and I'll smash your head." With that threat, the 3 women clutched their snakeskin bags tightly and hurried away. Meanwhile, Lu Qingyu and Xiao faced the daunting task of transporting the 34 baskets of mushrooms back to the cave. It was at this moment that Lu Qingyu recognized the limitations of her mode of transportation. The small electric scooter was no tricycle, capable of carrying only 2 baskets at a time, while Xiao would take considerably longer on foot. It seemed improbable that they could complete the task within 4 hours. Freshness dictated the edibility of the mushrooms, and if they could not be transported today, they would be rendered useless by the morrow. Thus, Lu Chenyu hoped to enlist the assistance of the Xia tribe in moving the mushrooms to the cave. After considerable effort, she finally conveyed her intentions to the tribe members. Yet this time, no one was eager to assist. Enter the Valley of Evil? Upon hearing this, the crowd collectively shook their heads in refusal. They valued their lives too much to venture there. Xiao, witnessing the reluctance to help the priestess, grew anxious. There is nothing within the Valley of Evil. You have all seen it. I spent an extended period there without encountering any danger, and my 2 children were unharmed. Yet, no matter how fervently Xiao implored, the members of the Xia tribe remained unmoved. When it seemed that no one would dare to take the gamble, Qing and Hong stepped forward. We are willing to help. The people of the Xia tribe looked on in astonishment at Qing and Hong. Entering the Valley of Evil would lead to expulsion from the tribe, just as it had for Xiao. Of course, Qing and Hong were aware of the risks, and they were well prepared. These had been the most splendid days of their lives. They possessed an abundance of salt, which they exchanged with others for meat. Moreover, the tribe no longer needed to reserve meat for salt, resulting in a greater distribution of meat among the members, alleviating concerns over hunger. They had even learned the art of weaving wicker baskets from the esteemed priest. In their hearts, they regarded themselves as disciples of the priest, basking in the glory of such an honor. After years of existence, they had never experienced days as comfortable as these. As soon as Xiao mentioned that the priest required assistance, they had already resolved to take the plunge. Qing was alone, and Hong was a single mother, yet seeing Xiao thrive in the Valley of Evil diminished their fear of it. In addition to Qing and Hong, there were 3 elderly individuals of advanced age. These 3 were solitary seniors residing in the communal cave. If another harsh winter struck, they likely would not survive. With little time left to live, they were willing to take risks for the sake of their tribe. Chapter 070, Mushrooms. A few elderly individuals held commendable intentions, yet alas, they were of no use to Lu Chenyu. Observing the frail elders with their few remaining teeth, Lu Chenyu felt a pang of concern that they might stumble or injure themselves while assisting her with heavy lifting, potentially leading to false accusations against her. However, witnessing Qing and Hong emerge from the crowd provided her with some solace. It was evident that not everyone was reluctant to place their trust in her. Though still in his teenage years, Qing possessed considerable strength, effortlessly shouldering a basket while balancing another in each hand, striding forward with vigor. Hong was similarly adept, managing to carry 3 baskets at once, surpassing even her little electric scooter in capability. The scooter lacked a fixed harness, forcing her to carry 1 basket in front and another on her back. As they busied themselves with the task at hand, an unexpected figure emerged from the throng, silent and resolute, clutching a wicker basket and shadowing Lu Chenyu and her companions. The members of the Xia tribe gasped in astonishment. Chief Ming exclaimed, "Yin Hu, what do you intend to do?" Yin Hu replied, "I am assisting the priest." Ming cautioned, "But that is the Valley of Evil." Yin Hu declared, "I am aware, and I fear not. Those of timid hearts do not deserve the finest weapons. If I seek weaponry, I must be willing to sacrifice. If I do not have the courage to enter the Valley of Evil, how can I dare to approach the priest to request a weapon? I desire arms. I yearn for vengeance. I fear nothing." Yin, who was not a native of a Xia tribe, but had been found by them during their escape. His own tribe, rich in salt, had brought both wealth and calamity. After a fierce assault by a larger tribe, the Salt Mountain tribe was decimated. He had fled alone and encountered the similarly beleaguered Xia tribe, where Ming recognized him and welcomed him into their fold. Yet, Yin, who had never relinquished thoughts of revenge, though he was ensnared in the struggle for survival, lacking the means to exact his retribution, until that fateful day when he glimpsed the blade wielded by the priest. He was the one who had assisted in drawing the weapon that day, and ever since, he had pondered whether possessing such a sharp instrument would enable him to swiftly vanquish his foes in battle. The more he contemplated, the more restless he became, increasingly convinced that the priest represented his opportunity for vengeance. Even if the priest were a demon in disguise, He would willingly embrace the curse of such a fiend if it meant fulfilling his desire for revenge, rather than languishing in a monotonous existence day by day. Thus, he resolutely followed the priest. Lu Chenyu, riding her electric vehicle, outpaced them, while the others trailed behind Xiao as they entered the valley. Throughout the journey, the three remained on edge, startled by the slightest rustle in the wind. Yet miraculously, no misfortune befell them. Tasked with gathering mushrooms under Xiao's guidance, Lu Chenyu led Yun and Yu to finish collecting the remaining chicken mushrooms. By the time they concluded their gathering, Xiao and the others had completed their own tasks as well. The three stood in a daze before the cave, awaiting Lu Chenyu's direction. Without elaboration, Lu Chenyu retrieved an item from within the cave and guided them to the riverbank. She had yet to catch any fish. Lu Chenyu had purchased a cast net for fishing, a circular net with a diameter of approximately 3 meters. She had purchased a fishing net for Yun, who successfully caught numerous fish. However, it required time and patience to lure them into the trap. The cast net, on the other hand, provided immediate results. One could discern the presence of fish as soon as it was thrown. Lu Chenyu had never used a cast net before, but after watching a video tutorial, she felt it was not particularly challenging. Recalling the techniques demonstrated in the video, she spread the net in her hands, grasped the pulling rope with her left hand, held the upper edge of the net with her right, positioned her feet apart to steady her balance, slightly withdrew her right leg, took a deep breath, rotated her body, engaged her waist, and cast. With a vigorous effort, Lu Chenyu successfully cast her first net. However, due to inexperience, the net did not fully unfurl, and she initially feared she would catch nothing. To her astonishment, when she retrieved the net, she sensed a tug. There were indeed fish. As she pulled the net up, dozens of fish flopped about within, including several blackfish and some shrimp alongside the familiar perch. This display left the onlookers utterly astonished. The Xiao family, being accustomed to the priest's occasional demonstrations of peculiar, yet remarkably useful items, took it in stride, while others were not so unfazed. This was the simplest and quickest method of hunting they had ever witnessed. It required minimal time, incurred no casualties, and could yield elusive fish. Though the fish were not considered serious sustenance in their eyes, they constituted food, life-saving provisions during times of scarcity. As the fish were drawn up, Yun and Xiao rushed forward to assist with the cleaning, and Qing, observing this, eagerly joined in to help. She realized that if she wished to remain, she must prove herself useful to the priest, though she was uncertain of how she might accomplish that. She figured that whatever task Xiao and the others undertook, she should emulate. Hong was a bit slow to react, and Yin, who was even slower, ambling over only after the fish had been cleaned. Joining the others in a crouched position, Lu Chenyu thought to herself, this towering individual seems a bit dim-witted. For the second cast, Lu Chenyu refrained from throwing the net herself, and instead encouraged Xiao to give it a try. Xiao was exceedingly nervous. His first attempt ended with the net nearly thrown into the river. His second attempt fared slightly better, and by the third cast, he successfully caught fish. Lu Chenyu then prompted Yin Hu to have a go. Surprised to find himself included, Yin Hu clumsily accepted the cast net, mimicking Xiao's earlier efforts. Observing Yin Hu's movements, Lu Chenyu initially assumed he was uncoordinated, yet to her surprise, he successfully cast the net on his first try, the net expansive and round. Unfortunately, when he pulled it back, there were not many fish. Having cast from this spot for some time, it was possible that the fish had been frightened away. Lu Chenyu instructed Yin Hu to change positions and cast once more, which yielded a substantial catch. In the subsequent casts, they continued to reel in numerous fish, and Yin Hu brimmed with a sense of accomplishment, reluctant to cease when Lu Chenyu finally called a halt. Qing and Hong, feeling anxious, noticed that while they had only called upon Yin Hu for assistance, they had not been included. Could it be that the priest did not wish for them to stay? This possibility filled them with unease. Lu Chenyu, having noted their expressions, realized that it was nearly time for the foragers to return. She retrieved some ibuprofen from her bag, cutting 3 pills with a fruit knife, and instructed Qing and Hong to exchange them for wild vegetables. Upon receiving the task, Qing and Hong instantly displayed expressions of relief, hurriedly taking the 3 pills and dashing off. Lu Chenyu selected the larger, live fish she had caught, placing them into a bucket until 2 buckets were filled. She also gathered what appeared to be just over a pound of shrimp, which she took with her, leaving the remainder for Xiao and the others. Yanhu, displaying newfound quickness, took the initiative to carry one of the buckets filled with fish as Xiao prepared to assist in transporting them to the cave. Lu Chenyu nodded in satisfaction, riding her electric bike back to the cave with the 2 children, while Yanhu hurriedly followed suit. Xiao felt a sudden sense of threat to his position. Would the esteemed priest now favor Yanhu over him? Yanhu's combat prowess certainly surpassed his own, but surely that could not be. After all, he had been by the priest's side for so long, and the priest's most valued confidant must be him. With such thoughts swirling in his mind, Xiao felt uneasy for quite a while, until Lu Chenyu later directed him to oversee the arrangements for Yanhu, Qing, and Hong, thereby alleviating his concerns. He remained the most trusted individual of the esteemed priest. Chapter 071. Another million after Lu Chenyu delivered all the goods received today, Qing and Hong returned just in time, carrying 3 bags of wild vegetables. Due to time constraints, Lu Chenyu hurried into the cave with the vegetables and quickly left, leaving the 3 newcomers outside in a state of confusion, uncertain about their prospects of staying. Xiao, with an expression of superiority, informed them of the priest's taboos, such as the prohibition against entering the priest's cave without permission, the priest's presence only in the mornings, and the necessity of working independently in the priest's absence. Qing inquired, Xiao, does that mean we can stay outside? Hong and Yanhu gazed at Xiao with eager anticipation. Xiao replied, since the priest has not sent you away, it signifies your acceptance to remain. The 3 were filled with delight, and Hong hurried back to fetch her daughter. Lu Chenyu returned just as time dictated, and this bountiful harvest bestowed upon her a substantial amount of energy. Discovery of energy item, wild mushrooms, energy value acquired, 2986. 7. Discovery of energy item, chicken mushroom, energy value acquired, 1673. Discovery of energy item, greenhead mushroom, energy value acquired, 1022. 9. Discovery of energy item, chicken oil mushroom, energy value acquired, 837. 5. Discovery of energy item, morel, energy value acquired, 646. Discovery of energy item, mandarin fish, energy value acquired, 233. Discovery of energy item, black fish, energy value acquired, 197. 5. Discovery of energy item, mountain snail, energy value acquired, 635. Discovery of energy item, wild prawns, energy value acquired, 96. 2. Discovery of energy item, water celery, energy value acquired, 267. 3. Note, current cumulative energy value is 31,435. 25. Upon the next upgrade, the protagonist shall unlock language functionality. Despite her considerable strength, transporting such a large quantity was exhausting. She assessed the size of the time-space portal and estimated it could accommodate a tricycle. She resolved to modify her original tricycle used for selling goods next time, as she no longer required it for that purpose. Turning back, she observed the haphazardly strewn mushrooms on the ground and urgently summoned her staff from the shop to assist. With so many fresh mushrooms, it was essential to sort and sell them promptly, lest they lose their freshness. Aunt Jean arrived with the employees, startled by the sheer volume of mushrooms. With practiced efficiency, Aunt Jean began organizing the sorting process. We shall keep the shiitake mushrooms for ourselves. Reserve 200 pounds of chicken mushrooms and pack the remaining varieties in a half-pound boxes, 50 pounds each. The rest can be sorted without packaging and sold directly to Boss Zhu later. Ziwang, take these 2 barrels of fish and this bag of mountain snails to the restaurant for storage immediately. While coordinating the tasks, Lu Chenyu dialed Boss Zhu. Boss Zhu, I have fresh chicken mushrooms available. Would you like to purchase some? Lu Chenyu did not wish to hoard these mushrooms for personal sale at a restaurant, but her establishment had yet to officially open its doors. Most of her clientele stemmed from her prior ventures in street vending and takeout, and their spending habits were not particularly lavish. Selling her mushrooms at a low price would result in significant losses. Conversely, pricing them high would position her restaurant as a high-end establishment. Yet she scarcely knew any wealthy patrons and doubted her ability to attract such clientele without first establishing a reputation. To build this reputation, she aimed to begin within the villa district. The mushrooms she retained were intended for sale to the affluent residents there. With some promotion, they would likely seek her restaurant should they desire more. Lu Chenyu envisioned this scenario favorably, while Mr. Zhu remained oblivious to his supplier's aspirations for independence. He had personally accompanied the delivery and, upon seeing the abundant mushrooms, promptly called his secretary. Xiao Zhao, hurry! Notify the marketing department that I have procured exquisite mountain goods. Let us promote it to our VIP clients immediately. After concluding the call, Mr. Zhu approached with a beaming smile, eyeing the meticulously sorted mushrooms as if they were heaps of currency, unable to resist touching them. Boss Lu, you truly are generous. You've saved me such fine goods. Name your price, and I shall take them all. The prices were as follows. The chicken mushroom at 680 yuan per gene, totaling 280 gene for a sum of 400 yuan. The green-headed mushroom at 680 yuan per gene, totaling 467 gene for 560 yuan. The chicken oil mushroom at 880 yuan per gene, totaling 260 gene for 800 yuan, and the more scarce sheep stomach mushroom at 700 yuan per gene, totaling 168 gene for 600 yuan. The prices of mushrooms fluctuate significantly with the seasons, and now, in October, during the warmer weather, Lu Chenyu's prices had risen slightly from her initial offerings. Altogether, this transaction surpassed 1,000,000 yuan. Mr. Zhu, without hesitation, agreed to the purchase. Although these prices were generally higher than a market rate for fresh wild goods, the substantial quantity in his hands promised him several times the profit, so he was willing to concede a bit of profit margin. In total, including the payment for the mountain snails, the amount reached 760 yuan, which was promptly transferred to Lu Chenyu's account before Mr. Zhu departed with the mushrooms. A few days later, Lu Chenyu received another 1,000,000. She counted her funds and realized she was only 200,000 yuan shy of the title deed for her villa. Eager to secure the deed for peace of mind, Lu Chenyu resolved to save a bit more before proceeding to finalize the paperwork. Upon reaching the first floor of the villa, Aunt Jean and the newly hired chef, Uncle Chiu Yong, were preparing a simple staff meal. The meal consisted of mushroom noodle soup, made from the unsellable mushrooms and freshwater celery. Although devoid of meat, it was entirely fresh and not a single soul complained. In fact, they were quite looking forward to it. Only a fool would grumble, especially after overhearing the boss's pricing. None of the mushrooms in their bowls were inexpensive, with the most costly reaching an astonishing 680 yuan per gene, at a price of 1,680 yuan per pound. Under normal circumstances, they would have turned away at the mere mention of such a cost. Regardless of how enticingly it was presented, their wallets would have made it abundantly clear that this was beyond their means. Yet now, these exorbitantly priced mushrooms lay in their bowls, even outnumbering the noodles. The new cashier, Kong Yi, savored the delicious fungi while quietly murmuring to herself, "This is chicken mushroom, 30 yuan per bite. This is butter mushroom, 15 yuan per bite. This is morel, 15 yuan per bite. Alas, my entire day's wage is insufficient for a bowl of noodles." Zhang Jia, seated beside her, empathized with her friend's whispered lament. It's only natural for something so delectable to come at a steep price. I must tell you, this is the first time I've tasted such fresh mushrooms. I usually only dare to watch videos online. Will we be able to indulge in such luxurious delicacies frequently? We should be able to, since the boss dines with us. Whatever the boss eats, we shall eat too. How delightful that would be. Oh no, I just realized I forgot to take photos. This is my first experience with such expensive fare. I must boast about it to my best friend. There's still some in the pot. You should go take a picture of those. Chapter 072. Grand opening. After finishing their meal, everyone returned to the restaurant to prepare for the grand opening the following day. Before leaving, Aunt Jean took some mushrooms with her. The shiitake mushrooms Aunt Jean carried away were intended for a dish of chicken stew, while the remainder was to be transformed into a savory mushroom meat sauce pasta. Most of the shiitake mushrooms left at the villa needed to be sun-dried. As for the chicken mushrooms and other varieties, Lu Chenyu planned to create a signature dish, fresh mushroom chicken soup, which would be priced at an extravagant 888 yuan per pot. The success of attracting customers would depend on the sales efforts in the afternoon. Lu Chenyu, after a long hiatus, sent out a notification to the Boss One group regarding the sale of goods. Today, we have freshly picked premium wild mushrooms, chicken mushrooms at 800 yuan per box, green-headed mushrooms at 600 yuan per box, chicken oil mushrooms at 600 yuan per box, and morel mushrooms at 550 yuan per box. Supplies are limited, so act swiftly if you wish to purchase. Perhaps due to the prolonged silence in the group, it took a while for anyone to respond. Fortunately, Lu Chenyu had prepared 10 boxes of each type of mushroom, each weighing half a jin, and they were quickly sold out. While delivering the goods, Lu Chenyu also took the opportunity to distribute promotional advertisements for her restaurant, informing people of its grand opening and inviting them to enjoy fresh and delicious mountain delicacies in the future. Do the products in your restaurant match those you delivered? Someone inquired. Certainly, Lu Chenyu replied. All the goods in my restaurant are of the highest quality, matching the standard of what I sold to you. From now on, all my products will be supplied exclusively to my restaurant, and I will no longer sell them online. If you enjoy what you taste, I welcome you to visit our establishment. Regardless of the outcome, Lu Chenyu had at least taken the necessary steps she could. The next day marked the restaurant's grand opening. The entrance was adorned with numerous floral arrangements, including several from Li Lao and others from the welfare home and her group of customers. Aunt Jean rose early to prepare 6 large trays of taro cake. This batch, enhanced with mushrooms and diced sausage, emerged even more fragrant than the last. However, it was not intended for sale. Instead, it would be distributed free of charge to the public after the opening ceremony at 11 a.m. This would not only create a bustling atmosphere for the restaurant's inauguration, but also serve as a means of promoting their cuisine and cultivating potential clientele. The kitchen was abuzz with activity as they prepared dishes for the morning's trial operation: vegetarian abalone, stir-fried mountain snails, steamed mandarin fish, stir-fried wild vegetables, steamed ribs with taro, mushroom chicken soup, taro cake, and scrambled eggs with green onions. The beverages were crafted from dried honeysuckle and chrysanthemum, steeped with violet to create a fragrant tea. Around 10 a.m., invited guests began to arrive. The official opening ceremony commenced at 11 a.m. Though termed a ceremony, Lu Chenyu kept it quite simple. There were no speeches or formalities, just she and Aunt Jean coordinating to pull down the red cloth from the sign at the entrance at the appointed time. After the ceremony, Aunt Jean led the effort to distribute taro cakes on the first floor to the gathered crowd, while the second floor served as the dining area for the invited guests. On the second floor, there are a total of 14 square dining tables, devoid of private booths. Each table accommodates 6 individuals, but today, in celebration of the grand opening, 2 tables have been joined together to create 7 larger tables. 5 tables are occupied by guests, 1 reserved for staff, leaving 1 table unoccupied. At 1 table sit Lu Chenyu, Li Du, Yin Guofu, Zhu Yulian, 3 representatives from Qinghe Pharmacy, and the director of the Welfare Institute. Li Du and Yin Guofu have never dined in such a modest establishment where tables are combined, yet neither seems to mind, their attention solely fixated on the delectable spread before them. They are not alone. Everyone is captivated by the aroma wafting through the air, unsure of which dish is responsible for the enticing scent. Lu Chenyu's table appears to be enjoying the meal, while the others have begun snapping photos to boast on social media. Noticing the anticipation surrounding her table, Lu Chenyu offers a few courteous remarks, urging everyone to enjoy their meal and support the business before inviting them to dig in. As the first bite of exquisite cuisine is savored, the entire second floor falls into a hush, punctuated only by murmurs of astonishment. The tender steamed perch, the rich and sweet mushroom chicken soup, the spicy and crunchy stir-fried mountain snails, the melt-in-your-mouth taro and pork ribs, and the succulent vegetarian abalone. All these familiar dishes possess flavors that are remarkably distinct. They are fresher, more fragrant, and utterly delicious. Even the tea is more refreshing. While Li Du and Yin Guofu are somewhat accustomed to Lu Chenyu's culinary creations, the others are less familiar. For Director Zhong, This marks his first experience with Lu Qinyu's cooking, and he is utterly astounded. Initially, when he learned that Lu Qinyu was opening a restaurant, he harbored concerns due to her youth and relative inexperience. He had thought she might have been misled into leasing a large space for her culinary venture. Without Aunt Jean's assistance, he would have been reluctant to endorse such a hasty decision on her part. However, now that he is tasting the dishes, he realizes his worries were unfounded. The flavors are undeniably exceptional, ensuring a steady stream of returning patrons. Kong Renfu's promise to attend was entirely due to Lu Qinyu's ability to procure quality ingredients, compounded by the delightful taro cake he had enjoyed previously, which lingered in his memory for days. Upon receiving an invitation from Lu Qinyu, he felt compelled to accept. This decision proved wise, as the flavors on this table are nothing short of extraordinary. Even the humble scrambled eggs with scallions taste remarkably exquisite. The two tables of loyal customers, accustomed to simpler fare like scallion pancakes and mushroom meat sauce noodles, have now discovered dishes surpassing even their beloved favorites. Instantly, the group chat for takeout, populated by over 900 members, is inundated with messages from these two tables. The mushroom soup. I encountered chicken mushroom, morel, and chicken oil, fungus within. My goodness, I can rarely afford to treat myself to such delights. And it is simply divine. Boss Lu is quite generous. I just discreetly glanced at the menu on the wall, and the price for this pot of mushroom soup is 888 yuan. The steamed fish is also delightful, completely devoid of any fishy taste, with minimal bones and tender flesh. I noticed in the live fish section that the fish is priced at 488 yuan per gene. These prices startled some others in the group. Oh, is it really that expensive? It's all too costly for us. Indeed, scallion pancakes are only 6 yuan. With that price, I wonder how many pancakes one could buy. It's too expensive. I can't afford it, I'm out. Someone in the group clarified. These are just the prices for the specialty menu. There are cheaper options available, like scallion pancakes, mushroom meat sauce noodles, and taro ribs, which are all reasonably priced. Well, that's a relief. You scared me. I thought Boss Lu had turned into a capitalist, haha. Chapter 073. Purchasing the tricycle above, patrons dined with considerable satisfaction, while below, a near scuffle was about to ensue. The promotional posters for the grand opening had been displayed well in advance, and many locals were aware of the new store's inauguration, eager for the complimentary taro cake. Consequently, numerous elderly individuals accompanied by children arrived promptly at the designated hour. A queue had already formed downstairs, and the air was thick with the sweet aroma of taro, which had permeated the atmosphere for the past half hour. The tantalizing scent left those in line feeling increasingly impatient. Hurry up, we've been waiting for ages. Each person is limited to one portion. No pushing, please. Observing the outstretched arms reaching forward, Aunt Jean felt beads of sweat forming on her forehead. Fortunately, she had prepared the taro cake in advance and allowed it to cool. Otherwise, amidst the crowd, a careless moment could result in scalding someone. The taro cakes were cut into neat squares, adorned with a layer of minced mushrooms and chopped green onions atop a soft and glutinous taro paste. Zhou Zhuang and Su Wenfeng, relieved of their delivery duties for the morning, were tasked solely with distributing the taro cakes. With a small scoop, they filled a disposable bowl to half its size with the delectable treat, and Zhou Zhuang bent down to hand it to a 6- or 7-year-old girl standing at the front of the line. Thank you, big brother, the little girl beamed sweetly, having been prompted by her grandmother to express her gratitude. As soon as she received the taro cake and stepped away from the queue, she could hardly contain her excitement and took a bite, instantly filling her small mouth. Her cheeks puffed out, and her eyes sparkled as she mumbled, "Grandma, it's so fragrant and delicious." The combination of taro's sweetness mingled with the umami of the mushrooms melted on her tongue, and she tiptoed, holding the bowl up to her grandmother's lips, urging, "You must try this." Her grandmother laughed as she took a bite, exclaiming, "Oh my, this flavor is quite delightful." After swallowing the morsel, the elder longed for another taste, yet felt hesitant to ask her granddaughter for a share, especially as the portion was meager. Regret washed over her for not claiming her own serving earlier. Glancing at the still-queued patrons and the 2 bowls of taro cakes, yet to be distributed behind Zhou Zhuang, the grandmother decided to rejoin the line with her granddaughter. Many others mirrored the grandmother's actions. Soon, those who had already received their taro cake were not departing, but instead re-entering the queue, while new arrivals continued to join. The atmosphere in the waiting area grew increasingly animated. One piece per person, do you understand? Your granddaughter's mouth isn't even clean yet, and you've already received your share. Nonsense. My granddaughter received hers, but I did not. I'm here for my portion. Leave one for me. Oh dear, who stepped on my foot? Queue up, everyone. No cutting in line. As the line descended into chaos, Aunt Jean swiftly stepped in to mediate. Having managed over 100 children at the welfare home, such matters were trivial for her. Although 6 bowls of taro cake appeared abundant, they were nearly all distributed within half an hour. Your taro cakes are truly delicious. Do you sell them regularly? How can I purchase them? A voice from the crowd inquired. Many others were equally curious, and the ambient noise diminished significantly as they awaited a response. Aunt Jean beamed with delight, her eyes nearly squinting with joy as she eagerly proclaimed, "We sell taro cakes daily at our establishment for 10 yuan per portion. As a special opening promotion, they are available for only 8 yuan each. Additionally, we offer scallion pancakes, mushroom meat sauce noodles, and other delectable dishes. I warmly invite everyone to support our small business. 10 yuan seems a bit steep. I can find them for merely 3 yuan at the corner street stall," someone remarked. Aunt Jean continued to smile. "You just sampled our taro cake. Not only is it predominantly made of taro, but it also contains meat and wild mushrooms. Observe, our mushrooms are quite pricey." With that, she gestured towards the specialty menu hanging on the wall, where the price for mushroom chicken stew was listed at 588 yuan per pot. Quality ingredients come at a higher cost. As you can see, our kitchen is entirely transparent. Everything is freshly prepared on site. The patrons looked towards the kitchen and indeed saw staff busily at work. Some were hesitant, while others were unconcerned about the expense. "So today, as promotional price, is 8 yuan? I'll take 2 portions. No, make that 3. I'll pack them to go." "Excellent choice. Please step this way to complete your payment, and we shall prepare your order immediately." The attentive staff ushered the customer inside. As anticipated, demand surged. The freshly made taro cakes quickly sold out. The opening day proceeded smoothly, with several tables of regular customers in the afternoon, marking the successful launch of Lu Chenyu's new establishment. With the shop now operational, Huang Peng and his wife, who had been residing in a villa, decided to relocate. Lu Chenyu, considering the space-time portal, refrained from voicing any objections, as she paid them a generous wage, allowing the young couple to live more comfortably in a small apartment. However, Aunt Jean expressed her concern, "Is it safe for a young woman like you to reside in such a large house?" Lu Chenyu reassured her, "There's no need to worry. The villa has security patrols at night, ensuring safety." With her newfound strength, she felt confident she could handle any situation that might arise. Aunt Jean, recalling the frequent sight of security personnel in the villa community, felt somewhat reassured. With the restaurant now in operation, Aunt Jean served as the nominal manager, overseeing daily operations, while Lu Chenyu acted as the legal representative and owner, responsible for procuring ingredients. The restaurant's hours were adjusted to accommodate 2 shifts. The morning shift ran from 5 a.m. to 1 p.m., primarily focusing on breakfast items such as scallion pancakes, taro cakes, noodles, and porridge, managed by the Huang couple along with a cashier and a server. The second shift operated from 11 a.m. to 9 p.m., with a 2-hour break from 2 p.m. to 4 p.m., during which only takeout and dinner orders were accepted. Given their lack of experience in running a restaurant, this initial scheduling would suffice, with adjustments to be made if necessary. Lu Chenyu now needed only to ensure timely delivery of the required ingredients. That evening, she began dismantling her breakfast tricycle, no longer needing to set up a stall. She intended to restore the tricycle to its original state for more convenient transportation of goods in the future. Regrettably, she overestimated her own capabilities. The rear metal panel of the modified tricycle was permanently welded, rendering it impossible for Lu Chenyu, despite her considerable strength, to make any alterations. There was no alternative but to purchase another one the following day. Additionally, she intended to procure 100 pounds of salt. Reflecting on the situation, she realized that there were now several more individuals, including children, in that vicinity. While she could not provide for all their needs, she deemed it reasonable to spend a little money on some welfare provisions. At the break of dawn the next day, Lu Chenyu first set out to acquire a new tricycle, followed by purchasing rice, flour, cooking oil for comforters, and several large barrels intended for storing fish. She also decided to procure a few shovels and hoes, and did not forget to bring a complete set of bowls, chopsticks, and spoons. The tricycle she selected was fuel-powered, boasting greater power than its electric counterpart, making it more suitable for use in a primitive society. Coincidentally, the grass cutter was also fuel-operated. On her way back, she stumbled upon a stall selling bamboo crafts, where she purchased several large bamboo hats and 7 or 8 bamboo baskets. Originally designed as laundry hampers, Lu Chenyu found these baskets quite useful for gathering wild vegetables, fruits, and mushrooms in that area. She even placed an order for 10 more, promising to return for them later. Fortunately, having just acquired the spacious tricycle, she managed to fit all these items with ease. Burdened with a full load, Lu Chenyu returned to the villa. Chapter 074. The ramshackle tent. After a 2-day wait, Qing, Hong, and Yin Hu finally beheld the esteemed priest once more. Upon hearing sounds emanating from the cave, everyone eagerly turned their gaze towards its entrance, brimming with anticipation. To their astonishment, instead of the priest, a colossal beast emerged, emitting a terrifying roar. Startled, the crowd hastily retreated, with Yin Hu nimbly climbing a tree. It was indeed the priest. Yin Yen, with keen eyes, quickly discerned Lu Chenyu seated in the driver's cabin of the tricycle. The onlookers gaped as Lu Chenyu dismounted from the beast, which obediently ceased its movements. The priest was truly remarkable. After 2 days without sustenance in the cave, he not only emerged unscathed, but also rode forth on an even grander steed. As soon as Lu Chenyu appeared, several individuals obediently positioned themselves before him. Yun, Yu, and Hong's daughter, Kai, curiously circled around the tricycle. Xiao wished to show Lu Chenyu the mushrooms he had gathered, while Yin, who was eager to present the fish he had caught. Qing and Hong, too, yearned for Lu Chenyu to admire the wild vegetables they had foraged. During the priest's absence, they had all diligently toiled. Lu Chenyu gestured for them to pause, instructing Xiao and Yin Hu to unload the tricycle first. Cautiously, they climbed to the back of the vehicle, anxiously moving the cargo, while fearing the beast beneath them might suddenly spring to life. After a considerable time, they realized it seemed lifeless, not moving at all, akin to the priest's previous mount. With their fears alleviated, they swiftly unloaded everything. Once the cargo was on the ground, Lu Chenyu began distributing the provisions. Xiao recognized the rice, flour, and cooking oil, comprehending that the priest had brought them food once more. Overwhelmed with excitement, he accepted the bounty, realizing that this ample supply would likely suffice for all of them. Yen had 100 pounds, intended for barter. These provisions would adequately cover their wages. The bowls and dishes were unmistakably exquisite, and the sight of such fine containers left the group in awe. When Lu Chenyu handed one to Xiao, he hesitated, fearing he might soil the beautiful, pristine vessel. The priest even distributed blankets to each of them. Of course, they were unaware that these were blankets. They only knew the fabric felt soft and warm, far superior to animal hides. With these, would they not be spared the winter's chill? In that moment, they felt immense gratitude for choosing to follow the priest, for they now possessed such splendid treasures. If they were to barter these at the tribal market, they could acquire an abundance of valuable goods. Yet, they would not part with them. These gifts were bestowed by the priest, and should they choose to trade them, they knew he would surely punish them. Lu Chenyu also demonstrated the use of bamboo hats, and upon learning that each of them would receive one, including Yun and Yu, they were nearly moved to tears. The priest is truly remarkable, always considering the needs of others. The few individuals were entirely unaware that Lu Chenyu's generous offerings were intended to facilitate their tasks. Even if they had known, they would likely have viewed it as an honor. After distributing the supplies, Lu Chenyu turned her attention to the items they had gathered over the past few days. The mushrooms that Xiao had procured had yet to be settled with the Xia tribe. The mushrooms from today were still fresh, but those from yesterday had spoiled due to her absence, causing Lu Chenyu considerable distress. Such losses represented a significant financial setback. Selecting the finest mushrooms, She entrusted Xiao and a few others with the task of portioning them out, intending to settle the accounts later. She then inspected the fish from the salt tiger and the wild vegetables collected by Qing and her companions, noting there was ample supply for the restaurant's needs in the coming days. As her gaze wandered, she noticed an unusually rudimentary tent nearby. Had she not seen a child lying inside, she might have mistaken it for a mere pile of animal hides. Thick tree trunks formed a semicircular framework, upon which smaller hides were draped, creating a primitive shelter. It was evident that this makeshift abode was modeled after Xiao's family tent. Curiosity piqued. Lu Chenyu approached for a closer look, but was repelled by the unpleasant odor emanating from the hides. She pondered how anyone could reside in such conditions. A stronger wind or a downpour could easily collapse the structure. Yet, considering they were primitives, the situation became clear. There was only one cave in the vicinity, which she occupied, and without that refuge, Xiao's family had to improvise. Despite the presence of a child, Lu Chenyu could not allow her employees to endure such squalor. The cave was not an option. Resolving to provide them with proper accommodations, she envisioned enticing more workers to assist her in her ventures, including her plans to excavate a fish pond for aquaculture. Living in tents was not a sustainable solution, and the cold would soon become unbearable. She would later seek architectural plans to construct proper housing. Once the tricycle was emptied, Lu Chenyu invited everyone into the rear compartment and laboriously made her way towards the riverbank. For all but Yun and Yu, it was their first experience in a vehicle. The sudden motion startled them into frantic exclamations, which soon subsided as they realized the ride was not perilous. The journey swiftly brought them to the riverbank, where Lu Chenyu aimed to enlist their help in agricultural endeavors. Xiao had cleared a plot of land over the past few days, a fact that Lu Chenyu appreciated. He was resourceful in seeking out work. The goji berries and wild leeks planted earlier had thrived, particularly following the recent rain, which had spurred remarkable growth since Lu Chenyu's last visit. Naturally, the weeds had also flourished. Lu Chenyu instructed them to uproot the wild grasses. But after Salt Tiger mistakenly pulled up the leeks again, she concluded that he was only suited for labor that required no critical thinking and directed him to the river to collect snails instead. Having taught Qing and Hong the art of weeding, Lu Chenyu resolved to impart knowledge of planting at a later date, thereby freeing her time from the toils of the field. At that moment, a group of children by the riverbank erupted into a cacophony of shrieks. Instinctively, Lu Chenyu lifted her gaze to see Yan Hui brandishing a large, vibrant green creature, terrifying the children in the process. Just as she discerned the nature of this peculiar green entity, Yan Hui flung it back into the river after having frightened the children. Lu Chenyu dropped the wild grass in her hands and hurried to Yan Hui's side, peering into the water. Recent rains had swelled the river, rendering the water somewhat murky, and the earlier creature was nowhere to be seen. Why did you throw it away? Was there more? Lu Chenyu gazed at Yan Hui in disbelief. If her eyes did not deceive her, the creature Yan Hui had been holding was a wild soft-shell turtle, a prized delicacy and quite expensive. Yan Hui, sensing Lu Chenyu's discontent, felt a twinge of anxiety. Had he truly committed an offense? Had scaring the children with the turtle displeased the esteemed priestess? Chapter 075. The Chinese soft-shell turtle Yun had just realized that Lu Chenyu was interested in the iron fish that the salt tiger had caught earlier. Consequently, the weeding effort was temporarily halted, and the group began searching for turtles by the riverbank. Lu Chenyu had not anticipated that there would be turtles in the river. She surmised that they typically hid in their burrows. However, due to the recent rainfall that had raised the water level, some of the turtles' burrows were submerged, forcing them to emerge onto the land. After walking along the riverbank for a while, Lu Chenyu was the first to spot a turtle. It was quite large, weighing an estimated 20 to 30 pounds, leisurely crawling along the muddy shallows. Its carapace was broad and worn at the edges, clearly indicating that it was a seasoned wild turtle. There are several species of turtles, including the giant soft-shell turtle, the mountain soft-shell turtle, and the Chinese soft-shell turtle. The giant soft-shell turtle is a nationally protected species, critically endangered, and any form of capture or trade is strictly prohibited, with severe penalties for violators. The other two species also belong to the second tier of protected animals, but the Chinese softshell turtle is subject to artificial breeding. And most turtles available in the market are farm-raised Chinese softshells. The one before her, however, was a wild Chinese softshell. The enormous turtle seemed to sense the approaching presence. Pausing momentarily and retracting its head in caution, yet did not immediately retreat into the water. Instead, it began to slowly maneuver into the denser grass. Lu Chenyu hesitated to seize it, fearing a bite. She had heard that these turtles possess remarkably sharp teeth, capable of severing a person's finger. If she were bitten by such a large creature, it would indeed be disastrous. While she was hesitant, there were others who were bold enough to act. Lu Chenyu called for the salt tiger to assist in catching it. Having just caught one moments before, he was evidently capable. True to his name, the salt tiger approached with an air of confidence, delivering a swift kick that flipped the large turtle onto its back, leaving it helpless on the riverbank. Watching the salt tiger's bare feet, Lu Chenyu felt a twinge of pain in her own toes. The physical prowess of these primitive people was astonishing. She couldn't help but feel a pang of envy, wondering if she would one day possess such strength. The salt tiger swiftly carried the large turtle back to her, and she instructed him to place it in a snakeskin bag. In the subsequent half hour, the group discovered several more turtles, all of which Lu Chenyu collected. These were not mere wild Chinese soft shells. They were akin to those her relatives raised in the mountains. She was confident that Boss Zhu would be willing to pay a handsome price for them. After capturing 6 large turtles, Lu Chenyu decided to stop. Any more would diminish their value. With ample time remaining, she resolved to accompany Xiao to deliver the overdue salt to the Shirya tribe. Speaking of which, she had never ventured beyond the valley and was curious about what lay outside. She was genuinely intrigued by the nature of primitive tribes. The route from the cave to the valley entrance had already been traversed by Lu Chenyu and her companions, and the path from the valley to the Shirya tribe was well known to the tribe's members. Following the road, Lu Chenyu easily drove her vehicle near the vicinity of the Shirya tribe. The sound of the tricycle quickly drew the attention of the tribe's members, and before Lu Chenyu could approach, she was intercepted by the hunting team stationed at the tribe. From a distance, the sight of the tricycle instilled a sense of dread among the inhabitants of the Shirya tribe. What manner of beast was this? Why had they never encountered it before? Its massive form and fearsome sound approached their tribe. Could it be intending to launch an attack? No, it was imperative that this monster be prevented from entering their domain. With such a size, its intrusion would spell ruin for the tribe. Thus, a group of 7 or 8 emerged from various directions, positioning themselves before the tricycle, brandishing long wooden spears. Lu Chenyu was startled by the sudden appearance of these individuals and hastily applied the brakes, causing the passengers in the rear to nearly tumble over one another. "It's us," shouted Xiao, stabilizing himself and recognizing the members of the Shirya tribe. It was only then that the tribe members noticed the presence of people atop the beast, familiar faces at that. Xiao leaped down to converse with a man named Bu. It was uncertain what Xiao conveyed, but after glancing at Lu Chenyu in the driver's seat, Bu shook his head with a perplexed expression. Upon learning that they could not enter the tribe, Lu Chenyu felt a twinge of surprise, yet he assumed it was merely a custom of the primitive tribes. Nevertheless, it mattered little. The Shirya tribe was not far away, and from the rear of the vehicle, Lu Chenyu could observe the tribe's landscape, a hollow in the mountains devoid of buildings, surrounded instead by numerous caves, presumably the dwellings of the Shirya tribe. As she had surmised, the area appeared desolate, lacking any developed structures. Furthermore, the weaponry in their hands consisted solely of wooden spears, with little else to speak of. Turning around, she noticed Xiao engaging in a discussion with Bu regarding accounts. In the past few days without salt, Xiao had been keeping a tab, but at that moment, he found himself unable to recall how much salt he owed or how many small boxes he should distribute. He knew that one basket of ghost umbrellas equated to one small box of salt, but how many ghost umbrellas had the tribe provided him? Xiao was in a quandary, and Bu was even more perplexed. It seemed no one in the tribe possessed any skill in counting. With no alternative, Xiao cast a look of desperation toward the elder priest. It took Lu Chenyu a moment to grasp the meaning, rendering her speechless. Fortunately, she had counted the number of mushroom baskets earlier. The haul had not been as bountiful as on the first day, Yet over the 2 days combined, there were 28 baskets. According to the exchange rate of 1 basket for 1 small box of salt, that amounted to 28 boxes of salt, or 9 bags in total. Upon receiving the salt, Bu's mouth widened in astonishment, and he hurriedly returned to the tribe. Shortly thereafter, a multitude of individuals emerged from the caves of the Xia tribe, gathering around Lu Chenyu. Most of these were elderly and young, individuals who had never before participated in the salt exchange. During this time, they had often heard references to the elder priest, yet they had been forbidden from joining the salt exchange parties. Now, upon hearing Bu announce that the elder priest had brought salt for them, they rushed out in haste, fearful of missing the elder priest's departure. Curiously, they gazed at Lu Chenyu, who reciprocated their curiosity. The elderly and children appeared exceedingly emaciated, as if they were little more than skeletal figures. The clouds and the rain may appear slender, yet they are but 2 in number. Lu Chenyu observed the situation with a semblance of composure, but now, over 20 emaciated figures, clad in tattered garments and emanating an unsettling odor, encircled her. Witnessing this scene stirred a pang of sorrow within her. Yet she was acutely aware that she resided in a primitive society where such conditions were the norm. In the tribe, martial prowess held paramount importance, with sustenance prioritized for the strong laborers, followed by the young women capable of reproduction, and lastly, the children and the elderly. Moreover, the tribe maintained a communal cave, home to orphans and the elderly, whose contributions to the tribe were negligible. The meager rations they received had recently increased, leading to a slight improvement in their spirits. Otherwise, Lu Chenyu would have encountered a far more dismal sight. Swiftly, she averted her gaze. Regardless of their plight, it was not of her making. Her responsibility lay in managing her own employees adequately. Having seen what she wished, Lu Chenyu lingered no longer and soon departed the Stone Tooth tribe's vicinity in her tricycle. Chapter 76. Learning to ride a tricycle upon returning the vehicle to the vicinity of the vegetable garden, Lu Chenyu found herself lost in contemplation. The people of the Xia tribe exchanged goods with her out of necessity, specifically their lack of salt. As time passed and their salt supply was replenished, the number of individuals willing to trade with her would undoubtedly diminish. As for weapons, the Xia tribesmen would certainly desire them. However, Lu Chenyu hesitated to engage in such exchanges, for her capacity for self-preservation remained inadequate. Unlike those who willingly followed her into the valley, she could not gamble on whether these individuals might one day wield the very weapons she had traded to them against her. Hence, she could only bide her time and slowly develop her resources within the valley. Yet, she could not remain in this seclusion indefinitely. Having ventured here, she felt a sense of loss for not exploring the outside world. If only these individuals would acknowledge her as their leader. After all, isn't a primitive society essentially a slave society? She was confident she would make a benevolent slave master. Alternatively, being recognized as a tribal chief could also suffice. She would certainly guide them toward prosperity. However, all these aspirations hinged upon her acquiring sufficient martial prowess. How could she enhance her combat abilities? Internally, she sensed her physical strength had improved significantly, yet she was still far from being able to kick a hard turtle shell like the salt tiger without consequence. Perhaps external weaponry could be the answer? Lu Chenyu immediately thought of firearms, yet acquiring such advanced weaponry was out of the question. Cold weapons would have to suffice. Of course, even with weapons in hand, she could not simply brandish a sword and attack the tribe. She would be outmatched by a mere kick from any of them. She would need to entice them instead. Regarding basic necessities, salt was no longer an issue. But what about food, clothing, shelter, and other everyday supplies? There were numerous items to barter with. She needed to find opportunities to pique the interest of these primitive people. However, she could not display everything at once, fearing that they might swarm her before she could contain them. As Lu Chenyu pondered, she began to voice her grievances about the time portal. It was rather absurd. They touted it as the world's foremost portal, yet cast her into this world without any support. There were no magical abilities, no means of self-defense, and even the language barrier rendered her actions tentative. Were it not for the honesty and simplicity of these primitive people, who were not cannibals, her fragile form would have been torn apart long ago. At that moment, Lu Chenyu remained unaware that it was not merely the naivety of the primitive people that spared her. Rather, her act of saving Yun had led Yun to mistakenly regard her as a priestess. When he spoke to his father, he referred to her as the esteemed priestess, which consequently influenced how everyone addressed her. They instinctively believed she was indeed a priestess. Coupled with the peculiarities of the Valley of Evil, no one dared to challenge her. Had she truly been alone and defenseless, being assaulted or killed would have been the norm, as there were no laws or regulations in this land. With martial skills lacking, she resolved to employ her intellect. After all, having spent many years in education, she ought to outsmart these primitive folks. With a newfound determination, Lu Chenyu silently made a decision, rising to summon Xiao. Although they faced a language barrier, she found it relatively easy to remember few names. As Xiao hurriedly approached, he noticed Lu Chenyu pointing at the tricycle, inquiring whether he wished to learn how to ride it. Xiao was taken aback. Could it be that the esteemed priest intended to teach him to operate such a formidable vehicle? His excitement was palpable. He thought to himself, how greatly the priest valued him. He was determined to assist the priest diligently, ensuring that those few individuals were kept under close watch while performing his tasks with utmost dedication. Lu Chenyu first demonstrated the procedure himself. He inserted the key, twisted it to the right, pressed the ignition button, explained the clutch and brake locations, how to steer, reverse, and finally how to turn off the engine. After several demonstrations, he encouraged Xiao to give it a try. Xiao climbed onto the tricycle seat, his eyes sparkling like little flames, filled with both exhilaration and trepidation. He followed Lu Chenyu's steps meticulously, and should he make any errors, Lu Chenyu would promptly correct him. Swallowing hard, Xiao gazed down at the two round metallic pedals beneath his left foot. Tentatively, he pressed one down. The moment he twisted the throttle, the vehicle lunged forward. With a startled cry, he fumbled to steer, causing the tricycle to veer erratically for several meters, nearly colliding with a nearby tree. Fortunately, Lu Chenyu had specifically instructed him on how to brake, and, in his panic, Xiao slammed down on the brakes, bringing the vehicle to a halt. After several attempts back and forth, he finally managed to maintain a steady and slow motion. The wind whipped against his face, tousling his hair, yet a broad grin spread across his lips. He had mastered it. Priest, I did it, Xiao shouted joyously, zooming away for a distance before returning. Observing from the sidelines, Qing, Hong, and Yin who felt an overwhelming sense of envy, yet they understood it was only natural. Having been in the priest's company for so long, it was to be expected that the priest would place greater value on Xiao. In time, they too believed the priest would recognize their efforts and allow them to learn to ride this magnificent steed. Seeing that Xiao had successfully learned to ride, Lu Chenyu left the tricycle with him and departed. The 6 large, soft-shelled turtles, weighing nearly 200 pounds, had granted Lu Chenyu an impressive 3,266 energy points, indicating that each turtle provided over 500 points of energy, showcasing their exquisite taste and substantial nourishment. Lu Chenyu called Boss Zhu, informing him of the new bounty and urging him to come quickly. Having made a significant profit the previous day, Boss Zhu felt a wave of delight upon receiving Lu Chenyu's call. He was a major benefactor for Lu Chenyu, just as Lu Chenyu was for him. Without the goods Lu Chenyu had provided during this period, his chain of restaurants would not be thriving, generating profits daily. Countless individuals, both openly and covertly, inquired about the source of his ingredients, yet he kept the information tightly guarded, fearing that Lu Chenyu might be poached. He was aware of Lu Chenyu's venture into the restaurant business and had long been prepared, with such a wealth of quality ingredients at hand. It would be peculiar not to open a restaurant. However, one individual cannot amass all the wealth alone. He wished to demonstrate his sincerity, hoping that Lu Chenyu would reciprocate, fostering a mutually beneficial partnership leading to shared success. Today, aside from the shiitake mushrooms, he sold all other mushrooms to Boss Zhu. The new shop of Lu Chenyu is indeed quite fresh. Yesterday, the mushroom soup priced at 3,888 yuan was only ordered by fighting after work, leaving most of the mushrooms in the store untouched. It would be prudent to sell them to Boss Zhu for immediate cash. Upon seeing the mushrooms, Boss Zhu beamed with delight, wishing that Lu Chenyu would sell him some shiitake mushrooms as well. However, Lu Chenyu intended to reserve the shiitake for future use in case the supply of ingredients for the shop dwindles. They cannot be sold to him. Today, the total sales of mushrooms and mountain snails surpassed 860,000 yuan. After selling the mushrooms, Lu Chenyu mysteriously produced 2 snakeskin bags, addressing Boss Zhu. Boss Zhu, I have some exceptional goods that nourish the yin and invigorate the yang. Would you be interested? Chapter 077. The title deed in hand, the 2 snakeskin bags continued to writhe, unmistakably containing live creatures within. Boss Zhu's eyes sparkled with intrigue. Rubbing his hands together, he leaned closer to the squirming bags and whispered, Boss Lu, what treasures do we have here? Pray, open one for me to behold. A faint smile graced Lu Chenyu's lips as he untied one of the bags. Boss Zhu leaned in, peering intently, and gasped, such a large specimen? Indeed, these are raised by my relatives in the mountains. Quite impressive in size, wouldn't you agree? I thought to bring them out to exchange for some money. Are you interested, Boss Zhu? Boss Zhu was certainly intrigued. However, he hesitated, pondering, but why do these resemble wild specimens rather than farmed ones? Yet, he quickly reasoned that marketing them as wild could lead to trouble, as long as both of them were in the know. Of course, I'm interested. How do you plan to sell them, Boss Lu? Lu Chenyu replied, Why don't you propose a price, Boss Zhu? Boss Zhu fell into contemplation. Wild soft-shelled turtles commanded a handsome price, and his store often had a few, discreetly informing customers to avoid any outcry, lest others miss out. Generally, turtles over 3 pounds were considered premium, fluctuating around 800 yuan per pound, with wild specimens fetching even higher, upwards of 1,500 yuan. The turtles Lu Chenyu brought were substantial, each weighing no less than 20 pounds. Thus, the price would increase significantly with each additional pound, making 1,500 yuan per pound an unrealistic expectation. Moreover, he would have no trouble selling these once they were in his possession. Boss Lu, let me extend a sincere offer. The highest price I've previously paid for wild turtles was 2,000 yuan per pound. The quality of your specimens speaks for itself. I can offer you 3,500 yuan per pound. How does that sound? Lu Chenyu considered the price and found it quite agreeable, satisfied with Boss Zhu's offer, and thus sold all to him. 6 large turtles, totaling 137 pounds, sold for 480,000 yuan. Just after finalizing the purchase, Boss Zhu received a phone call. Lu Chenyu overheard him speaking respectfully to the caller. Mr. Huang, shall I arrange a splendid banquet for you tonight? Discussing a project, I suppose? Coincidentally, I just acquired a wild large turtle weighing over 20 pounds. Rest assured, I will ensure you do not lose face. As for the price, you are one of my valued clients. How could I charge you more? 280,000 yuan for the table, and I will include some chicken mushrooms to guarantee you feel invigorated. What do you think? Lu Chenyu, what a remarkable turn of events. Boss Zhu was selling the turtles for an average of 280,000 yuan each, having purchased them at 80,000 yuan on average. No wonder he was so generous with his offer. He was assuredly not at a loss. It appeared she still lacked sufficient capital. With the funds obtained from today's sale, Lu Chenyu's disposable capital reached 740,000 yuan. At last, she could reclaim her title deed. If it weren't for the recent mushroom harvest, aided by over 100 individuals in the primitive society gathering, for merely a few bags of salt and labor costs, she couldn't fathom when she would have earned such an amount. However, it is likely that the mushrooms will no longer be available for harvest tomorrow. This income will only sustain her for a few days, and the next opportunity for earnings remains uncertain. Fortunately, the bulk of her earnings derives from agricultural products, thus sparing her from significant taxation. Self-produced and self-sold agricultural goods are exempt from taxes, and this is the standard by which the protagonist is assessed. In contrast, her newly opened restaurant incurs tax liabilities. Daily revenues are subject to taxation, which means that the funds in the restaurant's account cannot be recklessly utilized. The only money at Lu Chenyu's disposal is the revenue from her sales. In the afternoon, armed with funds and the necessary documentation, Lu Chenyu proceeded to obtain the property certificate for her villa. The documentation had already been reviewed during her initial visit, but due to a lack of funds to pay the taxes, she was unable to complete the process, this time with money in hand. She first visited the tax bureau to pay the deed tax, subsequently taking the tax clearance certificate to the real estate registration center to secure her property title. By the time Lu Chenyu received the title, her bank account dwindled to 800,000. Although her funds had diminished, the property certificate was finally in her possession, alleviating a considerable weight from her heart. Now, she was left with a debt of over 2 million owed to an unknown individual. Strangely, despite the passage of time, no one had approached her for repayment. 2 million is not a trivial sum. Could it be that the creditor was unaware of her inherited obligations? Lu Chenyu harbored no desire to owe money to anyone, yet she was at a loss as to whom she should repay. Consequently, she sought the lawyer who had initially contacted her regarding the inheritance of the property. The lawyer responded, "I apologize, Ms. Lu. When Ms. Lu Mingwei entrusted the property to me, she only mentioned a debt but did not disclose the identity of the creditor. I suggest you inquire with other informed parties." Other informed parties? Lu Chenyu had never even met her great-aunt Lu Mingwei, let alone understood her interpersonal connections during her lifetime. Sighing, she resolved that, in any case, it was not her urgency. She would focus on accumulating funds to settle this debt. In addition to the good news of acquiring the property title, the restaurant also received favorable tidings, as patrons continuously filled the establishment today. Being Sunday, foot traffic was naturally high. Furthermore, Lu Chenyu had paused her online delivery services for a few days due to the opening, resulting in numerous loyal customers returning today after a prolonged absence from their beloved dishes. The promotional giveaway of taro cake the previous day had attracted several new customers, and nearly everyone who sampled the food had become a regular. Thus, throughout the day, customers frequented the restaurant without pause. Aunt Jean and the staff were elated. Despite the arduous work, they were motivated by the knowledge that 10 of the profits belonged to them. Watching the steady inflow of revenue, their fatigue was overshadowed by the joy of their labor. No, they were not fatigued. That said, Aunt Jean planned to operate for a week to gauge the workload, considering hiring more staff if necessary. With Aunt Jean at the helm, Lu Chenyu could afford to divert her thoughts to the primitive society. If they denied her entry to the tribe, then she would compel them to come out. Lu Chenyu ventured to a specialty store selling outdoor equipment to purchase a tent. Upon arriving at the store, Lu Chenyu was astonished to discover that tents were not merely the size of a bed, but could resemble a house, featuring one-room or two-room arrangements. The store also offered a plethora of outdoor equipment, including inflatable beds, moisture-proof mats, canopies, folding tables and chairs, camping lights, barbecues, and sleeping bags. Inquiring about the prices, Lu Chenyu found the complete set surprisingly affordable. The largest camping equipment, capable of accommodating 12 individuals, could be procured for under 3,000 yuan. Without hesitation, Lu Chenyu decided to purchase a complete set. After arranging for a vehicle to transport the items home, Lu Chenyu visited a clothing store to buy several outfits, also acquiring a few sets from a nearby children's clothing shop, along with shoes. On the way back, a stop at the supermarket yielded 2 chickens. Chapter 078. The enchanting house magic. Upon returning home, Lu Chenyu maneuvered her tricycle, which she had intended to dismantle but had not succeeded, into the underground garage. She carefully placed the equipment used for her previous market stall back inside, along with the new items she had just purchased that day. The following day, Lu Chenyu drove another tricycle to the valley entrance. This time, no one expressed surprise at the sight of the tricycle. Instead, they marveled at the extraordinary abilities of the esteemed priest, their curiosity piqued by the origins of these items. However, no one dared to inquire further. Xiu also climbed aboard, and the group trundled along to the valley entrance. Today, the number of individuals from the Xia tribe was sparse, with fewer than 10 present, all women from the gathering team. Remarkably, not a single member of the hunting team appeared, and the mushrooms brought for trading salt were scant. Only 5 baskets, all of which were already open and some infested with pests, resulting in a poor quality yield. Lu Chenyu, with a stern expression, meticulously sorted through the mushrooms, discarding the inferior ones, ultimately accepting only 3 baskets. As for the rest, there were none left. Lu Chenyu understood that the Xia tribe was not in need of salt, which naturally diminished the number of individuals willing to trade goods for it. However, she remained unfazed, having anticipated this outcome. She selected a flat, slightly sheltered spot just inside the valley entrance and instructed Xiao and the others to unload the tricycles. This location was clearly visible from outside the valley, and Lu Chenyu resolved to erect a large tent for Xiao and the others to reside in, showcasing to the primitive Xia tribe what true living entailed. Those who followed Lu Chenyu would experience comfort beyond mere salt. She was confident that no one could resist her offerings. Once the items were unloaded, Lu Chenyu and her companions began to set up the tent. Xiao and the others were entirely unfamiliar with this task and could only follow Lu Chenyu's directions. The Xia tribe members watched curiously from a distance as Lu Chenyu and her group manipulated objects they had never seen before. After unpacking the largest tent, its khaki fabric was laid out in the designated area, and the supporting poles were assembled and inserted into the pre-made slots in the fabric. Given the size of the tent, 3 support poles formed the dome, which, once installed, held the structure aloft. The 4-edge support poles were also secured, and then the vertical poles were put in place to reinforce the tent. In less than 5 minutes, the tent was fully erected. The Xia tribe members stood in astonishment. What was this structure? It had seemingly materialized out of nowhere. Despite having watched the entire process, they remained bewildered by its emergence. Not only them, but even the salt tigers who had been assisting were equally astonished, unable to believe that this marvel was a product of their own efforts. Once the tent was complete, Lu Chenyu installed the wind ropes and secured the various support poles with ground stakes, ensuring the stability of the tent. This was also Lu Chenyu's first experience in erecting such a large tent, and she was pleasantly surprised by the outcome. Peering inside through the tent's entrance, she noted that it featured a layout of 2 rooms and a hall, totaling over 20 square meters, ample space for Xiao and the others to reside comfortably. Then, Lu Chenyu used a pump to inflate the air mattress. As the originally flat surface began to swell, the onlookers gasped, mistaking it for the magic of the esteemed priest. Once everything was set up, Lu Chenyu noticed that everyone kept their distance from the tent, as if fearing that their mere touch would damage it. The Xiao family was relatively unfazed, having resided in a modest tent. However, this one was grand, clearly perceived as a gift from a priest. Such a magnificent object could only befit the priest. Everyone shared this sentiment. Yet to their astonishment, the priest declared that this splendid creation was meant for them. The crowd wore expressions of disbelief, and despite Lu Chenyu's repeated assurances that it was indeed intended for them, they struggled to comprehend. Still, they hesitated to approach. Ultimately, it was the 2 little ones, Yun and Yu, who, having a closer bond with Lu Chenyu, bravely ventured inside for a look. Moments latte. The 2 children rushed out, exclaiming, "Father, the ground inside is soft. It's a moisture-proof mat. Father, there's something glowing inside. It's a camping lamp. Father, the priest said it is for us to stay in. She said it is our reward for helping her." Their voices were far from quiet, and the surrounding silence ensured that everyone heard, including the members of the Xia tribe outside the valley. The Xia tribespeople stood in astonishment, jaws agape, watching Xiao and Hong's family enter the beautiful creation with beaming smiles, only to rush out again to wash their hands and feet by the river before returning inside. Excited exclamations echoed from within. Inside the tent, Hong watched her daughter and Yu play on the inflated mattress and suddenly burst into tears. Surely, the priest had seen their humble dwelling yesterday and felt pity for their living conditions, which compelled her to provide this gift. How could the priest be so kind? No wonder Xiao had resolutely followed the priest. Had she known earlier of the priest's benevolence, she would have pledged her loyalty much sooner. Unperturbed by the emotional reactions of those around her, Lu Chenyu noticed that the Xia tribe members had not departed. She then exited the tent, retrieved the 2 chickens she had purchased the previous day, and set about preparing a meal at her makeshift stall. With a new home on the horizon, it was only fitting to celebrate with a housewarming feast. She assigned Qing to wash the mushrooms while she utilized her market cooking tools to prepare a delightful mushroom and chicken soup. Unfamiliar with such wonders, the Xia tribespeople, upon witnessing the seemingly magical appearance of the tent, sent word back to those remaining in the tribe. As curiosity grew, more individuals gathered, and when they returned, The alluring aroma wafted through the air. The hunting party, led by Chief Ming, had ventured far in search of game, while the tribe's safety was currently overseen by Bu. They had heard from those sent to barter for salt that the priest had performed magic near Evil Valley. Magic? Bu stepped back in alarm, suddenly recalling the ominous tales whispered among the tribes regarding the Valley of Evil, an accursed place where no living creature is permitted to exist. It is said that should one venture into the valley uninvited, the fortunate few may emerge alive, yet they shall be cursed, descending into madness. The less fortunate, however, will pay the ultimate price, remaining forever ensnared within the valley's grasp. Moreover, the legendary demon is rumored to wield dark sorcery, consuming the very souls of those who dare to enter. Could it be that the demon has finally been provoked? This is dire. The people of the tribe are still within. Bu hurriedly led his companions to the site, and upon closer inspection, he found the tribe members unharmed, and relief washed over him. Only then did he turn his gaze toward the opposite side, and it dawned upon him why the others spoke of the priest's magical display. What manner of entity lay before him? When had it appeared? It was clearly absent just yesterday. Chapter 79. Watercress. The members of the Shia tribe rushed to recount the marvelous magic they had witnessed. As they spoke, the mouth-watering aroma intensified. They observed Shuyo, each person clutching a white object, queuing in anticipation of receiving food from the esteemed priest. Not only did they have sustenance, but they also had seating and places to set their food. The enticing scent wafting from that direction stirred the curiosity of the Shia tribe. How delightful that must be! It surely tastes exquisite. Naturally, for it was prepared by the priest himself, it must be delectable. I have heard that the priest only cooks medicinal dishes for the sick. Are the Shioyo unwell? That seems implausible. They appear to be laughing joyfully, far from the demeanor of the ill. Is that beautiful structure their dwelling? I saw them enter. It looks magnificent. Yet what use is beauty if the wind could whisk it away? Impossible. That belongs to the esteemed priest. How could the wind possibly displace it? How splendid. It seems that dwelling is indeed habitable. It must be quite warm inside. The Shioyo are fortunate to reside in such a lovely place. The gaze of the Shia tribe did not hinder the Shioyo's dining pace in the slightest. It turns out that the ghostly umbrella is indeed edible, and remarkably so. Qing, Hong, and Yenhu were tasting such delightful fare for the first time. Just yesterday, they had indulged in taro with Shioyo and deemed it the finest food in the world, only to discover an even more delectable dish today. So, meat must be chopped into pieces, and boiling it in water renders it so flavorful. Their understanding was being refreshed, yet they found it utterly normal, for this was presented by the esteemed priest. Anything strange was merely routine. Once they had their fill, the members of a Shia tribe had already departed. Lu Chenyu confirmed that the Shia tribe had seen their tent, and from there, it was up to the Shioyo to spread the word. After their meal, Lu Chenyu led the group back to tend the fields. The strawberry and pumpkin seeds she had brought back previously were already germinating. She planned to plant them tomorrow. Lu Chenyu was uncertain of the current season, but she noted the valley's pleasant climate and fertile soil, prompting her to attempt cultivation. Should she fail, she could always ask Qing and Hong to accompany her outside to seek alternatives. Qing and Hong were part of the gathering team, and it was indeed Hong who had procured the pumpkin. She called for assistance to till the earth and remove weeds while she strolled along the riverside with the three children. Having spent many days here, Lu Chenyu had yet to explore thoroughly. As she wandered, she observed the surrounding flora, hoping to identify any familiar plants. Her current provisions were still too meager. No matter how delectable, eating the same thing daily would become tiresome. As she ambled along, the child Rain, who had been running ahead, suddenly exclaimed in surprise. Lu Chenyu looked up to see that Rain had apparently fallen into a pit. She hurried over to pull Rain out, only to realize he had tumbled into a muddy hole. Before them lay an expanse adorned with lush aquatic vegetation. Beneath the water plants, a treacherous mire awaited, difficult to escape from. Fortunately, the rain had fallen at the edge, allowing Lu Chenyu to swiftly pull the person out. Had the rain struggled a moment longer, it might have truly sunk in. Lu Chenyu hurriedly ushered the children back. Yun, evidently aware of the dangers posed by the swamp, an area notorious for claiming lives, vociferously admonished her younger sister. Rain, cognizant of her mistake, wept softly, too fearful to retort. Meanwhile, Kai stood by, paralyzed with fear and unable to speak. Lu Chenyu took Rain, now caked in mud, to the riverbank to cleanse her. The mud was so thick that Lu Chenyu resorted to using some aquatic plants to scrub her clean. Thankfully, as a child of a primitive tribe, Rain was accustomed to rough treatment. Rather than feeling pain, she giggled as Lu Chenyu brushed her with the water plants. As she washed, Lu Chenyu noticed the water plants bore a striking resemblance to something familiar. The slender, pale green stems, interspersed with white aerial roots, and the feather-like round leaves of deep green hue with a tender texture. Was this not watercress? Upon closer inspection, it indeed was watercress. Watercress, also known as Chinese mustard, is a plant that thrives in wetland or aquatic environments. When Lu Chenyu first encountered the name, she assumed it was a delicacy imported from Western lands, finding it rather sophisticated. However, after enduring years of cafeteria meals featuring poorly prepared watercress, she had since kept her distance, as no one wishes to find leeches nestled among their greens. That said, it was quite delightful in hot pot dishes. After cleansing Rain, Lu Chenyu rose and observed that not only were there numerous watercress plants along the riverbank, but the swamp was also densely populated with them. Previously, she had only sought familiar plants along the shore and had never considered that they might flourish underwater. The watercress appeared remarkably tender. Lu Chenyu easily gathered a generous handful. Intending to take it home for cooking, she diligently checked to ensure no leeches accompanied her harvest before returning. Upon her return, Lu Chenyu brought the mushrooms she had collected that day to her shop. There weren't many, so she decided to reserve them for her own use rather than selling them to Boss Zhu. She informed Boss Zhu that fresh mushrooms would likely be scarce in the coming days. Boss Zhu expressed regret, but understood. Had the mushrooms not been so dependent on seasonal and environmental conditions, they would not command such a high price. The following day, when Lu Chenyu visited indeed, there were no mushrooms to be found. The people from the Xia tribe had only brought mulberries in exchange for salt. Lu Chenyu surmised that the Xia tribe must have discovered a small grove of mulberry trees, as the mulberries they brought were likely sourced from the same location as the previous silkworms. The lack of mushrooms was within Lu Chenyu's expectations. Lu Chenyu then brought strawberry and pumpkin seeds. Both of these plants require pre-germination before planting. Germinating strawberry seeds was relatively straightforward. One simply layered a few paper towels in a container, sprinkled the seeds atop, and lightly misted them with water. In just a few days, they would begin to sprout. The germination of pumpkin seeds requires a certain degree of care. They must be soaked in warm water for 6 hours, wrapped in a damp paper towel to retain moisture, and placed in a warm environment. Lu Chenyu circled the villa and ultimately affixed the pumpkin seeds to the side of the refrigerator using transparent tape. While the interior of the refrigerator is indeed cold, its exterior radiates warmth, particularly around the back and sides near the engine, which feel quite hot to the touch, making it an excellent source of warmth for the pumpkin seeds. Planting pumpkin seeds is a straightforward endeavor. The soil is tilled and broken up with a hoe, followed by creating small holes to bury the seeds beneath a thin layer of soil. Regular watering is necessary to maintain the soil's moisture. Xiao and Yin, who are tasked with breaking the soil into clumps and forming ridges, while a few children use short sticks to poke holes into the prepared earth. Lu Chenyu, along with Qing and Hong, is responsible for placing the seeds into the holes and then covering them with a light layer of soil. Cultivating strawberries is even simpler. One needs to find a plot of land, level it, and thoroughly water it. The strawberry seeds can then be evenly scattered across the surface without the need for covering them with soil. Instead, dried wild grass can be used to provide insulation and moisture retention, with plans to transplant them once they have grown. Moreover, the goji berries that Lu Chenyu had previously propagated have flourished abundantly and are now ready for harvest. This particular plot, combined with the watercress, will suffice for Lu Chenyu's store for quite some time. In the following days, the people of the Xia tribe continued to infrequently exchange goods, with only occasional visitors marveling at the tents. Just as Lu Chenyu feared her enticing plan might falter, she finally spotted Ming arriving at the valley's entrance. Accompanied by the people of the Xia tribe, but in a most unusual manner, Ming was being carried in, reclining. Chapter 080. I am not afraid. On this day, While others were occupied with work, Lu Chenyu found herself idly passing the time. She decided to boil a pot of water to wash the hair and bathe the two little girls, Yu and Kai. Having spent ample time together, Lu Chenyu could no longer tolerate the sight of the children with their greasy, disheveled hair infested with lice surrounding her. The clothes she had brought for them remained unworn, as they feared soiling them. As she attempted to wash Yu's hair, it became an entangled mess, making it impossible to clean. Unable to bear it any longer, Lu Chenyu opted to cut their hair instead. The scissors, part of the medical kit, snipped away, and the tangled locks fell in clumps. Yu sat still, too frightened to move or touch her head, permitting Lu Chenyu to proceed with her task. Once Lu Chenyu finished cutting her hair, Yu tentatively touched her now bare scalp, exclaiming in surprise at its newfound lightness and the absence of itchiness. After Yu, it was Kai's turn, observing his two sisters with their newly shorn heads. Yin approached Lu Chenyu and pointed to his own head. Before long, there were 3 children with bald heads before her. Lu Chenyu then instructed them on how to wash themselves. However, before they could finish, the people from the Xia tribe arrived. The commotion was significant, and Lu Chenyu immediately noticed the bloodstains on their garments. Upon closer inspection, she realized that, aside from Ming, there were numerous injured individuals among them. Setting aside those who could still stand, there were at least 7 or 8 others who, like Ming, lay incapacitated. Lu Chenyu was taken aback by the sight. How could so many be injured? Had they brought the wounded to her in hopes that she would heal them? Her assumption was indeed correct. The Xia tribe sought her assistance. A few days prior, they had gathered the salt they had acquired and found themselves with a considerable amount. Seeing this bounty, their chieftain, Ming, decided to venture further afield to hunt, intending to preserve their catch with salt for winter sustenance. However, to their dismay, they encountered members of another tribe during their hunt. That tribe perceived the Xia tribe's intrusion into their territory, and conflict ensued. Outnumbered, the Xia tribe attempted to retreat, but many sustained injuries in the process. Ming, as the leader, had led the charge and bore the brunt of the injuries. Upon returning, the Xia tribe brought the wounded to Lu Chenyu. Without her intervention, those injured would likely face dire consequences. The members of the Xia tribe looked at her with hopeful anticipation, wishing for her to perform miracles as she had done for a child previously. Initially, Lu Chenyu's instinct was to rise and assess the situation. Yet, seeing the Xia tribe halt at the valley's entrance, she suddenly regained her composure and continued bathing Yu and Kai. The urge to save lives was stifled by a lack of courage to step into the valley. Even Yin surpassed her in bravery. Meanwhile, the Xia tribe, witnessing the priestess's reluctance to approach as she had before, became alarmed. They exchanged anxious glances, their eyes reflecting confusion and urgency. Why hasn't the priest come to treat the chieftain? A voice murmured, laced with unease. Could it be that the priest is unwilling to provide treatment to outsiders? Have we somehow angered the priest? Upon hearing this, Bu's complexion turned pale. Just a few days prior, he had barred the priest from entering the tribe. Could this be the reason for the priest's wrath? The more he pondered, the more convinced he became, and with a ghastly visage, he recounted the incident of his refusal to allow the priest's entry. At this revelation, despair swept over the crowd. If the priest was indeed angered, it seemed they would receive no healing. This notion spread among the people of the Xia tribe, and a palpable panic ensued. If the priest was unwilling to treat them, what fate awaited the wounded? Would they simply await death? Yu and Kai remained oblivious to the unfolding calamity, still engrossed in their warm water play. Yun, however, understood the gravity of the situation. He glanced at Lu Chenyu, then toward the valley's entrance, and softly inquired, "Is the priest not going to help them?" Without needing to grasp his words, Lu Chenyu comprehended his intent. She chose to remain silent, instead tending to Yu and Kai, drying them off and dressing them in fresh garments. She was not a mere laborer to be summoned without recompense. After a while, seeing Lu Chenyu show no inclination to approach, the tribe's people succumbed to despair and contemplated returning home, abandoning their plea for the priest's assistance. The thought of retreat sent Mei into a state of utter collapse. Among the gravely injured was her partner, Chiao, whose abdomen bore a gaping wound, and one of his legs was grotesquely askew. If they returned to the tribe, Chiu would not survive. He would perish. Mai threw herself over Q, preventing the others from carrying him back, and cried out in a frenzy, "No, we cannot go back. Only the priest can save Chiu. We must not return." Others urged her, "It's futile. The priest will not save them." May refused to believe it. The priest has not declared that she will not help. On what grounds do you make such assumptions? But look at the priest. She seems utterly oblivious to our plight. If she truly wished to assist, she would have already come forth. With tears streaming down her face, May observed the priest tenderly dressing Yu and Kai. The garments were exquisite and precious, and the priest smiled joyfully at them, exuding kindness. She had previously saved the child from the Jean family. Why was she now unwilling to help? Was it because she had not formally beseeched her? In a daze, May stood up, determined to rush to the priest and plead for Chiu's salvation. But just a few steps into her endeavor, a voice called out from behind May, "If you go any further, you'll reach the Valley of Evil." May halted abruptly and glanced down to find her toes perched precariously at the edge of the valley. One more step would lead her to the fabled cursed abyss. Those behind her cried out in terror, "May, come back. There is a curse there." Her feet trembled slightly, yet when she turned to gaze at the barely alive Chiu, tears streamed anew. "No, I'm not afraid." She gritted her teeth and took a decisive step forward, completely crossing that boundary. The valley was enveloped in silence, with only the rustling of leaves stirred by the wind. May hurried a few steps, then fell to her knees before Lu Chenyu, tears splattering onto the ground. "Great priest, I implore you, save Chiu." Lu Chenyu rose, his gaze settling on May, and inquired calmly, "Are you not afraid of the Valley of Evil?" The term Valley of Evil was familiar to her. She knew it was the name of the valley. May shook her head, her voice choked with emotion, and then recalled something. She made a gesture of fealty towards Lu Chenyu, an act he had witnessed several times before, performed by Chiu, Hong, and Yin Hu as well. She understood its significance. "Great priest, as long as you can save Chiu, I will heed your every command." Chapter 081. The decision of the Stone-Toothed tribe. Lu Chenyu nodded at May, who, overwhelmed with joy, wiped her tears and rushed out of the valley to bring the unconscious Chiu inside. The members of the Stone-Toothed tribe hesitated, unsure whether to speak up, yet neither did they offer assistance. At that moment, Yin Hu arrived, and May quickly called out to him for help. Seeing that the priest did not object, Yin Hu stepped forward to carry the injured Chiu into the valley. Lu Chenyu instructed Yin Hu to place Chiu on the ground. Chiu's upper body lay exposed, with only a hide wrapped around his lower half, and his wounds were immediately apparent. His abdomen appeared to have been pierced by some weapon, grotesque in its severity, while his leg seemed to have been shattered. Observing Chiu's injuries, Lu Chenyu appeared calm on the surface, but her heart raced with panic. She was not a doctor, after all. However, if she did not intervene, according to the primitive healing methods, even if he miraculously survived, he would likely end up disabled. In a primitive society, being disabled was tantamount to death. Lu Chenyu instructed Yin to summon Chiu and the others for assistance. She added water to the pot that had been used to boil water and took a deep breath, striving to regain her composure. Although she lacked formal medical training, she had acquired some first aid knowledge, especially after treating Chiu previously, which had prompted her to self-study. Unfortunately, there was no internet access here. Otherwise, she could have referred to her browsing history. Now, she had no choice but to proceed with determination. Chiu was clearly suffering from severe blood loss, and the hemostatic agents in her medical kit were insufficient. She needed to find more. Searching through the compendium of herbs, she flipped through the pages on hemostatic herbs and found an illustration of great burdock, showing it to May and instructing her to fetch it. May, clutching the book, hurried off to the Stone-Toothed tribe, seeking assistance in the search. Seeing that the priest truly intended to save Chiu, the tribe members felt a flicker of hope. Without time to ponder further, Bu gritted his teeth and rallied the tribe to join the search. Lu Chenyu first administered 2 painkillers to Chiu. "Yin Hu, hold him down and keep him still," she commanded, directing the only available helper. Yin Hu was momentarily taken aback, but as you recognized the urgency, she rushed to embrace Chiu's arm, mirroring the time the priest had saved her father. Only then did Yin Hu comprehend his role, and he firmly restrained Chiu's upper body with his strong arms. Qiu's leg was misaligned and needed realignment. Lu Chenyu first examined Qiu's uninjured leg to ascertain the general structure of the bones. Then, with a mix of desperation and determination, she positioned one hand on Qiu's knee and the other on his ankle. With a sudden pull and twist, the unconscious Qiu was jolted awake by an agonizing scream, his body convulsing violently. Yanhu held him securely in place. Lu Chenyu felt the leg she had just adjusted and noticed it still appeared somewhat crooked, filling her with a sense of uncertainty. She took a deep breath and attempted to pull it again. Qiu cried out once more in excruciating pain. She gently touched the bones, noting their similarity to those nearby, and selected several straight pieces of wood from the gathered firewood. She tore apart Yu's bee skin skirt to fashion a makeshift rope, then used a wooden stick to secure Qiu's calf, binding it tightly with strips of animal hide. As you watched her clothing disappear, she opened her mouth, her fingers fumbling with the new garments Lu Chenyu had just bestowed upon her, yet she uttered not a word. It mattered not. She now possessed even more exquisite attire. Once the fractured leg was attended to, Lu Chenyu's gaze shifted to the wound on Qiu's abdomen. This injury appeared to be quite severe, with a significant amount of Qiu's blood staining the ground. Lu Chenyu pondered the possibility of internal organ damage, realizing that her only course of action was to cleanse the wound with gauze dipped in warm water. Gradually, the blood was cleared away, revealing a gruesome, penetrating injury, its edges already showing signs of inflammation. Lu Chenyu applied iodine to disinfect the wound. Typically, for a penetrating injury, the procedure would involve staunching the blood flow, cleansing, and bandaging. However, this wound clearly required suturing before it could be properly dressed. Lacking a needle and thread, Lu Chenyu sprinkled a hemostatic powder over the injury and proceeded to bandage it. Qiu remained unconscious, and it was evident that awakening would not come swiftly. Concerned about potential infection, Lu Chenyu administered anti-inflammatory medication. Her treatment was rather rudimentary. She could only manage in this manner. It seemed imperative that upon their return, she ought to acquire knowledge pertinent to healing, lest she inadvertently cause someone's demise, thereby undermining her credibility among these people. Should they send the injured individual to the priests for healing? The Stone-Tooth tribe found themselves in a quandary. They wished to save their kin, yet feared the curse of the Valley of Evil. If they sent the injured inside, it would signify their subjugation to the priests, laboring for them, consuming the provisions bestowed by the priests, and utilizing their offerings. But wait. It appeared they were already laboring for the priests and consuming the salt and sugar provided by them. Thus, the distinction between entering the Valley of Evil and remaining outside seemed negligible. But still, that was the Valley of Evil. Amid the crowd's arduous deliberation, an elder spoke up. He was the previous chieftain, Hui. "Let us send the injured within to beseech the priests for healing," he declared. The people of the Stone-Tooth tribe gasped in shock. "Elder chieftain, we cannot. That is the Valley of Evil. I do not wish to be cursed. I do not wish to die." Hui struck the ground forcefully with his staff, producing a resounding noise that silenced the assembly. "Do you believe that by avoiding the Valley of Evil, we can continue to live unscathed?" The hunting party ventured to a place where, merely 2 months ago, no other tribes were in sight, and now there are signs of their presence. Do you not comprehend what this implies? They are aware of our tribe's existence, and in their quest for territory, it is only a matter of time before they attack. We are no match for them. Once they arrive, we face certain doom. Huey's words instilled panic among the members of the Stone-Tooth tribe. "Elder chieftain, what shall we do?" they implored. "Let us relocate. We can find a new place." Hui sighed deeply. "A new place? We are nearly entrenched in the Valley of Evil. Where might we find a new haven?" The crowd fell into a heavy silence. At that moment, a feeble voice emerged belonging to Ming, who had awakened from his stupor. "Listen to the elder. We must embrace change." After a prolonged silence, Bu took the initiative, lifting the elder Ming onto his back and making his way towards the valley. Bu's action was akin to a stone cast into a placid pond, instantly stirring ripples across the surface. The members of the Shia tribe gazed wide-eyed at Bu, yet none dared to voice their objections. Hui observed Bu's retreating figure and slowly raised his hand, gesturing towards the valley. "Everyone, follow." The crowd began to stir. ultimately trailing behind Bu in a silent procession into the valley. "I won't go," a young warrior suddenly shouted in despair. "The valley of evil will consume one's soul. Once inside, there is no escape." We did not turn back, merely responding with indifference. "Then remain here and await the enemy's approach." The young man trembled, watching his kin fade into the distance, then cast a glance back at the desolate wilderness, letting out a despairing whimper before stumbling after them. Chapter 082. Ginseng within the valley. Lu Qinyu had just finished administering medicine at Xiao, where she lifted her gaze to behold a throng of individuals entering with great momentum. Her brows arched slightly as her eyes fell upon the foremost figure, Bu, and the unconscious Ming. "Great priestess." Bu gently lowered Ming to the ground and knelt on one knee, his voice hoarse. "I beseech you to save our clan leader." Lu Qinyu did not respond immediately. Instead, she surveyed the gathered members of the Xia tribe. Most averted their gazes, heads bowed, and a few trembled visibly, as if on the verge of fleeing. Bu exchanged a glance with Hui, who nodded in affirmation, and together they, akin to Mei before them, performed an act of fealty before Lu Qinyu. Observing this, the Xia tribe members mirrored the gesture. When Xiao and his companions returned, they were met with this scene, their mouths agape in astonishment. Why had the tribe ventured into the valley? However, upon noticing their fallen kin, several were overtaken by alarm. What had transpired here? Lu Qinyu had achieved her objective, and with Xiao's return, she enlisted assistance to tend to the ailing. She felt no coldness in her actions. Rather, it was a necessary exchange. Without genuine commitment, who would dare to take risks? She directed others to cleanse the wounds of the injured, striving to realign severed limbs and administer rudimentary bandaging. While she lacked medical expertise, she resolved to seek external aid. Taking out her phone, she captured several photographs of each injury, intending to stabilize the patients and later consult external resources for treatment methods to bring back medicine the following day. After a while, Mei and several others hurriedly returned, clutching a bountiful supply of great burdock, an essential hemostatic herb. Just as Lu Qinyu's supply of coagulants had depleted, fresh burdock, when crushed and applied to wounds, could staunch bleeding. As they witnessed Lu Qinyu utilizing the burdock for the injured, the Xia tribe members widened their eyes in realization. Could it be that the various herbs the priestess had instructed them to gather possessed healing properties? Coming to this understanding, one individual hastily retrieved his wicker basket and presented it before Lu Qinyu. Inside lay an abundance of medicinal herbs they had specifically sought out on their journey, accompanied by a tome the clan leader had taken with him. They had discovered numerous remedies from the book, unsure if they could save their leader. Recognizing the basket's contents as herbs, Lu Qinyu began to search for anything that might prove beneficial. The patients had lost considerable blood and were exceedingly weak, with several suffering severe injuries. She feared they might not endure until her return the following day. In her search, she unearthed a ginseng root. Ginseng is renowned for its ability to invigorate the weary, replenish vital energy, and alleviate symptoms of insomnia and heart palpitations. Often hailed as a miraculous remedy with life-restoring properties, precisely what these injured souls required. Although the ginseng in her possession was substantial and of considerable age, promising immense wealth if sold, the value of human life took precedence. Moreover, this ginseng had been discovered by the Xia tribe themselves, making its use for their own well-being entirely justifiable. Lu Qinyu meticulously cleaned the ginseng, slicing it into thin pieces. She then brewed part of it, including the root hairs, while instructing the injured to place the remaining slices beneath their tongues. The remaining ginseng slices were entrusted to Lu Qinyu, who instructed Xiao to replace them promptly if anything seemed amiss. After nearly an hour of simmering, the ginseng soup transformed into a golden, translucent elixir, which Lu Qinyu carefully administered to the patient. Having done all she could only resign to the passage of time. Perhaps the ginseng was indeed effective, as within half an hour, the pallor of the patient, who had lost considerable blood, began to regain its rosy hue. It appeared that death would not claim him after all. Lu Qinyu exhaled a sigh of relief. She had genuinely feared that a life might slip away under her care. With the situation momentarily stabilized, Lu Qinyu hurried back to her restaurant. Upon her return, she ascended to the upper floor, took a generous sip of water to collect her thoughts, and began seeking external assistance. She made a phone call. "Hello, Jinyu, you were looking for me?" It was Chu Jingjing, the ally Lu Chenyu had reached out to. While Kong Fan and Kong Renfu possessed superior medical skills, their astuteness made Lu Chenyu wary of revealing too much, leading her to consult Chu Jingjing first. "I could use your help. Are you free around noon? Come to my restaurant for a meal." Chu Jingjing glanced at the time, noting that noon was fast approaching. "Can I take it to go?" Since attending the opening banquet of Lu Chenyu's restaurant, the trio had been dining together daily, whether in person or through takeout, with Chu Jingjing sometimes running errands for them. "Of course, whatever you wish, I'll have it prepared for you." Chu Jingjing agreed and informed her senior that she was heading out to fetch lunch from the mountain. Before departing, Lu Chenyu then called Aunt Jean to reserve a table and prepare several dishes. Ordinarily, the journey from her villa to the restaurant would take merely 10 minutes. And being the proprietor, she wouldn't need to make such a request. However, her restaurant had been exceptionally popular lately, with patrons arriving in droves. Some even deliberately arriving at unconventional hours, such as 10 in the morning or 3 or 4 in the afternoon, to avoid the crowds. If she did not have Aunt Jean hold a table for her, she would find herself queuing like any other customer. Upon her arrival at the restaurant, Chu Jingjing had yet to appear. The establishment was bustling, and Aunt Jean had reserved a table for Lu Chenyu on the second floor, where she ascended to wait. The decor on the second floor had undergone significant transformation. On the opening day, there had been merely a dozen tables. Taking feedback into account, Lu Chenyu had added screens to partition the dining area into cozy booths, befitting the premium price of her specialty mushroom chicken soup. Seated at a table in the corner, she noticed a man and a woman across from her. To her surprise, they were food vloggers. Her restaurant had only been open for a week, and already it had attracted the attention of food influencers. Intrigued, Lu Chenyu observed them intently. As she continued to watch, she realized that the female vlogger looked somewhat familiar. After a moment of reflection, she suddenly recalled that this was the very same beauty who had streamed her altercation with a neighboring vendor while Lu Chenyu was selling scallion pancakes, and later came to her aid. How serendipitous that she should encounter her again, especially after failing to express her gratitude the last time. In a rather serendipitous turn of events, the enchanting live streamer, Xiao Xiong, is indeed a devoted admirer of the culinary delights offered by Lu Chenyu. Today, she has come specifically to broadcast her experience. Ever since she took the advice of netizens and indulged in their scallion pancakes, Xiao Xiong has been unable to forget Lu Chenyu's exquisite offerings. Subsequently, she joined Lu Chenyu's takeout group and has ordered numerous times. With the establishment now having a physical location, she simply must pay a visit to sample the fare. She ordered the restaurant's featured dish of the day, a mushroom chicken soup priced at 888 yuan per pot, alongside steamed perch at 488 yuan per serving, goji berries and broth at 48 yuan per serving, and stir-fried mountain snails at 128 yuan per serving. While the other items are reasonably priced, that mushroom chicken soup is indeed exorbitant. At that moment, in her live stream, viewers remarked, "The streamer is truly affluent, casually ordering a soup that costs nearly 4,000 yuan. Is it really worth it?" Xiao Xiong responded, "This restaurant was once a humble stall, which I have previously streamed from. Their dishes were surprisingly delectable. Now that they have expanded, I am curious to see how the flavors hold up. Today, I shall be the one to test whether this 888 yuan mushroom chicken soup is truly worth its price." Chapter 083. Is the host not acting? Under the lens of Little Bear. The dishes she ordered arrived one by one. To be honest, they looked quite appealing. Wow, is there chicken of the woods in the mushroom chicken soup? I recall that during this season, chicken of the woods is usually in its final phase. Even if available, it tends to be rather expensive, so it's understandable if this dish is priced a bit higher. Host, do taste it. Little Bear was already enchanted by the enticing aroma. Yet she managed to suppress her salivation and first presented a close-up of the soup to the camera. The golden surface of the broth adorned with shredded chicken of the woods, accompanied by green-headed mushrooms, shiitake mushrooms, and more, revealing tender-stewed old hen meat beneath. Dear viewers, let me take a whiff for you. She leaned closer to the pot, inhaling deeply, and then picked up a piece of chicken of the woods with her chopsticks. Her eyes instantly sparkled. It was fresh, crunchy, with hints of sweetness and a meaty fragrance. This flavor was extraordinary. Little Bear scooped a spoonful of soup, blew on it gently, and cautiously brought it to her lips. The next moment, her expression froze. The live stream fell into a brief silence as the comments exploded. Did she just fail? Is it not delicious? 3888 for this. Little Bear slowly set down her spoon, took a deep breath, and then exclaimed, "Oh my heavens! This is incredibly fresh." She abruptly looked up, her eyes wide open, fully embodying her role as a food host. Unable to contain herself, she took another sip and eagerly shared with her viewers. The broth is rich. The sweetness of the chicken has completely infused, and the mushrooms are crisp and tender. Although there are several types of mushrooms in the pot, their aromas and flavors harmonize perfectly. Truly one is greater than two. Dear friends, if you have the chance, you must try. This Little Bear continued to praise the subsequent dishes enthusiastically. Viewers began to doubt. Is this for real? The host isn't acting? Is she? Her expression seemed genuine. I can't help but drool. Little Bear, you've changed. You used to critique other restaurants so sharply. Why are you praising this one today? Little Bear replied, I assure you, I speak only the truth. Enough talk, I must eat. I can't resist. Before the eyes of thousands of viewers in the live stream, Little Bear and her companions devoured the meal, originally ample enough for 4, leaving nothing but clean plates. Had she not reached her limit, she would have finished the pot of chicken soup as well. Observing Little Bear's hearty appetite, viewers were left astonished. Host, is it really that delicious? You're a food host, not an eating show host. You needn't exert yourself so. It must be genuinely delectable. I've never seen Little Bear eat so much before. And look, she doesn't even care if the camera is askew. I know this place. It's not far from my home. I've had their mushroom meat sauce noodles, and I must say, the flavor is simply exquisite. I've seen this dish on their menu, but unfortunately, my wallet is empty, so I can't afford it. Soon, more viewers chimed in with their own experiences. Is it really that delicious? One viewer continued, It's truly delicious. They've only just opened, and there's SAQ every day at the entrance. What is the name of the restaurant? Though it is a bit distant from my location, its exquisite cuisine makes the journey worthwhile. I believe it is called Food from the Mountains, and I have heard that most of their ingredients are sourced from the mountains, which accounts for the higher prices compared to the usual eateries. As for the promotional efforts for her establishment, Lu Chenyu welcomed the opportunity. Once Chu Jingjing arrived, she began to serve the dishes and instructed the staff to grant a complimentary meal to Xiao Xiong. Thus, when Xiao Xiong finished her meal and approached the cashier, she was met with a delightful surprise. Her meal was complimentary. Hello, we noticed you promoting our restaurant. As a token of our gratitude, we will not be charging you for this meal. This act of generosity undoubtedly garnered more favor from netizens, leading to a significant number of visitors flocking to Food from the Mountains later on. But that is a story for another time. Upstairs, no matter how many times she dined there, Chu Jingjing found Lu Chenyu's restaurant's offerings simply delightful, never growing tiresome. While enjoying her meal, she asked Lu Chenyu, Chenyu, what is it that you wanted to discuss with me? Seeing Chu Jingjing savoring her food, Lu Chenyu thought it best not to disturb her appetite with the gruesome images on her phone. She replied, please continue eating, we can talk afterward. Once Chu Jingjing had finished her meal, Lu Chenyu revealed the photos on her phone, saying, Jingjing, as a doctor, could you assess these injuries? Are they serious? And how should they be treated? Chu Jingjing took the phone, examining the gory wounds with a furrowed brow. These injuries appear quite severe. Who has been hurt? Why haven't they been taken to the hospital for treatment? Lu Chenyu's expression darkened as she sighed softly. It is my relative from the mountains. He went foraging for herbs with villagers and encountered another group of gatherers, leading to a conflict and injuries. They are unwilling to seek medical help, which is why I wanted to inquire about possible remedies. Chu Jingjing set down her chopsticks, her demeanor turning serious. Such significant wounds, if left untreated, could worsen. They must be cleaned and stitched promptly, and a tetanus shot is essential. Lu Chenyu understood that advising against seeking medical attention is a taboo in front of a doctor. She concurred, I have urged them to go, but it's challenging to access medical care in the deep mountains, and it takes time. Is there any way to manage the injuries temporarily? They have plenty of herbal remedies there, so it would be ideal to resolve this with herbs. Having accompanied her mentor into the mountains to forage and interacted with herbalists, Chu Jingjing recalled that some herbalists, due to their extensive knowledge, often resorted to self-treatment first when injured. Assuming Lu Qinyu's relative belonged to this category, she pondered for a moment before saying, "Let me teach you a few emergency measures. But you must remember this is merely a stopgap. They still need to visit a hospital. Wound infections are no trivial matter." Afterward, she retrieved her phone, opened an app, and found several instructional videos to show Lu Qinyu. Lu Qinyu inquired, "What is this software you are using? Could you share its details with me?" Chu Jingjing, "Oh, this is an instructional video produced by my school. Look, this is my master. He recorded this lesson. May I download it? I find myself quite intrigued by traditional Chinese medicine lately. Of course, it is accessible to all students in our college. However, you must log in using your student ID. Allow me to share my account with you." Lu Qinyu quickly downloaded the software that Chu Jingjing mentioned and then located the videos on wound treatment and dislocation management. Proceeding to download them, Chu Jingjing reminded him, "You should still inform your relatives about it. Such a large wound can be very dangerous if not properly treated." Lu Qinyu nodded and inquired, "If the injury is severe and there is excessive blood loss, is drinking ginseng soup or sucking on ginseng slices effective?" Chapter 084. The terrifying priest Chu Jingjing. "Ah, are we really on the brink of death? Shouldn't we be seeing a doctor?" Lu Qinyu hurriedly responded, "If, and I emphasize if, Chu Jingjing, ginseng is indeed regarded in traditional Chinese medicine as a potent remedy for invigorating vitality and reviving the spirit. It can be utilized in states of shock with weak pulses and post-hemorrhage weakness. However, it should not be misused as it lacks hematopoietic properties. In cases of extensive wounds with persistent bleeding, it is inadvisable to employ it. Moreover, contemporary ginseng lacks the potency of its historical counterparts, with most being cultivated artificially. While it is true that modern ginseng is less effective than in the past, the ginseng from primitive society possesses remarkable efficacy. It might genuinely prolong life. Regardless, let's focus on survival for now. And what about fractures, particularly a broken leg? In the early stages, one may use rhubarb, gardenia, and safflower for external application to reduce swelling and alleviate pain. In the intermediate phase, one could apply bone-setting herbs, natural copper, and earthworm for external use to mend bones and ligaments. In the later stages, angelica, ligusticum, cinnamon twig, and mugwort could be used to strengthen muscles and bones. I found this online. Just take it with a grain of salt. Don't take it too seriously. Lu Qinyu felt her head buzzing from the information. Noticing Lu Qinyu's apparent interest in traditional Chinese medicine, Chu Jingjing playfully inquired, "Hey, if you're truly interested, would you consider becoming my junior apprentice? If you were to sell all the fine herbs you acquire to my master, he would surely agree to take you on as a disciple." Lu Qinyu, "This is truly out of necessity. Well, it's best to let it go. I am quite advanced in age, and I have heard that studying traditional Chinese medicine requires many years of dedication and time, which I do not possess given my shop." Chu Jingjing pondered this as well, recalling that her master detested half-hearted apprentices during their medical training, and thus she ceased to press the matter. After their meal, Chu Jingjing took food back to the hungry Kong family, and Lu Qinyu insisted she need not pay. "No, I can forego your generosity, for my master and senior brother have not aided you. There is no need to save money for them. Your chicken blood vine has proven remarkably effective. Our herbal shop now has appointments scheduled for several months in advance. The next time you bring fine goods, my master will have the means to purchase them." After Chu Jingjing departed, Lu Qinyu diligently reviewed the video she had downloaded earlier, procuring numerous medicinal herbs and instruments mentioned therein. She acquired iodine, cotton swabs, gauze, bandages, growth factor gel, liquid bandages, surgical sutures, anti-inflammatory medication, antipyretics, surgical blades, and disposable gloves, among other supplies. After gathering the medicines, Lu Qinyu visited the market and bought a sizable piece of pork, intending to use it for practicing suturing. Though Lu Qinyu had utilized needles and threads before, this was her first time suturing flesh. Following the tutorial from Chu Jingjing's video, she practiced extensively, eventually finding her phone's screen too small and deciding to purchase a tablet to download the video onto it. Lu Chenyu dedicated herself to her studies for a considerable time, and before sleeping, she reflected, hoping that her hard work would prevent any fatalities by the time she returned the following day. As dawn broke the next day, Lu Chenyu appeared at the cave. Xiao did not relocate to the large tent at the valley's entrance, but rather continued to reside in the smaller tent, asserting that they were committed to providing close protection for the esteemed priest. Upon hearing this, Yin, who also desired to offer such protection, his eyes coveting Xiao's two weapons. He thought that by being diligent, perhaps the priest would bestow upon him a weapon as well. Amidst their quarrel, they resolved to take turns guarding for a day each. After Lu Chenyu's departure yesterday, the members of the Xia tribe were initially alarmed. But Xiao swiftly reassured them that the priest was occupied with personal matters and would return the following day, which calmed their fears. However, as soon as their anxiety subsided, a new worry crept in. Had they truly ventured into the Valley of Evil? Would they be cursed? This thought lingered in the minds of the Xia tribe until time gradually passed, and as they experienced no discomfort or anomalies, their hearts began to settle. When the injured members of the tribe slowly regained consciousness, their spirits steadied further. When Lu Chenyu arrived at the valley's entrance, she found that none of the patients lying beneath the canopy had perished. All had awakened, alleviating her concerns. Upon her arrival, the people of the Xia tribe gathered around her. After entering the Valley of Evil yesterday, the priest had been preoccupied with tending to the wounded, leaving no time to address them. Following the priest's departure, they dared not wander, thus spending the entire day and night waiting in place. Save for a few who returned to the tribe to guard the elders and children left behind, Lu Chenyu first assessed the wounds of the injured. She instructed Qing and Hong to wash their hands thoroughly before removing the bandages from the patient's wounds. Some minor injuries showed signs of improvement. These required only disinfection and the application of growth factor gel. However, more severe wounds, which were not healing and had become red, swollen, and purulent, necessitated a thorough cleansing, anti-inflammatory treatment, and suturing. Without anesthetics, and with all patients conscious, the process of cleaning and stitching wounds was quite harrowing. Lu Chenyu had believed herself to possess a strong constitution. Accustomed to slaughtering chickens and ducks without fear, she had even practiced suturing with pork the day before. Yet, upon commencing the procedure, she found herself unable to suppress her physiological revulsion. As she wielded a small knife, cutting and probing the flesh of the injured. Accompanied by their anguished cries, the expressions of the onlookers shifted dramatically. The priest was utterly terrifying to inflict harm with such composure. The priest could stab and probe without a flicker of emotion, remaining unfazed by the cries of the wounded. It was no wonder that such priests were few in number. This was the reason. Many were so taken aback by the scene that they instinctively recoiled, and some children, unable to bear the sight, turned away, unwilling to watch Lu Chenyu. In the eyes of many, she had become a figure more fearsome than the tribe leader, who could fell a wild boar with a single punch. After suturing all the major wounds, Lu Chenyu changed her disposable gloves, applied anti-inflammatory treatment and growth factor gel to the wounds, and covered them with bandages. As for whether the organs beneath these severe wounds have sustained any injury, Lu Chenyu found herself at a loss, leaving it to fate. After a prolonged period of intense concentration, once all the wounds had been tended to once more, Lu Chenyu was utterly exhausted. At that moment, Xiao approached her to inquire about the arrangements for the individuals from the Xia tribe. Not yet having devised a plan for these people, she decided to send them back to the Xia tribe, leaving only a few behind to tend to the injured. Glancing at the time, she realized it was nearly depleted. In haste, she took the basket of medicinal herbs left by the Xia tribe and hurried back, only to remember upon her return that she had forgotten to bring back the mountain pit snails. She had overlooked it yesterday and had done so again today. Thus she could only inform Boss Zhu once more. Boss Zhu replied, "No matter, as long as there is no shortage of stock." However, the efforts of the past 2 days were not in vain. In addition to gaining the loyalty of the entire Xia tribe, she had also returned with a considerable bounty of fine medicinal herbs. Chapter 085, Waste Not, Want Not, Discovered Energy Item, Wild Ginseng Fragment, Energy Value, 4267. 3. Discovered Energy Item, Elderberry. Energy Value, 236. 4. Discovered energy item, mint, energy value, 34. Discovered energy item, lotus leaf, energy value, 67. Discovered energy item, mugwort, energy value, 48. 3. Discovered energy item, snake skin, energy value, 697. 2. Lu Chenyu returned with the remaining ginseng, and to her astonishment, even a mere fragment held an energy value exceeding 4,000. One can only imagine the worth of an entire root. Surely it would surpass 10,000. A wave of exhilaration surged within her. Such a high energy value indicated the ginseng's immense value and potent medicinal properties. It was no wonder that the individuals who had appeared near death just yesterday were now fully revived. Not only were the primitive people's physiques remarkable, but the ginseng undoubtedly played a significant role in their recovery. The claims of it replenishing vitality and reversing decline might indeed hold truth. Gazing at the half-root of ginseng in her hand, Lu Chenyu felt her heart race with anticipation. Regardless of its monetary value, if its effects were as extraordinary as suggested, it could very well be a life-saving treasure. She resolved to keep the ginseng for future emergencies. The mint, mugwort, and lotus leaves were of little worth and not of her concern. However, the elderberry certainly piqued her curiosity as it seemed to be associated with fractures. A quick online search confirmed her suspicions. Indeed, it was used for such ailments. How fortuitous! She would bring it back for the injured. As fate would have it, the Stone 2 tribe members had ventured out to gather medicinal herbs and had sustained injuries. The herbs they collected were precisely what they needed for treatment. Whether to call this fortunate or unfortunate was a matter of perspective. Then there was the snake skin. Initially, Lu Chenyu had overlooked it, as it was remarkably large, nearly half a meter wide and entirely intact, meticulously arranged by the tribe members at the bottom of the basket. She had always harbored an aversion to serpents. Their cold, hairless forms, slick scales, and eerie vertical pupils sent shivers down her spine. Furthermore, many horror films often employed snakes as terrifying motifs, whether coiling around a victim's neck or suddenly lunging from the shadows to deliver a vicious bite. The mere thought made her shudder. Now, confronted with such a substantial snake skin, exuding an unpleasant odor, she summoned considerable courage to extract it. The skin unfurled, occupying half of her underground garage and measuring nearly 10 meters in length. The grayish-white surface displayed every scale with crystal clarity, were it not so flattened. Lu Chenyu might have mistaken it for a living serpent. Such a magnificent and complete specimen, even if not suitable as a medicinal material, would serve as a splendid collectible. Yet, Lu Chenyu could not bear the thought of the snake skin residing in her home, even for a single day. Despite her fatigue, she found a bag and transported both the snake skin and ginseng to the Qinghe apothecary. The snake skin would be sold, while the ginseng was entrusted to Chu Jingjing for preparation. Lacking the robust physique of the primitive people to withstand the potency of fresh ginseng, she deemed the processed version more suitable for her constitution. Chu Jingjing had never encountered such an enormous snake skin. Indeed, neither had Kong Renfu. The complete snake skin is too precious to be used for medicine. It would be far better utilized as a specimen. Even the seasoned traditional Chinese medicine practitioner, Kong Renfu, could not help but express his admiration upon seeing this snake skin. Lu Chenyu, unfamiliar with wealthy enthusiasts of snake skin specimens, merely wished to dispose of the skin quickly. What use is this to you, Dr. Kong? This exquisite item would best showcase its value as a medicinal ingredient. The size of this skin indicates that the snake must have lived for many years, which should enhance its potency. Would you truly let such a marvelous medicinal material slip away? Kong Renfu hesitated, not due to a lack of desire for the snake skin, but rather from fear that Lu Chenyu would demand an exorbitant price. The snake skin, also known as dragon clothing, is renowned for treating epilepsy, childhood convulsions, and skin maladies. Securing the snake skin could potentially exempt their pharmacy from needing to procure snake skins for the next decade. Moreover, he noted that this skin was remarkably fresh and unprocessed, allowing him to prepare it personally, thus preserving its medicinal efficacy to the greatest extent. How much are you asking for this snake skin? Kong Renfu inquired cautiously. Lu Chenyu smiled. I'm unaware of the market price for this snake skin. Dr. Kong, please propose a figure. The price of snake skins varies significantly based on species, integrity, and size, ranging anywhere from 5 to 5,000 yuan. Although Kong Renfu did not recognize the species, he could ascertain its medicinal potential by scent. After some contemplation, he confidently offered a high price, 20,000 yuan. Lu Chenyu considered this and accepted the offer. 20,000 yuan was not an insubstantial sum, and she could not afford to undervalue it simply because she had previously sold medicinal materials for hundreds of thousands. After concluding the sale of the snakeskin, Lu Chenyu retrieved a half-root of ginseng wrapped in a plastic bag from her pack. Jingjing, could you assist me in processing this half-root of ginseng? Half a root of ginseng? Kong Renfu leaned in to examine it, fearing that it might have been damaged. His frustration nearly overwhelmed him upon closer inspection. The ginseng was tower-like with a main root that was 3 fingers thick, resembling a human form, with naturally spaced legs and a yellow-brown skin adorned with tightly woven cross-striations. It was evidently an aged mountain ginseng, likely over a century old. Yet, the root had lost more than half of its fibrous tendrils, and the lower portion of the main root was missing, with a clean cut that suggested deliberate severance. What a waste! Such a monumental waste! Kong Renfu exclaimed, stamping his feet in indignation. This is a century-old mountain ginseng, and it has been so carelessly cut. He trembled as he pointed at the remnant, lamenting, "Do you have any idea how much the value and efficacy differ between a complete ginseng and a severed one?" Chu Jingjing also leaned in, feeling the pang of loss as a fellow practitioner. The most precious tendrils are completely gone. This cut is far too neat. It seems as if... Suddenly, realization dawned upon her, and she looked sharply at Lu Chenyu. "You asked me about the uses of ginseng yesterday." Lu Chenyu's expression turned slightly awkward, but she resolved to stand firm, as it was her ginseng regardless of others' opinions. "Yes, that was my relative. I mentioned he was injured, lost blood, and said he needed old ginseng to sustain his life. So he cut it himself to make soup." Kong Renfu admonished her with heartfelt concern. "This is nonsense. This is not how ginseng should be used. Such a flagrant waste. The potency of fresh ginseng is unparalleled. Your relative is quite reckless. How is he now? Is he all right?" Upon witnessing Kong Renfu's agitation, Lu Chenyu hastily clarified, "It's nothing serious. He merely consumed a small amount and is perfectly fine now." Hearing that all was well, Kong Renfu's demeanor softened somewhat. Yet he continued to admonish, "Though you are not my disciple, I feel compelled to speak to you. We have had a few interactions, and you are not entirely a stranger to me. I can somewhat claim the role of your elder. As such, it is not excessive for me to offer a few words of counsel. If you intend to assist your relative in the trade of medicinal herbs, you ought to possess at least a fundamental understanding of the subject. Even if the goods you handle are not mine, I would still feel pain to see them squandered, for they are precious life-saving resources that take time to cultivate. Wasting even one is a significant loss." Que Jingjing interjected, défending Lu Chenyu, Master. Chenyu did not act out of malice. "She even took the time to learn about traditional Chinese medicine with me yesterday, didn't you?" Lu Chenyu nodded vigorously, reminded of the stern teachers from her school days, instinctively adopting a student-like posture. Kong Renfu inquired, "Is that true?" Lu Chenyu affirmed with another nod. After a moment of contemplation, Kong Renfu remarked, "I understand that you run a restaurant. However, as the proprietor, it is not necessary for you to be present at all times. If you are willing, in your spare time, you could come to the restaurant and learn the art of preparing medicinal herbs alongside Jingjing." Chapter 086. Take it easy the moment Kong Renfu spoke. Both Chu Jingjing and Lu Chenyu were taken aback. Chu Jingjing never imagined that her master would one day proactively invite someone to learn medicine from him, while Lu Chenyu was equally surprised that in her endeavor to sell medicinal herbs, she could also gain a mentor. Lu Chenyu felt a surge of interest. The reason the people of the Xia tribe were willing to submit was precisely because of her healing abilities. This skill was evidently far more practical and reliable than enticing the primitive folk with tents and clothing. Noticing that Lu Chenyu did not respond immediately, Kong Renfu cleared his throat and added, "I am not seeking to take you as a disciple. Rather, I simply want you to come and learn when you have the time, to prevent wastage of the medicinal materials in the future." Chu Jingjing felt a pang of disappointment. She had hoped her master would take on a junior apprentice, as she was quite fond of Lu Chenyu. If Lu Chenyu were to become her junior sister, they would have delightful culinary experiences together every day. Realizing the situation, Lu Chenyu promptly expressed her gratitude to Kong Renfu, saying, "Thank you, Dr. Kong. It is an honor to learn from you, and I will devote myself to my studies." Indeed, Kong Renfu, a moderately renowned traditional Chinese medicine practitioner and a university professor, would naturally expect the student to propose the mentorship first. Seizing this rare opportunity, Lu Chenyu contemplated directly requesting to be his disciple. However, she was unprepared. She had heard that becoming a disciple often involved offering a gift as a sign of respect. Currently, she only possessed half a ginseng root, which was hardly suitable as a gift. Nevertheless, she was determined to secure her place in the learning process and would follow up later with persistence. Confident that Kong Renfu would not refuse her, Lu Chenyu had faith in her capabilities. She had successfully treated patients and sutured wounds after merely studying books and videos. She considered herself a promising candidate. However, Kong Renfu suddenly shifted his tone, maintaining a calm demeanor. Learning traditional Chinese medicine is not a matter of a day or two. It requires patience. If you abandon your studies midway, I shall not show leniency. Lu Chenyu was taken aback, but quickly nodded solemnly, "I understand. Since I have decided to learn, I shall not easily give up." Kong Renfu nodded in approval, saying, "From now on, when you come, you will first learn from Jingjing. Jingjing, please introduce her to the herbal cabinet." At that moment, he began to instruct them on the preparation of ginseng, using the half-root that Lu Chenyu had brought to demonstrate how to identify the varieties, quality, and age of ginseng, as well as its preparation and usage. Lu Chenyu listened intently, and by the time she finished, the sky was nearly dark. Kong Renfu was satisfied with her attitude toward learning and gifted her a book on herbal medicine, advising her to memorize the herbs when she had the chance. Although Lu Chenyu already possessed several similar books, she was grateful to Kong Renfu and sincerely thanked him as she accepted the new book. "Thank you, Teacher Kong. I will ensure that next time I have quality goods, you will be the first to know." Recalling the previous incident, Kong Renfu tossed a few more books her way. List of nationally protected wild animals of Country X. List of nationally protected wild plants of Country X. An interpretation of the wildlife protection law. Lu Chenyu. Kong Renfu. Money is never-ending. Take it easy. Not every encounter will be with good-hearted individuals. Lu Chenyu. Understood, teacher. Upon returning, Lu Chenyu did not immediately rest. Instead, she began to strategize her endeavors in the primitive society. Engaging in the trade of wild flora and fauna was undoubtedly not a sustainable path. Thus, the only viable option was to continue her agricultural ambitions. Her first task was to clear land for cultivation. Beyond planting vegetables, she intended to grow staple crops such as rice, wheat, and potatoes. With a vast and fertile land available, cultivating grains would eliminate the need for purchasing food in the future, while also providing sustenance for the people of the Xia tribe. It was impractical for all of them to transport rice and flour. Next came the aspect of livestock farming. Currently, the only available meats were fish and mountain snails. The game hunted in that region would predominantly consist of wild animals, many of which were likely protected species and unsuitable for sale. Therefore, she planned to bring along some chicks, ducklings, and goslings from her side to rear, necessitating the construction of a poultry farm. Additionally, she envisioned digging fish ponds for aquaculture. Although fish were plentiful in the river, they were elusive, making farming a more prudent choice. While the issues of the primitive society appeared manageable, the challenges on her side were paramount. As her agricultural operations expanded, she would undoubtedly require a reliable method for bulk transportation of goods, thus necessitating a comprehensive solution for sourcing her supplies. Lu Chenyu intended to rent a plot of land in the outskirts to cultivate the same crops as in the primitive society, planning to engage in some covert exchanges. After sketching out her plans, Lu Chenyu finally succumbed to a deep slumber. The following day, she began by checking on the injured individuals, particularly those whose wounds she had sutured the previous day. To her relief, the wounds were healing well, requiring only dressing changes and time to recover. With so many injured, It was remarkable that the esteemed priest had managed to save them all, instilling both fear and reverence among the members of the Shia tribe as they gazed upon Lu Chenyu. All the inhabitants of the Shia tribe, including even the infants who had yet to learn to walk, gathered at the valley's entrance, awaiting Lu Chenyu's direction. It was her first encounter with an entire tribe of primitive people, tall and robust. Their dark skin glistened under the sun, with men and women clad in nothing but animal skin skirts, while many children were completely unclothed. The trio of Yun, Yu, and Kai, dressed in garments, stood out conspicuously among the crowd. As Ming was unable to rise due to injuries, the affairs of the Shia tribe were temporarily entrusted to Hui. Hui, representing the tribe, approached Lu Chenyu to converse. Amidst the chatter, Lu Chenyu interrupted, producing elderberry to instruct Hui to arrange for someone to locate bone-setting herbs. After numerous exchanges, the meaning was clear as soon as Lu Chenyu revealed her goods. Hui promptly summoned several knowledgeable individuals to search for the required plants. Regarding the others, Lu Chenyu surveyed the crowd and selected 10 individuals to accompany her in clearing land, sending the remainder away. She intended to familiarize herself with the surrounding environment today, seeking suitable locations for animal husbandry. She wished to avoid raising poultry in the valley, as the incessant clucking of chicks and the unpleasant odor of manure would be intolerable. She could not allow the valley to transform into a livestock farm. Lu Chenyu drove a tricycle, accompanied by Yin Hu and Bu, distributing the woodcutting and slaughtering knives to them. These 2 individuals are now her bodyguards. Yin Hu has finally acquired the weapon she has long desired, and her excitement is palpable, even reflected in the smile on Bu's face. The high priest has taken him under his wing. It seems that the high priest does not harbor any resentment towards him for the events of the past few days. Lu Chenyu is leisurely navigating her tricycle through the valley. Previously, she had refrained from thoroughly exploring the valley, concerned that wild beasts might lurk in its depths. However, with the presence of her bodyguards today, she has finally taken this step forward. Chapter 087. The primitive tribe from the cave to the valley entrance. Ever since the road was cleared last time, Lu Chenyu could reach it in about half an hour on her tricycle. She circled around the valley and, estimating the time, presumed the valley itself formed a circular shape. Perhaps she should purchase a drone next time to ascertain this. Calculating her driving speed of 30 kilometers per hour, she concluded it was approximately a circle with a diameter of 15 kilometers. Not particularly large, yet not small either. It would certainly not suffice for any form of livestock farming within. After exploring the valley, she drove outward and discovered that the terrain along the riverbank was remarkably flat, a veritable paradise for cultivating crops. Continuing forward, she arrived at the Shia tribe. Unlike her previous visit, this time no one hindered her entry, and she confidently drove her vehicle into the valley of the Shia tribe. However, 3 minutes later, panic surged within her as she hastily fled. My goodness, she nearly forgot this was a primitive tribe. What does a primitive tribe signify? Underdevelopment, filth, chaos, and disorder. Upon entering, she was immediately assaulted by a foul odor. Clutching her nose, she scanned the surroundings, and when she identified the source of the stench, she nearly fainted. A child was defecating in the open air. This was not the crux of the matter. The alarming reality was that the child was squatting not over a single pile, but a heap. Those acquainted with latrines could imagine the overwhelming sensation. The stench was unbearable, and insects were swarming. Lu Chenyu's intention to step further into the tribe was abruptly halted. What was even more disconcerting was the fact that the Shia tribe's latrine was situated right in the vicinity where they lived. She could even see a dwelling cave less than 10 meters away. Lu Chenyu's desire to explore the Shia tribe evaporated completely, and her mind was now filled with thoughts of whether Yun, Yu, and Kai also engaged in such indiscriminate acts without proper hygiene. Did every member of the Shia tribe behave in this manner? If Yun and Yu were aware of the priest's thoughts, they would surely protest. For in order to avoid soiling their tent, the 3 of them bathed daily before entering. The inhabitants of the Shia tribe, oblivious to why the priest had turned and fled upon entering their territory, were completely unaware that it was due to their indiscriminate excrement. Had they known, they too would have been puzzled. In the wilderness, being alone is perilous, even within a tribe, especially at night, which is why they resolve their bodily needs within the tribe, leading to a collective habit of using a single area. Determined, Lu Chenyu resolved that the first lesson she would impart to these primitives would be the importance of proper sanitation. On her way back along the valley, she proceeded with utmost caution, fearful of inadvertently triggering a trap. Upon her return, she found the individuals who had gone to collect the broken bone grass had also returned, accompanied by a heap of elderberry. Indeed, the vegetation resources here were remarkably abundant. In such a short span of time, they managed to procure so many medicinal herbs. The medicinal portion of elderberry consists of its stems, leaves, and branches. Freshly crushed elderberry stems and leaves are to be applied externally to the fractured areas and secured with gauze, changing the dressing daily. Lu Chenyu instructed her team to dismantle the splints and supports from those with broken limbs and to apply the crushed leaves to their injuries. However, this treatment is only effective for fractures without external wounds. If there's an injury, one must first heal it before applying any medicine. After tending to the patients, Lu Chenyu proceeded to inspect the progress of the land reclamation led by Xiao. A total of 5 shovels and 5 hoes had been allocated, and Lu had assigned 10 individuals to assist Xiao today, who promptly distributed the tools among them. Xiao divided the workers into 2 groups, one wielding shovels to turn the soil, while the other utilized hoes to cultivate the land. Since only Xiao possessed the requisite skills for this task, everyone had to follow his instructions. Xiao, what are we doing? Why are we preparing this land? Xiao, what is that object you're holding? Why does it make a sound? Wow, how did that grass snap? Xiao, the high priest has actually entrusted that formidable beast to you. You are truly fortunate. Initially, Xiao felt elated, believing himself to be the wisest for being the first to decide to follow the high priest. Thus, whenever a matter arose, he felt that the high priest would think of him. As the tribe's people expressed their curiosity and posed questions, he answered each one with enthusiasm. However, as half an hour elapsed, their discussions shifted to whether the high priest could slay a bison with a single punch. This topic exceeded the limits of Xiao's comprehension. He opened his mouth, momentarily at a loss for words. Of course she can, asserted a young man confidently. I have witnessed her break a tree of such girth with her bare hands. He exaggeratedly gestured, prompting gasps of awe from those surrounding him. What of that? Interjected another skeptically. The last time the high priest merely glanced at a wolf, it fled with its tail between its legs, not daring to make a sound. Xiao felt beads of sweat form on his forehead. While he too recognized the high priest's prowess, the claims grew increasingly absurd. The crux of the matter was that the high priest had neither felled any trees nor encountered any wolves. Nonsense, someone retorted. When have you ever seen the high priest? You usually avoid the valley of evil. How could you have seen her? I caught a glimpse. One replied. So did I. Another chimed in. Enough with the idle chatter. Xiao hastily interrupted, waving his weed cutter. Let us return to work. If the high priest arrives and this area remains unfinished, she will be disappointed. The group then immersed themselves in labor. They were remarkably strong, turning the soil with ease. As they worked, they began to notice something unusual beneath their feet. It felt as if there were hard objects buried in the earth. Several individuals remarked on the presence of something solid, assuming it to be stones. After all, this was the land desired by the high priest. What did it matter if there were stones? They were ready to excavate those too. Thus, a robust young man unearthed a gnarled, blackened tree trunk from the ground. Humph, they thought it was a stone. Turns out it was just a tree. The group moved the dead wood aside to clear the area. When Lu Chenyu arrived, she observed the workers shifting the cumbersome trunk. She glanced at the deep hole in the ground, then at the dead wood, and only approached to inspect it once they had cast it aside. The wood was still caked with dirt. She casually picked up a branch and tapped it. It was solid, not dry at all. Could it possibly be a treasure? Lu Chenyu took the chopping knife from the hands of the salt tiger behind her and scraped away the soil from the surface of the wood, revealing a dark, glossy sheen beneath. She gently struck the wood with the back of the knife. The dull metallic sound astonished her. This did not resemble wood at all. Curiosity piqued. She chopped a small piece off and discovered that the inner part of the tree was also dark, gleaming with an unusual luster. Moreover, Lu Chenyu faintly caught a whiff of a fragrant aroma. Could it be? Her eyes widened in disbelief. Was this the legendary Darkwood? Chapter 088. The Darkwood. The Darkwood, also known as ebony, is a unique timber formed through the natural processes of the ancient world, buried underground and subjected to anoxic, high-pressure conditions for thousands, or even tens of thousands of years, resulting in its carbonization. Its hue resembles that of ink, and its texture is akin to iron, earning it the moniker of plant mummy, with a price tag to match its rarity. Darkwood is commonly found alongside riverbeds, and the land where Lu Chenyu and her companions were clearing was situated on the plains adjacent to a river. Such plains, often sculpted by the river's currents, are not at all surprising locations for excavating Darkwood. Gazing at the substantial piece of Darkwood, large enough for several people to embrace, Lu Chenyu felt a surge of excitement within her. Surely, such a grand specimen must command a hefty price. She promptly summoned others to transport the Darkwood to the riverbank for a thorough cleansing. Once washed, Lu Chenyu consulted her texts once more, ensuring that this desiccated timber was indeed the legendary Darkwood. By its fragrance, she surmised it to be camphorated Darkwood. This variety is derived from the camphor tree, which after being buried for over 3,000 years, gradually transforms into carbonized form. Its unique medicinal properties and rarity rendered it a revered artifact in ancient times. Often employed in the creation of Buddhist statues, ritual tools, carved ornaments, and prayer beads. In terms of medicinal benefits, it possesses efficacy in repelling insects, preventing decay, and promoting blood circulation. Regardless of the aspect considered, the value of camphorated Darkwood is unequivocally high. Lu Chenyu gazed at the wood with the same admiration one might reserve for gold ingots, eagerly instructing her companions to carry it to her cave. Such a precious item must certainly be brought back. Fortunately, the entrance to her cave was sufficiently large, and the group swiftly transported the Darkwood inside, positioning one end precisely against the time-space portal as per Lu Chenyu's directive. With outsiders present, the portal could not possibly activate. After dismissing the onlookers, Lu Chenyu first tossed over the goji leaves, wild onions, taro, and mountain snails that Qing and Hong had previously gathered for her, before attempting to push the Darkwood. However, she overestimated her strength. The wood, which had required the efforts of 6 strapping young men to move, was far beyond her capability. Exhausted from her exertions, she found the Darkwood utterly unmoved. After several futile attempts, Lu Chenyu grew despondent. "Oh, time-space portal, why do you not lend a hand when such a treasure lies before you?" With no other recourse, she placed her hopes in the portal. This was a treasure forged over millennia, undoubtedly brimming with energy. Did it not desire such energy? Just grant me a modicum of energy, so I may shift this wood. Surely that is not too much to ask. Addressing the time-space portal, she mused aloud. "I know you can hear me. We are bound by a contract. Is it too much to ask for your assistance on this minor matter?" The time-space portal had remained silent for ages, and Lu Chenyu had not expected a response. To her astonishment, it indeed replied. A flash of golden light enveloped the Darkwood, and in the next instant, it vanished into thin air. Lu Chenyu's heart soared. The time-space portal had merely been feigning indifference. She hastily followed suit, and upon arrival, she heard the portal's announcement. Discovery of energy item, millennia camphor wood. Energy value acquired, 63,360. Discovery of energy item, omitted. Upon hearing the system's initial announcement, Lu Chenyu was momentarily stunned. Did she just hear the unit 10,000? Before she could fully comprehend, the system continued. The time-space gate has collected energy exceeding 100,000, upgrading to a level 3 time-space gate. The defensive range expands to a radius of 500 meters around the gate. Unless permitted by the host, no living being may approach. Activating universal speech technique. Activating enhancement technique. Daily time travel duration changed to 8 hours, with 2 instances of time travel allowed. The next upgrade condition is 1,000,000 energy points. Lu Chenyu felt tears welling up. The universal speech technique. Finally, had her golden finger arrived? Although it seemed rather trivial, it was just right for her. Oh my, she had struggled with communication for so long. She no longer needed to gesture and mime like a primitive person. After a moment of excitement, Lu Chenyu recalled hearing something about an enhancement technique. What, pray tell, was that? Having understood that the time-space gate was merely playing dead, Lu Chenyu decided to pester it. The time-space gate, exasperated, finally spoke again. The enhancement technique allows the host to borrow energy from the time-space gate to temporarily modify personal parameters. Lu Chenyu. What? Time-space gate. Next time you find yourself struggling to lift something, you can borrow a bit of energy from me to increase your strength. Lu Chenyu. Lu Chenyu inquired. So, can you speak now? Or have you always been able to speak while pretending not to? The time-space gate, in a fit of frustration, replied, I was in seclusion. If I hadn't taken the time to meditate all these years, I would have collapsed long ago. Lu Chenyu. Oh, so that was intentional. Time-space gate. I don't want to talk. Lu Chenyu. Nevertheless, I must thank you. The money I've earned has allowed me to reclaim the property deed for my house. I no longer need to worry about anyone wanting to sell you. The time-space gate paused for a moment, its tone softening. Oh, well, you're not so bad. It's also thanks to you for choosing me. Otherwise, I wouldn't have the capabilities I possess now. The time-space gate felt a bit bashful. This host seemed much gentler than the previous one, and this feeling was rather pleasant. You also assisted me in collecting energy. With Lu Chenyu's flattery, the time-space gate granted her yet another function. Are you saying that within your 500-meter defensive range, I could traverse freely without hindrance? Lu Chenyu could hardly believe her ears. Was this an ability she could possess without needing to collect energy? Time-space gate. I've even arranged for you to travel to another world. What's a few walls to me? Aren't you worried about being discovered for the source of your goods over time? Find a nearby warehouse. I'll help you move your items there. You can use a vehicle to transport things to your warehouse and pretend a little. Lu Chenyu was touched and exclaimed, Kong Kong, you are truly wonderful. Time-space gate. Who are you calling Kong Kong? That door? No way. Time? Gigi, the gate of time and space. I have a name. I am called the Bridge of Realms. In order to conserve energy, the gate of time and space swiftly closed for repairs. Today, Lu Chenyu was exceedingly joyful. Not only had she acquired the invaluable sinker wood, but the gate of time and space had also undergone an upgrade, granting her several fortuitous advantages. Truly a day of extraordinary luck. As she gazed at the substantial portion of her underground garage occupied by the sinker wood, Lu Chenyu excitedly rubbed her hands together, circling the glossy, ebony giant 3 times. Her mind racing with countless schemes for wealth. The book that Kong Renfu had given her yesterday mentioned that the sinker wood found in rivers and lakes belongs to the state, and individuals are prohibited from possessing or trading it without authorization. Engaging in unauthorized excavation and sale could potentially lead to charges of theft of state property, resulting in administrative penalties or even criminal liability. This piece of wood did not originate from this world. Perhaps it could be claimed as a legacy from her great-aunt, who had long since passed away. No one could prove that this sinker wood was not a cherished heirloom of her lineage. The ambiguity surrounding its ownership left Lu Chenyu pondering its legal status, deciding to set aside her uncertainties for the moment. She instructed Boss Zhu to send someone for the mountain snail, as the garage was now filled with sinker wood, prompting her to personally wait outside the garage for the arrival of the individual. Subsequently, she delivered other ingredients to the restaurant and packed meals to take to Qinghe Pharmacy. She planned to study in the afternoon and, while there, would also prepare meals for Kong Renfu and his companions. Chapter 089. She was too clever. Upon seeing Lu Chenyu arriving with food, Chu Jingjing felt a surge of joy. Having a junior sister was indeed a blessing. She no longer had to run errands. However, today, Kong Renfu was absent. The master had gone to teach at the school, and in the afternoon, she would guide Lu Chenyu in familiarizing herself with the medicine cabinet. Lu Chenyu made no objections. After their meal, Chu Jingjing led her to the cabinet. The towering wooden structure was meticulously arranged with numerous small drawers, each adorned with neatly labeled tags bearing the names of the herbs. Chu Jingjing casually pulled open one drawer and extracted a handful of light yellow root slices, saying, "Here, this is Baiju. It strengthens the spleen and boosts vital energy." Lu Chenyu accepted it, gently inhaling its scent and pinching it between her fingers, diligently noting its appearance and aroma. Chu Jingjing then opened another drawer, revealing a collection of dried, yellow-brown spheres. This is Lu Lutong, also known as Feng Chiozi. It is the mature fruit of the fragrant tree, known to dispel wind and unblock channels, as well as to promote diuresis and eliminate dampness. This one is Ba Do, which is both a poison and a medicine, primarily treating cold-induced constipation and abdominal edema, but it must be used with extreme caution. A slight miscalculation could lead to poisoning. As Lu Chenyu studied the book alongside the herbal products, under Chu Jingjing's guidance, she committed each one to memory. The Qinghe pharmacy boasted over 800 cabinets, and after Chu Jingjing led her through a considerable number, she encouraged Lu Chenyu to digest the information independently while she attended to patients. The pharmacy had recently hired someone to assist with dispensing medicine, allowing Chu Jingjing to begin seeing patient herself. Perhaps due to the enhancement of her physical capabilities from the upgrade of the time-space portal, Lu Chenyu felt a significant improvement in her memory and concentration. She had nearly memorized the more than 100 herbs in the first cabinet. Checking the time, she decided to take a moment to explore the vicinity of the villa for a suitable warehouse location. After informing Chu Jingjing of her intent to leave, she was fortuitously met by the returning Kong Renfu just as she was about to exit the pharmacy. Lu Chenyu thought to herself, could she not be considered early for leaving since she had completed her learning tasks? Upon Kong Renfu's return, he was immediately confronted with the sight of the student who had vowed to diligently study, now attempting to leave early on her first day, which incensed him. Noticing the change in Kong Renfu's expression, Lu Chenyu quickly exclaimed, Teacher Kong, I have completed my learning tasks for today. In front of the cabinet, Kong Renfu began a surprise check. You have memorized this side of the cabinet? Lu Chenyu nodded affirmatively. Then let me quiz you. Where is Hong Jing Tian? What are its medicinal properties? Remaining calm, Lu Chenyu walked to the right side of the cabinet, pulled open a drawer, and retrieved several reddish-brown root slices. Hong Jing Tian has a sweet and astringent flavor, is cold in nature, and belongs to the lung meridian. It invigorates blood circulation and stops bleeding, clearing the lungs and alleviating coughs, commonly used for hemoptysis, pneumonia-related coughs, and excessive vaginal discharge in women. She paused briefly before adding, modern research also indicates its efficacy in combating hypoxia and fatigue. It can be utilized during altitude sickness. Kong Renfu raised an eyebrow, clearly surprised, and continued to inquire about several other herbs from that side of the cabinet. Jiao Gulan, it clears the lungs and detoxifies, alleviating cough and phlegm, primarily treating chronic bronchitis and gastroenteritis, located in the 5th slot from the left in the 2nd row. And Sang Shunzi, cool in nature and sweet in taste. It nourishes yin and invigorates blood, alleviates wind and relieves pain, primarily treating ailments such as constipation, night sweats, insomnia with vivid dreams, and palpitations. In the 4th column of the 6th row, each herbal ingredient inquired by Kong Renfu could be readily answered by Lu Chenyu regarding its location and properties, except when asked about the other side of the medicine cabinet, where she faltered. Chu Jingjing, listening nearby, was left in astonishment, while Kong Renfu's stern demeanor gradually softened. With his hands clasped behind his back, he gazed at Lu Chenyu for a few moments before suddenly asking, Did you memorize this cabinet today? Indeed, Lu Chenyu replied. I thought it best to take it slow, learning a bit each day, aiming to memorize all the herbs within a week. A moment of silence enveloped the pharmacy. Kong Renfu cleared his throat and remarked, You've done well. Aren't you supposed to be leaving? Tomorrow. Make sure to familiarize yourself with the 2nd cabinet of exterior-releasing herbs. Lu Chenyu smiled and acknowledged before departing. As she exited the pharmacy, she faintly heard Chu Jingjing lamenting behind her, Master, it took me an entire week to memorize all the herbs in the 1st cabinet. It's not that I was lazy. It's just that Chenyu is too clever. After returning, Lu Chenyu strolled around the vicinity of the villa community, particularly the area closest to her residence. The vicinity of the villa community had a sparse population, while the commercial district lay to the west, where Lu Chenyu's shop was located, contrasting with the older mixed-use residential area to the east. After her exploration, she identified 2 suitable locations. One, a former small supermarket with a rear parking lot ideal for truck deliveries. The other, an old postal courier station that had become vacant after relocating to a new street. Both were available for lease, prompting Lu Chenyu to inquire further. The small supermarket, facing the street, measured 54 square meters and rented for 8,000 yuan per month, with a minimum 6-month lease. The postal courier station, while somewhat remote, offered more space, totaling 427 square meters, including a courtyard, with a dedicated entrance, available for 260,000 yuan annually. After discussions, Lu Chenyu leaned towards the postal courier station for its security. Once the gate was closed, no one would know what she was doing inside. Moreover, being state-owned postal property, it promised greater stability as long as payments were made punctually and no chaotic activities ensued. Inquiring about the leasing procedures for the postal courier station, the staff member asked, "May I ask what you intend to use the space for? We need to verify the purpose of your lease." Lu Chenyu replied that it would serve as a warehouse, to which they inquired about the type of goods stored. She mentioned agricultural products. The staff member then informed her, "We have other interested parties for this location, but our leadership has yet to make a decision. If you are indeed serious about leasing, I will need to report to my superiors, and we will contact you once a decision is made. Would that be acceptable? And when might I expect feedback?" Lu Chenyu inquired. Within 3 working days came the response. "Thank you." Lu Chenyu initially anticipated a wait of 3 days, but to her surprise, she received a call just over half an hour later, stating that the postal leadership had agreed to rent the space to her and instructed her to come in the following day to complete the paperwork. Upon returning home, Lu Chenyu descended to the underground garage to locate the portal to time and space. Boundary bridge, boundary bridge. Did you not say that you could allow me to walk through walls? I found a nearby warehouse. Could you please check if it lies within your range and transport me there for a look? After calling out a few times, the portal to time and space illuminated, accompanied by a voice that proclaimed, "All right, proceed." Lu Chenyu hesitated momentarily, apprehensive that she might find herself in a primitive society on the other side. However, reassured that the portal would not play such a trick, she stepped into it. In the next moment, she found herself in an empty room. The original shelves and desks of the post office had been removed, leaving only remnants of debris. Realizing she had indeed arrived, Lu Chenyu finally felt at ease. Chapter 090. It turns out I am the priest the following morning. After commencing her duties at the post office, Lu Chenyu proceeded to formalize the rental agreement. Upon her arrival, she soon discerned the reason behind the post office's willingness to lease to her. Another potential tenant intended to use the space for a dining establishment, a venture typically associated with significant pollution. In contrast, Lu Chenyu's intention to utilize the premises for agricultural product storage posed a considerably lesser risk. Moreover, she assured them that extensive renovations would not be undertaken. After verifying Lu Chenyu's identity and her shop's credentials, the postal representatives confirmed everything was in order and proceeded to sign the rental contract with her. By midday, Lu Chenyu had acquired the keys. Once in possession of the keys, Lu Chenyu first visited the labor market to hire several women for cleaning duties, and then made her way to the agricultural wholesale market. She was there to procure potatoes, sweet potatoes, taro, goji leaf, green onions, and taro seedlings, purchasing a substantial quantity of each. After completing her purchases, she arranged for a vehicle to transport the goods to her newly rented warehouse. Accompanying the delivery, she arrived just as the women had finished their cleaning. After settling the payment and sending them on their way, she began unloading the cargo. Noticing that only Lu Chenyu, a young girl, was unloading the goods, the delivery driver pondered for a moment before sighing and offering his assistance. "Thank you, sir," Lu Chenyu said gratefully. "Why are you here alone? How can a girl like you manage this?" "Let me help," he replied. "My colleague went to lunch. I'm strong enough to handle this," Lu Chenyu assured him. The driver thought to himself, how much strength could a slender girl truly possess? Yet, to his astonishment, he watched as Lu Chenyu effortlessly hoisted a sack of over 100 pounds of potatoes and swiftly transported it into the warehouse. "Well, you really are quite strong," he remarked, surprised. The two of them quickly unloaded the cargo. As Lu Chenyu settled the fare, she took down the driver's number. "Sir, I will need your services again in the future," she said. The driver flashed a broad smile. "Thank you, boss." As a driver, it was generally not within their purview to assist with loading and unloading. With no affiliation to a larger fleet, he was part of a small group. and the workload was neither as abundant nor as steady as that of a team. However, he thought that by putting in a little extra effort during unloading, he might cultivate repeat customers. Although some peers deemed him foolish, unbeknownst to them, he had indeed garnered several local clients this way. Thus, even without long-distance hauls, he could still earn a living and provide for his family while also being present at home during quieter times. And now, he had acquired yet another promising client. After the driver departed, Lu Chenyu secured the door and transported the recently unloaded goods to the back storage area before shutting the door. She glanced at the surveillance camera situated in the yard. This camera, belonging to the post office, was intended to monitor the yard and incoming and outgoing vehicles. While the warehouse had originally been equipped with cameras, they were removed during the move to the new office space, leaving only the yard camera to prevent any unauthorized access. This camera could only capture the yard and loading activities, rendering the interior of the warehouse invisible. Lu Chenyu paid no mind to the surveillance, as it served as a suitable record of her goods entering and exiting, knowing full well it could not capture the interior. After securely locking the door, Lu Chenyu returned to the villa from the outside. After lunch, Lu Chenyu hesitated for a moment between visiting the Qinghe pharmacy and returning to the primitive society. Ultimately, she called Chu Jingjing to request a leave, citing a sudden matter that prevented her from going in the afternoon. Upon arriving at the underground parking garage, Lu Chenyu found herself troubled by the large piece of agarwood. It was somewhat of an obstruction left here, and she was hesitant to sell it. She had heeded Kong Renfu's advice that money was infinite, and it was wiser to remain honest and diligent, tending to her fields instead. After some contemplation, she decided to push the agarwood back towards the primitive society. She would leave it there for the time being, treating it as a means to accumulate energy. Lu Chenyu felt her strength slightly increase, yet it was still insufficient to move the ton-heavy agarwood unaided. She relied on the time-space gate instead. Just then, the time-space gate allowed her to experience what it meant to possess enhancement techniques. Lu Chenyu felt her hands suddenly brimming with power, her muscles and bones seemingly reinforced by an invisible force. Instinctively, she grasped one end of the agarwood, and with a slight exertion, the massive log, which she had previously been unable to shift, was effortlessly lifted by her, allowing her to adjust its angle with ease. Was this the enhancement technique? It felt remarkably potent. Lu Chenyu hastily transported the agarwood over. Subsequently, she followed suit. Today, guarding the cave entrance was Yen Hu. Upon seeing Yen Hu, Lu Chenyu requested him to summon a few individuals to help move her belongings. "You, go find a few people. I have something to move." Yen Hu instinctively nodded and turned to seek assistance. However, after taking a few steps, he suddenly halted, his mouth agape, as he turned back to look at Lu Chenyu. Had he just comprehended the words of the priestess? Was it the priestess only known for her cryptic utterances and gestures? He must have misheard. Yen Hu reassured himself, but he still wished to confirm. "Priestess, do you require assistance from several individuals?" Lu Chenyu noticed Yen Hu's lips moving, and to her astonishment, she truly understood his words. The time-space gate was indeed reliable. She no longer had to decipher the language of birds. Wait, why did it seem like he referred to her as priestess? Who is this priestess? Lu Chenyu gazed at Yen Hu and inquired, "Did you just call me priestess?" Yen Hu scratched his head. "Is there a problem, priestess?" Lu Chenyu quickly embraced this title. A priestess? How delightful. She was quite fond of this designation. No wonder these people had never considered her a threat. They had always regarded her as a priestess. She understood the role of a priestess well. In such a primitive and untamed society, a priestess held an exceedingly significant position within the tribe, often embodying multiple identities: a custodian of knowledge, a healer, a political advisor, and a religious leader, attributes not easily assumed by just anyone. Once appointed as a priestess, unless the tribe faced annihilation, no one within the tribe would dare defy her commands, including the chieftain. This exemplified the power of knowledge within primitive societies. The Shurya tribe perceived her as a priestess, which greatly benefited her. Allowing her to avoid explaining her origins, the illogical aspects could simply be divined. Moreover, with her knowledge, serving as the priestess of a small tribe was more than sufficient. "What is your name?" Yen Hu stood upright and introduced himself. "I am Yen Hu." Very well. Yinhu, go summon 2 individuals to assist with the... Yinhu blinked in confusion. Priest, how many is? 2. Lu Chenyu extended 2 fingers, counting them for Yinhu's understanding. 1, 2. Enlightened, Yinhu raised his own 2 fingers and went to call for help. He arrived at the riverside where work was being carried out, lifted his fingers high, and shouted, I need 2 people to assist the esteemed priest. Chapter 91. The Valley of Evil. Indeed, the existence of demons. After Yinhu finished speaking, several individuals emerged swiftly. Yinhu tilted his head and wiggled his 2 fingers, stating, the esteemed priest has commanded 2. The crowd was perplexed. 2 of what? Can't we all go? Yinhu mimicked the way Lu Chenyu counted with his fingers. 1, 2. This is 2, do you understand? The esteemed priest has spoken. Do you not heed his words? 1, you stepped forward, counting people as if you were counting fingers. 1, 2, 1, 2. Still 2, right? Yinhu was equally bewildered. In the end, Yinhu brought nearly 10 individuals along. Lu Chenyu sighed, forget it. Let us also move the dark wood outside. It's inconvenient for her to enter and exit the cave. Aside from potatoes and sweet potatoes, Lu Chenyu intended to distribute the remaining items as provisions for the Xia tribe. The potatoes and sweet potatoes were meant for cultivation. Potatoes could be planted by cutting them into pieces, though they were not specifically reserved as seeds. Lu Chenyu had faith in the land here. As for sweet potatoes, she had only witnessed them being propagated through cuttings. However, she had learned that they could also be grown from tuber fragments. The sweet potato leaves she had seen in the market were solely for consumption, and she had not found any seedlings. 6 individuals were tasked with moving the dark wood, while the others transported the potatoes and provisions. Everything needed to be carried back to the riverside. Aware that the esteemed priest could not comprehend their conversation, the young men moving the dark wood murmured amongst themselves. Why does the esteemed priest keep moving this black wood around? I don't know. This black wood is quite strange. It gives me an eerie feeling. It feels rigid and doesn't resemble wood. Could it be? Could it be what? Have you forgotten? This is the Valley of Evil. What could be good from something excavated here? It might be something demonic. What demons? The Gray Tribe leader said we can no longer refer to the esteemed priest as a demon. The priests save the leader and their kin. Now, the esteemed priest belongs to us all. If you call the esteemed priest a demon, then we are all demons. All right. But why are we lugging this wretched wood around? Why don't you ask the esteemed priest? I dare not. The esteemed priest Woon Ti understand me. Why do you think someone so formidable as the esteemed priest cannot comprehend our words? Lu Chenyu, listening nearby, became increasingly bewildered. What exactly was the Valley of Evil? Or demons? Wasn't she a priest? How had she transformed into a demon? With a head full of questions, Lu Chenyu arrived at the riverbank and summoned Xiao. When Xiao heard the esteemed priest call for him, he was utterly flabbergasted. When had the esteemed priest begun speaking their language? The others were equally startled, exchanging glances filled with dismay, realizing with horror that the esteemed priest had overheard their previous conversation. What to do? After a moment of shock, Xiao regained his composure and approached with a beaming expression. The esteemed priest could now communicate with them, meaning he would no longer have to struggle to decipher her meanings. Lu Chenyu called Su aside and inquired about the Valley of Evil and the notion of the devil. Su's smiling demeanor suddenly froze upon noticing Lu Chenyu's serious gaze. He stammered, unable to articulate his thoughts. Lu Chenyu fixed her eyes on Su, slightly narrowing them. What? You cannot speak? Her voice was soft, yet it carried an undeniable sense of authority. Su felt a cold sweat trickle down his back. His throat tightened as he finally bowed his head and trembled. My lady priest, do you truly not know about the Valley of Evil? Lu Chenyu crossed her arms and replied nonchalantly, I am asking you now. Su gritted his teeth as if steeling himself and began, the Valley of Evil is the very valley we find ourselves in now. It is the dwelling of demons, and anyone who enters the Valley of Evil is cursed to madness or death. Lu Chenyu raised an eyebrow. Have you ever encountered this devil? Su shook his head violently and continued, no one has seen it. Yet, legends tell of a tribe that coveted the Valley of Evil and sought to settle there. To their demise, they all perished, save for one priest, the priest of the temple, who claimed to have seen the demon, stating it devoured all the tribe's members. So, aside from that priest, no one has seen the demon, Nor has anyone ventured into the Valley of Evil? Su shook his head once more. No one has seen the demon, but the Valley of Evil. At that time, it was not yet known by that name. Many tribes spoke of a great earthquake that formed the valley, and they claimed to have witnessed strange phenomena. Even the skies turned crimson, said to herald the birth of the demon. Moreover, it was said that little prey existed near the Valley of Evil, as the demon's aura frightened them away. Lu Chenyu mused. What demon was born? Perhaps it was simply the disturbance caused by the temporal gate. She then asked, Are you saying that all the tribes are aware of the legend of the Valley of Evil? Su no te hapfi mai si. Lu Chenyu felt a sense of intoxication at this revelation. But upon reflection, it seemed rather advantageous. If she were to escape and proclaim she emerged from the Valley of Evil, it would surely instill fear. Regardless of whether it was infamy or fame, a name that instills dread is a valuable asset. Of course, this presupposes she possesses sufficient strength to defend herself. Otherwise, she could easily become a target. Clearly, she could no longer afford to merely tend to her fields. Lu Chenyu then inquired why Su's tribe suddenly agreed to enter the Valley of Evil. Was it merely because she had rescued someone? Su replied, Certainly not. Our tribe encountered another, far more formidable tribe outside. We cannot withstand them. Chief Hui asserted that they would inevitably invade to seize our resources. Thus the tribe chose to pledge allegiance to you, my lady priest, believing you could resolve our plight. Lu Chenyu was genuinely taken aback. An external threat was imminent. Why was it that she only wished to cultivate the land and tend to chickens and ducks? Yet her circumstances were so arduous. Lu Chenyu fell into silence, contemplating for a moment, then took a deep breath and instructed Su to gather all the members of the tribe at the mouth of the valley. Su immediately complied. Lu Chenyu resolved to assume the role of a shaman, intending to captivate the primitive folk for a spell. Approximately an hour later, save for the tribesmen who had ventured out to hunt, the entirety of the Xia tribe had congregated at the valley's entrance. Lu Chenyu ascended to the roof of a three-wheeled cart, surveying the crowd from her elevated perch. The members of the Xia tribe gazed up at her, standing atop the cart. The wind fluttered her garments while the sunlight cast a golden halo around her, rendering her almost divine in appearance. Slowly, Lu Chenyu raised her hand, and an immediate hush enveloped the tribe, the very sound of their breaths becoming distinctly audible. Lu Chenyu's voice, though soft, resonated clearly in the ears of each listener, inciting astonishment among the crowd. The revered shaman could indeed articulate their language. Truly, she was an extraordinary figure. You tremble before the Valley of Evil, believing it to harbor demons. The crowd began to murmur with trepidation, exchanging fearful whispers, apprehensive that Lu Chenyu intended to hold them accountable for branding her as a demon. I now declare unto you that, indeed, demons exist within the Valley of Evil. The crowd fell into an unprecedented silence, soon followed by a tumultuous uproar. Chapter 092. The Purification Ceremony. The blood drained rapidly from the faces of the Shurya tribe as the high priest spoke. Do demons truly exist? They exclaimed in disbelief. Impossible. We have not encountered any demons in recent days. The high priest had admitted that she was not a priestess at all. She was, in fact, a demon. They had been warned not to tread into the Valley of Evil. What were they to do now? Would they meet their demise? Panic spread through the crowd like wildfire, and they stood bewildered like startled beasts, their eyes turning to the Great Chief, hoping for a resolution. The Great Chief's expression was grim, his lips quivering, unable to utter a single word, although they had prepared themselves for the journey into the Valley of Evil. The revelation from Lu Chenyu struck each heart like a bolt from the blue, igniting an overwhelming fear deep within. Despair enveloped them in an instant. Was survival truly so elusive? The Great Chief glanced at Ming Chief, who lay nearby, for it was now Ming Chief who would decide the tribe's fate. Ming was still injured, gazing up at Lu Chenyu, and the rest of the tribe followed suit, their eyes fixed on her. Yet, fear not, Lu Chenyu said, observing the terror etched on their faces. The demon you speak of has already been vanquished. An immediate silence fell over the crowd. The Great Chief's face brightened, and he opened his mouth to speak, but Lu Chenyu interrupted him. I have heard tales of demons lurking in the Valley of Evil and came here specifically to eradicate them. Just recently, I sealed the demon within the sacred wood, a sight many of you have witnessed. Has anyone in the tribe seen the sacred wood? The tribe's people exchanged glances, trying to identify those who had. The faces of those who had handled the dark wood 2 days prior turned pale, murmuring, "Could it be that the black timber we just moved?" Indeed, Luchinyu affirmed, "That very piece of black timber is the sacred wood. I have imprisoned the demon within it. And now I require your courage to accompany me into the Valley of Evil to complete the final purification ceremony." Upon her declaration, a heavy silence enveloped the crowd. After a long pause, the gray chief stammered, "High priest, is it true that the demon has been destroyed?" Luchinyu nodded earnestly and turned a point toward the valley. "Now, who among you will join me in the final purification of the demon? What about the wood? If we touched it, are we cursed?" A trembling voice from a laborer who had handled the dark wood questioned. Luchinyu shook her head. "With me here, you need not fear any curses from demons." Her words brought a sense of calm to the previously panicked crowd. At that moment, Xiao, who had been silent, stepped forward with unwavering resolve. "You shall go." Qing also stepped forth, declaring, "I will go. I shall go as well," echoed the voices of the tribe. In the end, every member of the Shurya tribe stood united, even the injured, who were assisted by others as they gathered around the dark, foreboding wood that had just been removed from a cave. The ominous, chilling timber, combined with tales of its stone-like hardness, convinced everyone to trust Luchinyu's assertions. Luchinyu instructed the attendants to relocate the dark wood to a vacant space by the riverbank. This area, comprised mainly of sand and gravel, was devoid of vegetation, making it an ideal setting for Luchinyu to perform her purification ritual. Under the watchful gaze of all, she extracted a flask of alcohol, meticulously drawing concentric circles of various sizes around the dark wood, connected by a central line. Stepping back several paces, she feigned profundity by closing her eyes and muttering incantations. "Heaven and earth bear witness. Spirits of fire heed my command," she proclaimed, abruptly opening her eyes. With a flourish, she retrieved a lighter from her pocket, igniting it before casting it onto the ground. A resounding explosion ensued. The alcohol ignited instantly, a pale blue flame rapidly engulfing the concentric circles drawn by Luchinyu, flaring up in an astonishing display upon the sandy terrain. The sight of flames dancing upon the barren earth left the Stone-Tooth tribe utterly astounded. How could fire blaze in a place devoid of fuel or foliage? The onlooking primitives gasped in astonishment, instinctively retreating, their eyes filled with reverence. Witnessing this spectacle, Chief Wei was profoundly moved and promptly knelt, murmuring prayers. Following suit, the others also sank to their knees upon seeing their leader's submission. Luchinyu surveyed the prostrated crowd. Unperturbed, this was precisely the effect she desired. Was it not believed that demons existed in this world? Rather than laboring to explain, it was more effective to combat superstition with superstition. Once the alcohol had burned away, Luchinyu waved her sleeve and declared, "The purification ritual is complete. The demon has been vanquished." The crowd then lifted their heads, only to find the flames had vanished, leaving no trace of ash upon the ground. This was indeed a miracle wrought by the esteemed priestess. The eyes of the Stone-Tooth tribe were now filled with fervent admiration for Luchinyu. Standing with her hands clasped behind her back, she allowed their gaze to linger upon her, internally contemplating whether they would dare to label her a demon again. She commanded that the dark would be cast into the river, proclaiming it a means to wash away the demon's sins. The people of the Stone-Tooth tribe, no longer fearful, quickly complied. As they watched the river engulf the dark wood, Luchinyu felt a twinge of regret. However, winning over these primitives was worth the loss of a single piece of wood, as she would eventually recoup her losses. Now that communication barriers had been dismantled and her identity as a priestess firmly established, it was far simpler for Luchinyu to assign tasks. Firstly, the members of the Stone-Tooth tribe would continue residing in their settlement, with 10 able-bodied men designated daily for land cultivation, a task overseen by Xiao. Another 10 would be selected for vegetable planting and garden maintenance, a responsibility entrusted to Han. Additionally, 5 individuals would be assigned to construct a chicken coop, as she intended to procure a batch of chicks and ducklings in due course. If she could transport fish alive, she could surely do the same with poultry. The construction of the coop was to be managed by Yin Hu. As for the remaining members of the tribe, they were to continue their current endeavors. As Lu Chenyu had yet to cultivate any crops and could not yet sustain the Stone-Tooth tribe, they would need to remain self-sufficient for the time being. Lu Chenyu's instructions left the members of the Xia tribe in utter bewilderment. Turning over the soil, removing the grass, and then replanting it? Wasn't grass abundant everywhere? And what exactly was a chicken coop? Naturally, with confusion comes inquiry. Seizing the moment when everyone was gathered, Lu Chenyu took the opportunity to elucidate. The tasks you are performing on the ground are referred to as cultivation, while constructing a chicken coop pertains to animal husbandry. Allow me to first explain what cultivation entails. He plucked a green onion from the earth and inquired, "This is called an onion, and it is edible. I trust everyone is familiar with it." The crowd nodded in affirmation. It was indeed one of the plants their gathering team often collected. This entire patch is filled with onions. Once this patch is depleted, what will you do next? He asked. Go find more elsewhere, someone promptly replied. We could also search for other edible items, another added. Lu Chenyu was not surprised by their answers. But what if all other edible options have been exhausted, and there's nothing left near the tribe? What then? Chapter 093. Cultivating potatoes and sweet potatoes. Lu Chenyu's inquiry left the tribe members exchanging bewildered glances, with no one able to provide an answer. Hui, the venerable elder, scratched his head and suggested, perhaps we should venture further afield to hunt and gather, or consider relocating to a new area. However, would that not result in a diminished yield of game and flora, consuming even more time? Certainly. The injuries sustained by many during this recent expedition stemmed from their foray into distant territories, where they not only failed to procure sustenance, but also faced numerous mishaps. The high priest inquired whether Lu Chenyu could address the issue of food scarcity. With a confident affirmation from Lu Chenyu, the crowd erupted in excitement. Lu Chenyu then called for Yin. Yin, please elucidate to everyone how large this scallion was when we planted it. Yin, feeling a tinge of nervousness upon being summoned by the high priest, steadied herself and recounted. This scallion was initially just a small sprout that the high priest guided us to plant. She demonstrated with her fingers, then pointed to the scallions now towering up to her knees, exclaiming, not only has it grown taller, but it has also multiplied significantly. Lu Chenyu remarked, by cultivating edible plants in the soil and nurturing them, we can eliminate the need to traverse great distances in search of food. As she spoke, she uprooted a scallion, revealing its intricate root system. Look, new shoots are sprouting beside this scallion. In due time, these small scallions will mature into large ones, providing us with an abundant supply. This process is what we refer to as cultivation. The tribe collectively gasped in realization. Lu Chenyu gestured towards the patch where strawberries and pumpkins had been sown, noting, I have planted pumpkins there, and in a few months, a single tiny seed could yield a dozen or even several dozen pumpkins, enough to sustain us for an extended period. And what about animal husbandry? Someone from the crowd inquired. Lu Chenyu smiled. Animal husbandry is even simpler. By raising young livestock, they will grow and can be harvested for consumption. Simultaneously, the livestock will reproduce, ensuring a continual supply of young ones that will grow and further reproduce. Does this mean we will no longer have to worry about hunger? A voice from the crowd suddenly asked. Indeed, Lu Chenyu nodded. In my homeland, no one suffers from starvation any longer. A moment of silence enveloped the crowd, soon followed by uncontainable cheers. The prospect of never facing hunger again intoxicated them with enthusiasm, compelling them to begin working the land immediately. Yet, lacking the requisite knowledge, they could only heed Lu Chenyu's directives. Lu Chenyu first led the planting team, Rainbow, in the techniques for cultivating potatoes and sweet potatoes. Regarding potatoes, she explained, the first step is to select smooth-skinned tubers with plump eyes. Next, one must cut the potatoes into pieces, ensuring each segment contains 1 to 2 eyes. The cut pieces should then be rolled in wood ash to coat the cut surfaces, a crucial step for sterilization. The wood ash is the residue left after burning dried wild grasses. Once prepared, the potato pieces bearing the eyes can be planted. The process of planting is remarkably straightforward. One merely needs to excavate a hole, place the potato within it with the sprouts facing upwards, cover it with soil, and then water it once every morning. Cultivating sweet potatoes is even simpler. One can select healthy sweet potatoes and lay them horizontally in the ground, subsequently cutting and replanting the sprouts that emerge later. A single sweet potato can yield at least 4 to 5 sprouts, thus providing multiple seedlings from just one tuber. After teaching Hong and her companions, Lu Chenyu confidently entrusted the bags of sweet potatoes and potatoes she had brought to Hong, before proceeding to select a location for raising chickens and ducks. Having recently learned of a potential invasion by another tribe, Lu Chenyu was cautious not to construct the chicken coop too far away. Instead, she chose a wooded area 300 meters to the right at the mouth of the valley, intending to enclose it for the poultry. Lu Chenyu and her team surveyed the designated area, and she instructed Yan Hu to take 5 individuals to fell trees for constructing a fence around the chicken coop. Once the arrangements were made, Lu Chenyu left the ingredients she had brought from the modern world behind and returned to the villa with Xiao, who diligently prepared mountain snails and taro daily. As the sun began to set, Lu Chenyu and Boss Zhu reconvened to discuss the new schedule for collecting mountain snails, adjusting the time from noon to morning and changing the location to a new warehouse, now capable of traversing back to the primitive world twice a day. She planned to dedicate half an hour each morning to transport fresh vegetables. Boss Zhu had no objections. Lu Chenyu then went to the yard to gather the shiitake mushrooms that had been drying for several days, while other villas either cultivated flowers or raised fish. Lu Chenyu's yard was either left barren or used for drying mushrooms. Just as Zhu Yulian finished her dinner and went for a stroll, she spotted Lu Chenyu collecting mushrooms and offered her assistance. Lu Chenyu replied, "Aunt Zhu, there's no need for your help. I can manage it alone." Zhu Yulian retorted, "What's a small task like this? I'm quite idle these days and simply wish to engage in some work. By the way, the chicken blood vine you gave me worked wonders. I made chicken soup with it, and my daughter Tingting's complexion has improved significantly. I also feel more energetic lately and have been sleeping well at night." Lu Chenyu recognized the efficacy of the chicken blood vine. Qinghe Pharmacy had nearly transformed into a gynecological center. "Oh dear, little Lu, someone has stolen your mushrooms," Zhu Yulian exclaimed, noticing that a portion of the drying mushrooms was missing. Upon closer inspection, it appeared that the missing section was near the roadside railing, easily accessible to anyone who reached out. Lu Chenyu approached and confirmed that indeed, her mushrooms seemed to have been pilfered. But this villa area is filled with affluent individuals. Why would someone so wealthy steal my few mushrooms? This is utterly absurd. Goodness, the audacity of this thief, daring to steal mushrooms in broad daylight. Zhu Yulian remarked, hands on her hips in disbelief. My daughter told me that all the residents here are wealthy. What kind of affluent person would covet a few measly mushrooms drying in someone else's yard? No, little Lu, we must check the surveillance footage. I am determined to uncover who would stoop so low as to steal from others. Lu Chenyu realized she had lost nearly 2 pounds of mushrooms and was initially inclined to dismiss it. However, seeing Zhu Yulian's eagerness to catch the thief, she too became curious to discover who had taken her mushrooms. When fresh, shiitake mushrooms are priced at 230 yuan per kilogram. It takes 8 to 10 kilograms of fresh mushrooms to yield just 1 kilogram of dried mushrooms, which means dried shiitake mushrooms are valued at a minimum of 1,800 yuan per kilogram. Thus, 2 kilograms would exceed 3,000 yuan, meeting the threshold for reporting. She was reluctant to involve the police over a mere issue of mushrooms. So after some discussion with Aunt Zhu, they decided to devise a ruse within the homeowners group. Consequently, Lu Chenyu posted a message in the homeowners group. Dear neighbors, I am a resident of Building 13. Today, I discovered that 2 kilograms of wild-dried shiitake mushrooms, valued at approximately 3,200 yuan, have gone missing from my yard. I have reviewed the surveillance footage and identified a suspicious individual. If this was a mistake, please contact me privately to return them. If not returned, I will escalate the matter to the police and share the surveillance footage with the homeowners group. Upon reading Lu Chenyu's message, Zhu Yulian couldn't help but applaud. Brilliant, Xiao Lu. Let's see if that thief is flustered when we reveal the footage. Chapter 094. The stolen mushrooms indeed. Within less than 3 minutes of the news being disseminated, the residents' group chat erupted with fervor. What? Has our community been infiltrated by a thief? Surely it cannot be a thief who would break into a villa only to pilfer mushrooms. They must be quite foolish. Ji Yulian, observing the messages flowing in, promptly intervened at the first hint of discord. These are not just any mushrooms. They are exquisite wild mushrooms that one simply cannot forget after tasting. We sell them for 5,000 yuan per pound. Lu Chenyu, witnessing Ji Yulian's exaggerated declarations in the group, could not help but facepalm. Aunt Ji was truly going above and beyond to assist her in apprehending the thief. As expected, doubts immediately arose within the group. 5,000 per pound? What kind of mushroom is so precious? Surely this is mere hype. Ji Yulian, Auntie, your price surpasses that of Matsutake. Could it be that you've been misled? Nevertheless, there were those who believed, particularly customers who had previously savored Lu Chenyu's mushrooms. Lu Boss's mushrooms? That is not surprising. They're indeed unforgettable wild delicacies. But Lu Boss, didn't you say there were none left? How come you have mushrooms now? 5,000 per pound, right? I'll transfer the money. Please send me 2 pounds. Lu Boss's wild mushrooms? I want some too. For reasons unknown, the conversation took an unexpected turn, leading Lu Chenyu to unwittingly sell several pounds of dried mushrooms. Meanwhile, in a certain villa, a family of 6 was enjoying dinner. Grandma, your mushroom chicken is truly delicious, unlike my mother's, which is utterly dreadful, remarked a boy of about 14 or 15, prompting a scowl from the middle-aged woman seated beside him. She cast a glance at her mother-in-law, but remained silent. On the boy's other side sat his sister, Zhang Linlin, who discreetly kicked her brother under the table and retorted coldly, "If it's so good, then keep eating and stop talking." "Grandma, Linlin kicked me." "Linlin, why are you bullying your brother? Hasn't your mother taught you to care for him?" Zhang Linlin countered, "My mother taught me, but my father did not. Didn't you say we should listen to the man of the house? I choose to heed my father, not my mother, right, Dad?" The elderly matriarch grew flustered. "I am your grandmother. You must listen to me. From now on, you are not to bully your brother." "Grandma, you once said that women are long-haired and short-sighted. Your hair is quite long, and you are a woman too. I think I'll stick with my father's guidance." "You, Grandma, you're not angry, are you? I'm still young. You must teach me patiently." After the chaotic dinner, Zhang Xinlong finally noticed the messages in the group and called out to his mother, "Mom, don't you love to sun-dry some vegetables in the yard? I saw in the group that someone mentioned a thief stealing mushrooms that residents had laid out to dry, and there's even surveillance footage. You should be careful not to let them steal from you." The elderly lady paused for a moment before inquiring, "Did they capture footage of the mushroom thief?" Zhang Xinlong replied, "Yes, I saw in the group that everyone is saying they should report it to the police, claiming they need to catch the thief. Otherwise, who knows what they might steal next?" The elderly lady grew anxious. "Oh, it's just a handful of mushrooms. Why is there a need to call the police? What value do mushrooms hold?" As Zhang Linlin munched on fruit nearby, she swallowed her bite and casually inquired, "Grandma, why are you in such a hurry? It's not as if you were the one who stole it." At her words, the elderly woman fell unusually silent. Zhang Linlin recalled the fragrant mushrooms intended for dinner that evening and, observing her grandmother's expression, gasped in disbelief, "Grandma, you didn't actually steal those mushrooms, did you?" The old lady's countenance shifted, and she offered no rebuttal. Zhang Xinlong abruptly rose, his tone altered. "Mother, did you truly take mushrooms from someone else's yard?" The elderly woman stammered, I merely noticed the mushrooms drying on the railing." She clutched the corner of her garment, her voice dwindling, rationalizing that there were plenty, so taking a few to taste wouldn't matter. "A few?" Zhang Xinlong retorted, snatching his phone to review the chat history, where the owner lamented the loss of 2 kilograms, worth over 3,000 yuan. "Do you think I lack 3,000 yuan?" Suddenly, Zhang Linlin recalled something, rushing to the kitchen. "Oh no, Grandma even soaked a basin full to make dumplings tomorrow." The Zhang family had recently come into wealth. The matriarch had once been an ordinary woman who relished small advantages. Zhang Xinlong never imagined that despite their newfound affluence, his mother would resort to stealing mushrooms for a mere pittance. After a lengthy reprimand, he hastily contacted Lu Chenyu, confessing that their elder had taken the mushrooms, which had already been consumed, and offered to compensate for them. Curious, Zhang Linlin grabbed her father's phone to peruse the gossip in the owners' group, eager to discover the extent of her grandmother's mischief, only to stumble upon a familiar name. She remained discreet, and after her father extended an apology, she ventured out to seek this acquaintance. To her surprise, she found Lu Chenyu in the owners' group. Zhang Linlin and Lu Chenyu had been high school classmates, attending a private school before the Zhang family's rise to wealth. When she knocked on the door, Lu Chenyu, intrigued by the late visitor, peered through the peephole and recognized a somewhat familiar girl, prompting her to open the door. Lu Chenyu, do you remember me? With the door ajar, Zhang Linlin exuberantly bounded in. Lu Chenyu, startled at first, soon expressed delight. Linlin, how did you know I was here? The two long-lost friends conversed for over half an hour. It's remarkable. I never expected you to own a villa and run a shop now. I'm so envious. Lu Chenyu replied, with your family's wealth, what do you have to envy? I have to fend for myself now. Zhang Linlin retorted, oh, my grandmother, the one who stole your mushrooms, is extremely biased towards males. My mother and I are constantly met with her disdain for spending money, as if we shouldn't use what belongs to her son and grandson. I intend to spend lavishly to infuriate her. How wonderful it is to have money without labor. Zhang Linlin continued, in truth, I have work to do. After graduation, I asked my father for some funds to invest in cultivating greenery, but it ended in a loss and closure. Now, I'm living off my parents. Lu Chenyu, intrigued, asked, your father must have connections. Was it difficult to sell the plants? Zhang Linlin felt a surge of frustration as she recounted the situation. It had been a promising opportunity to sell her plants, but her connections paled in comparison to others, ultimately leading to the loss of the deal. The flowers she had cultivated were now a burden, and her father dismissed her entrepreneurial aspirations, refusing to provide any further support. The land she had rented was also proving difficult to lease out. Just thinking about it made her seethe with anger. Lu Chenyu's mind sparked with an idea. She had been seeking a plot of land to cultivate vegetables. Where is your land? Is it currently vacant? She inquired. I have a mountain that has been left untended. I can barely cover my salary expenses and have no choice but to abandon it, Zhang Linlin replied. Why not sublet it to me? Lu Chenyu suggested. Zhang Linlin widened her eyes in astonishment. Aren't you running a restaurant? Lu Chenyu chuckled. I also dabble in the sale of agricultural products. And I am indeed looking for land to grow vegetables. Presently, her finances were limited, with her restaurant yielding just over $1 million recently. Not to mention the costs associated with land, greenhouses, machinery, and labor, her available funds were insufficient for extravagant spending. Zhang Linlin happened to possess a parcel of land, and transferring it would entail minimal bureaucratic hurdles. The prospect genuinely excited her. She was currently unemployed and had no desire to work for her father. She yearned for independence. Additionally, she was contemplating establishing a studio but lacked the necessary capital. Without her father's backing, she felt too proud to borrow from affluent friends. By transferring the land, she could secure a legitimate income. Thus, after years of separation, the two long-lost friends found themselves striking a business deal on their very first reunion. Chapter 095. Constructing a toilet. Lu Chenyu informed the staff at the store about her rental of a warehouse and requested Aunt Jean to find someone to guard the warehouse entrance. As per her usual routine, Lu Chenyu visited the agricultural wholesale market to procure an abundance of vegetables. After having the driver, Chi, deliver them to the warehouse, she proceeded to inspect the progress of the work. She noted that the construction of the chicken coop was lagging, primarily due to the availability of only a single chopping knife. Lu Chenyu resolved to bring several more knives and saws on her next visit. Following this, she checked on the recovery status of the injured individuals. Although they were no longer in life-threatening conditions, it would take some time for them to regain mobility. For the past few days, these patients have been resting beneath the canopy she provided, but the rising temperatures soon posed another issue, sanitation, which Lu Chenyu found particularly concerning. She recalled her previous experience at the Shia tribe and suddenly felt anxious about potential hidden dangers in the vicinity. She was determined not to let the valley become another Shia tribe. It was imperative that she devise a simple toilet solution upon her return, ensuring that these indigenous people learned to use designated sanitation areas during her next visit. Shortly thereafter, Lu Qinyu returned home with the fresh ingredients. After delivering the supplies, she headed to Qinghe Pharmacy. Today, Kong Renfu and his son, Kong Fan, were attending to patients, while Chu Jingjing and another young girl were busy preparing and dispensing medicine. Everyone was preoccupied with their tasks. Upon her arrival, Lu Qinyu greeted them before picking up a book and began memorizing the medicinal herbs displayed in the cabinet. Last time, Kong Renfu had mentioned that this time she needed to memorize the exterior-releasing herbs. These herbs are used to dispel wind cold and wind heat, with ginger being a prime example of a wind cold dispersant. After completing her memorization, Lu Qinyu presented her findings to Kong Renfu, earning a look of appreciation from him and a mix of envy and admiration from Chu Jingjing. Que Jingjing we spread tout le Qinyu. Could you perhaps take it a bit easier? Your rapid memorization puts immense pressure on me. Lu Qinyu replied, Actually, I studied in advance at home. Chu Jingjing felt somewhat reassured. I see. I thought no one could memorize so quickly without prior preparation. Lu Qinyu then joined Chu Jingjing in learning how to brew the medicines. In the afternoon, she visited the building materials market, where she purchased several steel saws and axes. When the proprietor learned that Lu Qinyu intended to cut trees to construct some wooden furniture, he enthusiastically recommended a variety of tools. A planer was essential for smoothing wood, with both manual and electric options available. The wood chisel was indispensable for creating mortise and tenon joints. A set of 6 with various widths was offered. Additionally, a right-angle ruler and chalk line were also essential. Should she not take a complete set? With thoughts of having the indigenous people construct several toilets, she followed the proprietor's suggestions and purchased a set. The owner even gifted her a stack of gloves. Upon returning home, Lu Qinyu retrieved the tablet she had bought previously and downloaded several videos from wilderness survival bloggers on constructing toilets, intending to use them as instructional material for the indigenous people. She also found a few videos on building chicken enclosures. The second appearance of Lu Qinyu that day brought great joy to the Xia tribe, as it was known that the esteemed priest had previously only made a single daily visit. Especially, Lu Qinyu brought with him a plethora of weapons they had never encountered before, which made onlookers covetous. He instructed Yin Hu to gather his 5-member team and showed them videos on how to construct toilets and chicken coops from his tablet. The group had never witnessed such a marvel and approached with palpable curiosity. However, when the screen illuminated and the video commenced, they instinctively recoiled, nearly gasping in astonishment. Within that small device was a living person in motion. How did that individual manage to enter? A young man widened his eyes, reaching out to touch the screen, only to withdraw his hand in fear of damaging the device. The person appeared remarkably small. It was incomprehensible how they fit inside. What was this person even doing? In the video, the wilderness survival vlogger was digging a pit and chopping wood to create a toilet. Lu Qinyu had chosen a video on constructing a dry toilet, as there was neither running water nor plumbing available. A flushing toilet was unfeasible, necessitating the creation of a dry toilet instead. The dry toilet must be situated far from water sources to prevent contamination and ideally located downwind to avoid unpleasant odors affecting the tribe. The first step was to dig a pit, which needed to be deep and somewhat elongated considering the number of users. Once excavated, 2 flat wooden planks were to be placed across the pit, leaving a 20-centimeter gap in the middle for squatting. Finally, walls, a roof, windows, and a door would be constructed. Suddenly, Yinhu pointed at the screen and exclaimed, "Look, the weapon he holds is just like the one the priest gave us." It dawned on everyone the practical application of these weapons, and they expressed regret, pondering why such fine tools were used merely for chopping wood instead of slaying beasts or enemies. The video soon progressed to the vlogger arranging and securing the processed wooden strips into a wall, leaving the primitive warriors even more perplexed. Why arrange the wood in such a manner? Wouldn't it suffice to simply stack it? Lu Qinyu elucidated. This arrangement allows the wood to form a sturdy wall. The gaps can be filled with clay, providing protection from the wind and insulation against the cold. The video continued, demonstrating the construction of the makeshift toilet and chicken coop. When they finally beheld the completed chicken coop, realization struck them. It became clear that the priest intended for them to learn from the little figure in the video and replicate the structure themselves. What astonished them most was the final reveal of the toilet, a perfectly square little house designed for excretion. The warriors exchanged glances. Having been accustomed to resolving such matters in any random spot, never contemplating the need for a designated area for such purposes. Priest, Yenhu queried, must we also construct such a latrine? Lu Chenyu nodded affirmatively. Indeed, this will promote better hygiene in our tribe and reduce disease. Although they struggled to comprehend this notion, they found solace in the priest's wisdom. After watching the video several times, the group proclaimed their newfound understanding of how to build a chicken coop and a toilet, their enthusiasm palpable. The priest is imparting knowledge to us. One remarked, just as Qing and Hong can weave baskets, we too shall become builders of toilets. Excitement coursed through them, and they yearned to commence digging pits immediately. This marked the first occasion when Lu Chenyu approached in the late afternoon, coinciding perfectly with the return of the hunting party from the Xia tribe. The esteemed leader of the Gray clan warmly invited Lu Chenyu to partake in the culinary delights of the Xia tribe. Recalling his previous visit to the tribe, Lu Chenyu promptly shook his head in refusal. Consequently, the Xia tribe decided to distribute the bounty at the mouth of the valley. This was Lu Chenyu's inaugural experience witnessing the distribution of food among a primitive tribe. A dozen members of the hunting party returned, bearing their spoils of the day, a wild boar, several hares, and a python as thick as a man's leg. Chapter 096. Iron plate grill. The quarry was piled upon the stones by the riverbank. The members of the Xia tribe were elated upon seeing the massive wild boar, weighing over 1,000 pounds. The larger the prey, the more sustenance they would share. The quarry lay lifeless, the wild boar having succumbed to numerous wooden spears piercing its neck. Lu Chenyu had never witnessed such a colossal wild boar. It was as large as a full-grown buffalo, adorned with long tusks, bristly hair akin to steel needles, and tough, thick skin. The Xia tribe utilized specially crafted stone knives to carve the boar's flesh. The skin was thick, making it laborious to cut, and Lu Chenyu recalled bringing a pig slaughtering knife, which seemed to be in the possession of Xiao. Lu Chenyu requested Xiao to fetch the knife. Without the priest's permission, Xiao had kept the knife as a treasured possession. Let them use it, Lu Chenyu said. A flicker of reluctance crossed Xiao's face as he hesitated, caressing the gleaming knife, and replied, Priest, this. Such a precious item. Tools are meant to be utilized, Lu Chenyu asserted without room for debate, stepping forward to assist in the division of the wild boar. Reluctantly, Xiao took the knife and approached to lend a hand in the butchering. The sharp tip of the knife sliced through the boar's skin with minimal resistance, eliciting gasps of astonishment from those around, who gathered to watch. They had previously observed salt tiger and others chopping wood, but they had never seen a pig slaughtering knife. Witnessing the ease with which it cut through the tough skin, they clamored, Let me try. I want to try. Everyone vied for a chance to wield the knife, akin to children fighting over a toy. After their turns, they gazed at the knife, nearly drooling. Such a sharp weapon would surely fell a pig with a single strike. As they admired the blade and glanced at the priest, a silent resolve formed among them to work diligently for the priest, hoping to earn their own weapons like Xiao and Salt Tiger. Once the wild boar, rabbits, and snakes were processed, Chief, we began to distribute the food. Today's hunt has been bountiful, he proclaimed. The finest meat shall be enjoyed first by our esteemed priest. With that, he presented a piece of meat wrapped in leaves to Lu Chenyu. It was the pig's heart along with a portion of marbled pork. The tribe regarded the heart as the most potent part of the prey, believing that consuming it would bestow the strength of the quarry upon them. Hence, it was typically reserved for the most significant individuals in the tribe. Lu Chenyu accepted the heart, which was nearly the size of his head, without refusal. The remaining meat was allocated based on contributions. First, the hunters, who had participated in both the hunt and the protection of the tribe, received their share, as they were the primary benefactors of sustenance. Next were the gatherers, mostly women and older children. Finally, the elderly and young children received their portions. As all members of the Xia tribe gathered, Xiao, Qing, and Hong also received their share of food. After dividing the meat, the gathering team began to sort through the edible plants they had collected. Today, Lu Chenyu had brought a substantial amount of ingredients, primarily taro and greens. The people of the Xia tribe were already aware that the fruits of the itching grass buried underground were edible. and they had consumed quite a bit of it in recent days. Although the food brought by Lu Chenyu was not particularly delectable, they did not complain. It sufficed to fill their stomachs and stave off hunger. Once the food was distributed, the members of the Xia tribe ignited a fire to roast the meat, with some eagerly offering to assist the esteemed priest in the cooking process. This is the most delicious meat in the tribe. Her roasted heart is the finest, explained the elder of the Gray clan. Lu Chenyu observed as those around her, without a hint of washing, skewered the meat onto branches and placed them over the flames, casting doubt on the potential tastiness of such a method. She recalled that she had brought a pot with her. The smaller one was intended for Xiao, and the larger one was originally part of her mobile stall setup. She also had a large iron plate, which she had previously used for making scallion pancakes. Lu Chenyu instructed Xiao to fetch her iron plate, understanding that the esteemed priest intended to prepare a delicious meal. Xiao promptly cleaned the iron plate and gathered stones to construct a makeshift stove for Lu Chenyu, while Yun and Yu excitedly brought over various jars and bottles of seasonings. Lu Chenyu proceeded to the riverbank to prepare the meat, and Xiao and the others contributed their own portions, which Lu Chenyu decided to process together. Her every move naturally drew attention, and as she personally handled the meat, curious eyes followed her actions. The wild boar meat was pungent and unpalatable unless properly prepared. She began with the heart, slicing it thinly and soaking in water for 10 minutes to remove the blood. The pork was similarly cut into thin slices and soaked to leach out the blood. The cleaned heart and pork were then marinated separately. The heart received a mixture of cooking wine, soy sauce, salt, oyster sauce, and starch, all combined and left to marinate for 10 minutes. While the pork was treated with cooking wine, salt, sugar, oyster sauce, scallions, soy sauce, and oil, without ginger or garlic on hand. Lu Chenyu resolved to have someone keep an eye out for these ingredients in the wilderness. Xiao had already skillfully ignited the fire, and the iron plate on the makeshift stone stove glowed faintly red. Yun and Yu squatted nearby, eyes fixated on the iron plate, occasionally glancing at the meat in Lu Chenyu's hands, their throats involuntarily swallowing. The dishes prepared by the esteemed priest were renowned for their exquisite flavor. The surrounding tribespeople were drawn in by the spectacle, gathering in small groups, though hesitant to approach too closely, merely watching with curiosity. Was the esteemed priest truly going to cook herself? It seemed likely. She had done so before, and that stewed meat soup had been fragrant beyond compare. Would this meal be equally delightful? Disregarding the murmurs around her, Lu Chenyu tested the temperature of the iron plate, and, confirming it was sufficiently hot, brushed a layer of oil over its surface before adding the wild scallions to release their aroma. The fragrance of the scallions quickly permeated the air, and Lu Chenyu poured the marinated slices of pig heart onto the iron plate. As the thinly sliced heart made contact with the hot surface, it sizzled, releasing a rich aroma. The fat rapidly sealed in the juices, and the color of the heart transformed almost instantly. Lu Chenyu swiftly flipped the slices of pig heart, waiting until they turned a vibrant hue and the edges curled slightly, indicating they were nearly ready. Stir-frying pig heart demands a fierce heat, yet must not be overcooked, lest it lose its tenderness. Lu Chenyu promptly served the stir-fried pig heart into a bowl. A circle of onlookers watched intently, their eyes fixated on the sizzling platter, and the enticing aroma had them swallowing in anticipation. Yet, none dared to approach. After all, this was the heart of a pig, a delicacy reserved solely for the esteemed priest. Lu Chenyu took a bite of the stir-fried pig heart. The high-temperature cooking had imparted a faint char on the surface, while the interior remained exquisitely tender. A gentle bite released a burst of savory juices upon her tongue. The texture, Lu Chenyu was pleasantly surprised. She had anticipated a lingering hint of gaminess in the absence of ginger, yet was remarkably fresh with a delightful crunch. After savoring a few more bites, she generously offered the remainder to Yun and Yu, before turning her attention to preparing roasted pork belly. Chapter 097. Preparations for defense. The iron-grilled pork belly is undeniably delectable. The fatty portions appear slightly translucent, while the lean meat exudes a fragrant char, with crisp edges glistening with a glossy sheen. With each bite, the crunchy exterior shatters between the teeth, revealing tender, juicy flesh within. The rendered fat from the pork belly is delightfully rich yet not greasy, creating an addictive experience with each chew. Lu Chenyu generously poured all the pork belly onto the iron plate, and instantly, the aroma of the rendered fat enveloped the entire valley. The other members of the tribe salivated at the enticing scent but dared not approach the priest and his family as they feasted, contenting themselves with their own roasted pork. As they ate, they found the once delicious roasted meat they had prepared to be lacking in comparison. A large piece of meat, charred black on the surface while still undercooked within, revealed a bitter taste of burnt flesh, followed by the metallic tang of blood. Although sprinkled with salt, the exterior was merely salty, while the interior was not only raw but devoid of flavor. The onlookers couldn't help but envy the priest's family, wondering how tasty their generous portion of grilled meat was. Unfazed by the gazes around her, Lu Chenyu, having satisfied her hunger, strolled over to a chair by the tent to rest, leaving the iron plate of grilled meat to the trio of Xiao and his sons. As soon as she departed, those close to Xiao gathered around. "Xiao, is the meat delicious? May I have a taste?" One asked eagerly. "I'll trade you my piece for a taste of yours." Another proposed. Some, quick-witted, imitated Lu Chenyu's actions, slicing their own meat into thin pieces and boldly approaching her. "Priest, may I use your iron plate?" Although their voices were soft, the surrounding tribesmen heard and fell silent, their gazes fixed on Lu Chenyu, eager to know her response. Lu Chenyu lifted her eyes to the nervously anxious youth, a slight smile gracing her lips. "You may." After a brief pause, she added, "This iron plate shall henceforth belong to the tribe." The crowd erupted in excitement, their eyes wide in disbelief. The priest had declared that the iron plate was for everyone's use. Heavens, will we be able to create such fragrant meat in the future? The inquirer exclaimed, his face flushed with enthusiasm. After thanking Lu Chenyu, he squeezed through the throng surrounding the iron plate, mimicking her actions as he laid his meat slices on the grill. Others quickly joined in, eager to place their own meat upon the plate, though they had not added much seasoning. The thinly sliced meat revealed a flavor that made their previous meals pale in comparison. This was the true essence of culinary delight. The people of the Xia tribe were introduced to an entirely new method of cooking. Their curiosity piqued. Once most had dined sufficiently, Lu Chenyu approached Ming and inquired, "Is there another tribe not far from here?" Unexpectedly, Lu Chenyu posed this question, prompting Ming to straighten up and respond earnestly. "Yes. It is approximately a 3-day journey from here. We have traveled for 2 days to reach the hunting grounds and encountered them there. We have hunted in that area before and never encountered members of other tribes, so I suspect they must be newcomers." Ming had always found it perplexing that, despite the proximity to the Valley of Evil, other tribes could still exist in this region. Shouldn't they be avoiding the valley at all costs? What is the combat capability of that tribe? Ming felt a flicker of annoyance. "After we were injured, we hurried back and did not conduct any reconnaissance. But it is certain that they outnumber us. If the opposing tribe attacks, how do you plan to respond?" Ming fell silent for a moment before replying. "If we cannot withstand them, we will ensure your safety, esteemed priest, and retreat." Retreat? Lu Chenyu could not possibly abandon this valley. Thus the notion of retreat was not an option. If she were to encounter a different tribe, she could not guarantee they would revere her as the Xia tribe did. Therefore, if another tribe were indeed to attack, the Xia tribe had to prevail, and not only win but do so without incurring casualties, as all those individuals constituted her labor force. As for how to achieve victory, Lu Chenyu did not make an immediate decision. This was no trivial matter. A miscalculation could lead to dire consequences. While she herself could activate the defenses of the time-space portal, rendering her nearly invincible, what about the members of the Xia tribe? After all, having coexisted for so long, she could not bear to allow them to recklessly engage in combat. Tomorrow, select a few clever individuals to scout the situation of that tribe. We will discuss further upon my return tomorrow. Ming recognized that the esteemed priest intended to assist them, and a wave of excitement surged through her, though she suppressed her racing heart and replied, "Understood, esteemed priest." Before darkness fully enveloped the sky, Lu Chenyu returned. After reviewing the materials and researching historical instances of the outnumbered overcoming the odds online, she swiftly formulated a defensive strategy. The first step involved assessing the strengths and weaknesses of both sides. The Shia tribe was outnumbered, yet they still possessed advantages, such as familiarity with the terrain. Moreover, there was one significant advantage: herself, a miraculous priestess. She could provide the Shia tribe with various weapons. For knives, she could procure some machetes, sickles, and kitchen knives, modifying them to create effective weapons. As for bows and arrows, this was an avenue she had not previously considered. Numerous options were available online, from traditional bows to compound bows and crossbows. As long as she had the funds, acquiring these was feasible. Additionally, she could supply helmets and night vision goggles. Beyond knives and bows, traps could be employed to weaken the enemy's offensive. A drone could also be purchased, serving not only to scout the terrain, but also to surveil the enemy. Lu Chenyu quickly compiled a list, noting all conceivable weapons and equipment. Most of these items could be found online, while those unavailable there could be sourced from physical stores through alternative means. Lu Chenyu swiftly placed an order online. These items must possess superior quality, for those of high caliber hold considerable value. She purchased them in complete sets, spending nearly 100,000 yuan. Given her substantial order, Lu Chenyu specifically instructed the vendor to utilize next-day delivery with home service. She certainly did not wish for her weapons to be en route while adversaries arrived at her doorstep. With the money spent, Lu Chenyu felt a slight sense of reassurance. If stone tools were to contend against iron, steel, or even advanced technology, and she still found herself at a disadvantage, she could simply retire and enjoy a life of leisure. Early the next morning, Lu Chenyu followed her routine to the agricultural wholesale market. After navigating through the rudimentary realm, she proceeded to Qinghe Pharmacy to gather medicinal herbs. Following her lunch, Lu Chenyu approached Chu Jingjing with a book in hand, inquiring, "Senior sister, why do I not see any aconitum?" Chu Jingjing replied, "Why do you ask that? Let me inform you, this should not be handled carelessly. It is toxic." Chapter 098. Taking Qing as a disciple, Lu Chenyu hurriedly clarified, "No, I simply stumbled upon this page and found it perplexing." She pointed to a page in the book. "Look at this plant, aconite. It is referred to as the king of poisons, yet I have not seen it in the medicine cabinet." Chu Jingjing glanced over and recalled, "This is an extremely toxic medicinal herb that must be stored separately and locked away. Only the teacher possesses the key. Is it truly that dangerous?" "Of course. Did you not just say it is the king of poisons? The entire plant, including its roots and leaves, is toxic. A single misstep can lead to dire consequences. If one is not particularly familiar with aconite, it is best not to handle it carelessly. You are still a novice and should refrain from touching it." Originally, Lu Chenyu had hoped to imbue her arrows with the legendary poison of aconite, but that now seemed unlikely. She valued her life too much. Around 3 in the afternoon, the drone Lu Chenyu had ordered arrived. Eagerly, she opened the manual to study its operation. After an hour, she finally grasped the basic controls, GPS positioning, and the automatic return function. She took the drone to the Primitive Society for a test flight. After a somewhat clumsy start, Lu Chenyu eventually managed to fly the drone smoothly. As it ascended, the entire valley's topography was displayed on the remote control screen, just as Lu Chenyu had envisioned. The valley resembled a vast, bowl-shaped basin, surrounded by towering cliffs, with only one entrance that led into a dense primordial forest. A winding river coursed through the valley, flowing into the ancient woodland. Beyond the forest, the trees grew sparser, and Lu Chenyu caught sight of the mountainous area where the Shia tribe resided. The valley's terrain served as a natural barrier, resembling a cage. After assessing the landscape to identify suitable locations for traps, Lu Chenyu retrieved the drone. The members of the Shia tribe mistook it for merely a bird, showing no curiosity. Lu Chenyu then went to check on the injured. These patients had been under Qing's care in recent days. Unlike Xiao, Yanhu, and Hong, Qing was young, intelligent, and independent, displaying no signs of childishness despite being only a few years older than Yan. A few days prior, during the treatment of the patient's wounds, Qing and Hong assisted, and Lu Chenyu observed that Qing's learning ability surpassed Hong's significantly. After watching the processes of disinfection, medication, and bandaging a few times, Qing confidently took action, While Hong still required explicit instructions for each task, Lu Chenyu made a decision. Qing, she called, summoning the girl. Qing approached cautiously, uncertain why the esteemed priest had called for her. Esteemed priest, is there something you need? Lu Chenyu inquired, having cared for them over the past few days. Do you have any thoughts? Qing hesitated. Thoughts? What sort of thoughts? Should I have any particular thoughts? Am I not simply doing as the esteemed priest instructs? Realizing that her questioning was too abstract for a child from this primitive tribe, Lu Chenyu recognized the need to adjust her approach. She rephrased her question more simply. Have you noticed any differences in the wounds of these individuals? Qing's eyes suddenly sparkled as she reported her observations to Lu Chenyu. The chieftain's wound is large and oozes yellow fluid. After applying the divine water you provided, it stopped flowing the next day, but such wounds heal slowly. Some others have sizable wounds as well, yet they do not exude yellow fluid, and their injuries heal more quickly than the others. Those with broken legs and arms bear no visible wounds, yet their recovery is painfully slow. It must be that their bones are injured and require daily herbal treatment. She pointed to a row of individuals lying on the ground, describing each one's symptoms. Lu Chenyu was somewhat astonished that Qing had remembered the condition of each injured person. With a hint of trepidation, Qing asked, "Did I say it correctly, esteemed priest? You have done remarkably well." Lu Chenyu praised generously. Would you like to learn more about herbal medicine and treat the injured? Qing's mouth gaped in shock. Did the esteemed priest mean to take her as an apprentice? Lu Chenyu had realized that she could not manage everything on her own. Planting, hunting, and constructing could be mastered with diligence. However, healing was different. It required a wealth of knowledge, quick thinking, and independent judgment. She found Qing quite promising. Once Qing grasped the basic pharmacology of herbs and methods for treating wounds, she would not need to seek her for every minor injury. With subordinates, one cannot do everything alone without exhausting oneself. Thus, Lu Chenyu intentionally aimed to cultivate Qing's skills in traditional medicine. Even if she did not become an exceptionally skilled healer, being a barefoot doctor would suffice. Qing quickly grasped the situation, and with a sudden bow, she knelt and eagerly declared, "Esteemed priest, I will study diligently." Surrounding individuals were taken aback by the scene. The esteemed priest had actually accepted Qing as her disciple. Everyone looked at Qing with envy. "All right, stand up. From now on, you will be in charge of the herbs found by the tribe. I will inform you of the properties of each herb." During this time, the tribe had gradually gathered a number of basic herbs, but they were few, and Lu Chenyu had not taken them back. Now, they would be left for Qing to study. Once Qing stood up, she was still somewhat dazed. Had she truly become the disciple of the esteemed priest? After Lu Chenyu departed, others came forward to congratulate her. "Qing, you are truly fortunate to have been chosen by the esteemed priest." Ling was the first to rush over. Ling was from the gathering team and often accompanied Qing. The gray chieftain patted Qing's shoulder, saying, "You have potential. I've seen that you're sharper than those boys." The injured individuals lying on the ground also praised Qing. "During the past few days, when the esteemed priest was absent, you managed to care for our wounds. I knew you were exceptional." People from the communal cave gathered around Qing, chattering excitedly. "Qing, we will come to you when we are injured. Qing, you are now the esteemed priest's disciple." Everyone in the tribe was overjoyed. That the esteemed priest had accepted Qing as her disciple indicated a recognition of their tribe. The individuals dispatched by Ming have returned. A total of 3, all members of the hunting team known for their agility. The tribe they investigated is called the White Feather Tribe, which vastly outnumbers us. We overheard them plotting to seize food and women from another tribe on the night of the full moon. Upon hearing this, the members of the Shia tribe were filled with indignation. The White Feather Tribe? Chief, we is familiar with this tribe. I heard of them 10 winters ago. They have no permanent dwelling and roam freely, pillaging numerous smaller tribes. Chief, they are undoubtedly aiming to raid us. The people of the Shia tribe turned their gazes toward Ming. We cannot remain idle and wait for them to attack us. There is only the Shia tribe in this vicinity. Chapter 99. Leasing the land, however, there were many more people across from us, and we had so many who were injured. Chief, shall we consider relocating while the members of the Whitehead tribe have yet to arrive? The night of the full moon is approaching swiftly, and we cannot contend with them. The members of the Shia tribe murmured among themselves. Some believed retreat was not an option and that they should fight back, while others felt it wise to find new place. Amidst the cacophony, all eyes turned to Lu Chenyu, for they had chosen to enter the valley in hopes of receiving the protection of the esteemed priest. Though they were uncertain how a single individual could safeguard them, the priest was known to have vanquished even the most formidable of foes, and surely would be able to defeat the Whitehead tribe. Lu Chenyu pondered deeply. The night of the full moon falls on the 15th day of the lunar month, and today is the 9th. Thus, the time was indeed short. Realizing that everyone was waiting for her response, Lu Chenyu understood it was imperative to take a stand. No one can take anything from us, she declared resolutely. Following her proclamation, she shared her strategic plan, which encompassed traps, ambushes, defenses, and assaults, assuring them that weapons would be provided. Upon hearing the mention of weapons, the eyes of the crowd sparkled with anticipation. Are they akin to the weapons wielded by the Salt Tiger and his kin? Lu Chenyu nodded in affirmation. With such weapons, I could single-handedly take on several adversaries. So could I, came the enthusiastic responses. Will those weapons be so sharp that they could sever an enemy's hand with a single blow? That would be ideal, Lu Chenyu replied. Did not Chief Hui declare that they pillage tribes indiscriminately, leaving a trail of death in their wake? This is but a means of avenging the fallen. The members of the Shia tribe, having suffered under the onslaught of other tribes, harbored a deep-seated animosity towards the actions of the Whitehead tribe. And should their enemies stand before them, they could only imagine the grim fate that awaited. I too can slay. At that moment, a woman in her 30s stepped forward, her expression resolute. Priest, grant me a weapon, and I shall also take lives. The crowd regarded her in silence, their gazes filled with sympathy. Xia had lost both her child and husband in the recent conflict that besieged their tribe. Lu Chenyu held profound admiration for anyone brave enough to join the fray. Once I retrieve the weapons, you may select one for yourself. Xia's eyes sparkled with hope. Thank you, priest. I too shall fight. So shall I. The success of Xia ignited a fierce spirit among the women of the tribe. Though they may not possess the physical strength of men, their resolve was equally fierce. They wished to contribute their strength to the tribe. The Shia tribe was now filled with a fervor for battle, and Lu Chenyu felt a swell of patriotic duty arise within her. Very well, I shall lead you in safeguarding our tribe. Protect our tribe. Protect our tribe. The cries echoed fervently. Lu Chenyu had ordered bows and arrows online, which would only arrive the following day. After solidifying their battle plans, she returned home. Aunt Jean had found a suitable candidate to oversee the warehouse, a man in his 50s possessing over a decade of experience in gatekeeping, who had fallen into unemployment due to the closure of his previous workplace. Lu Chenyu received a salary of 3,500, primarily responsible for opening and closing the doors. Aunt Jean now sends the required quantity of ingredients to Lu Chenyu every evening, who in turn relays the information to a wholesale produce market owner. The owner diligently prepares the goods daily, which are then delivered to the warehouse by the driver. Additionally, a seafood vendor delivers live fish and mountain snails every day. Lu Chenyu finds time to replace the items and notifies individuals to collect the goods. She has also stockpiled a considerable amount of rice, flour, and cooking oil in the warehouse, ensuring that when the restaurant runs low, someone will come to fetch supplies. All financial transactions are facilitated through Zhang Jia's restaurant account. Although this process may be somewhat cumbersome, it provides a semblance of security regarding the supply chain. One morning, after Lu Chenyu and Zhang Linlin inspected Zhang Linlin's land in the suburbs, they enjoyed a meal together, discussing the potential sublease of that land. This particular plot, situated near the mountains and accessible only via dirt roads, encompasses 120 acres. When Zhang Linlin originally leased it, the cost was 800 yuan per acre annually, and she secured the lease for 10 years, with 6 years remaining. Should Lu Chenyu wish to acquire this land, she would need to compensate Zhang Linlin 576,000 yuan. This figure falls within Lu Chenyu's acceptable range, and the two swiftly reached an agreement. Upon witnessing Lu Chenyu effortlessly transfer the funds, Zhang Linlin remarked, I never imagined you would now possess more wealth than I do. Lu Chenyu, taken aback, replied, Is it appropriate for you, a rich second generation, to say such a thing? Zhang Linlin responded, I am indeed a rich second generation, but my wealth is my father's. Unlike you, who has earned it through your own efforts. By the way, is this your restaurant? There are so many people. No wonder you can earn so much. The restaurant where Lu Qinyu treated Zhang Linlin was indeed her own establishment. Zhang Linlin observed the bustling dining area upstairs, filled with patrons, and the queue spilling out onto the street below. With such a crowd, surely the daily revenue must reach hundreds of thousands. The restaurant, known for its delicious mountain fare, caters to a diverse clientele, and achieving a daily turnover of over 100,000 is certainly feasible. However, this figure represents only the gross revenue. Salaries, utilities, procurement costs, and rent must all be accounted for. Nevertheless, after deducting these expenses, Lu Qinyu still manages to retain a significant profit, particularly when Lu Qinyu announced that she would distribute 10 of the profits as dividends. The staff became even more motivated. Aunt Jean, having served as the manager for half a month, recognized the thriving business and began contemplating the expansion of the premises by acquiring the adjacent property. It's going well. We've only just opened, and everyone is still quite enthusiastic, Lu Qinyu modestly remarked. At this moment, the dishes Lu Qinyu ordered arrived. The mushroom chicken soup had been taken off the menu, but she had chosen steamed fish, braised chicken with mushrooms, and goji leaf soup. As the dishes were served, the sight of the braised chicken with mushrooms reminded Zhang Linlin of a rather embarrassing incident involving her grandmother. However, the aroma of the mushrooms was undeniably enticing, and they had enjoyed 2 meals at her home since then. Aware of the mushroom's delectable nature, Zhang Linlin wasted no time in serving herself. Despite having eaten there several times, she still found the flavors exceptionally delightful. Is it true that your mushrooms sell for 1,800 yuan per jean? Lu Qinyu replied, that price is for the dried ones. These are wild, and thus more expensive. It is quite satisfactory. I have dined at establishments far more expensive, where a meal could easily cost hundreds of thousands. Your modest few hundred does not even cover the tip. Zhang Linlin indulged once more in the delicacies of steamed fish and broth-soaked goji berries, once again left in awe. Lu Qinyu, how is it that the dishes at your restaurant are so exquisitely delightful? Where did you procure such a talented chef? This is simply too delectable. I must help you promote this place. Zhang Linlin is part of a wealthy second-generation group dedicated to sharing experiences of dining and leisure. She snapped a photo of the meal and shared it in the group, lavishly praising it, urging everyone to try it when they have the chance. I am familiar with this. I have come across it before, a trendy establishment where patrons claim that nothing served is unpalatable. Is it genuinely that delicious? I happen to be uncertain about where to dine tonight. Linlin, could you share the location? Chapter 100, Distribution of Weapons in the Afternoon. Lu Qinyu waited at home specifically for the delivery. After unboxing the packages, he transported them all to the primordial realm. Meanwhile, the people of the Xia tribe eagerly anticipated Lu Qinyu's arrival, as the revered priest had announced that he would bring weapons today. When Lu Qinyu finally appeared, the crowd was instantly stirred. The priest has arrived, shouted a few sharp-eyed warriors, drawing the tribe's members closer, their eyes sparkling with anticipation as they gazed upon the large crates being dragged behind Lu Qinyu. Could these boxes contain the weapons meant for them? As the crowd watched expectantly, Lu Qinyu opened the first crate. Inside lay a dozen scythes. These were not the small, antiquated scythes used for harvesting rice. Rather, they were long-handled tools suitable for both cutting grass and chopping wood. The blades, nearly palm-width, gleamed brilliantly in the sunlight, dazzling all who beheld them. The people of the Xia tribe gasped in awe. They had never encountered such exquisite weaponry. Lu Qinyu proceeded to open the second crate, revealing curved chopping knives. These were shorter and required the assembly of a handle. Another collective gasp arose from the tribe, for these were even more formidable than the previous item. The third crate contained 10 traditional bows and 600 bamboo arrows. The Xia tribe had never seen such items before, thus they merely observed in silence. Remaining items included 50 electric helmets and 10 night vision goggles. With only 46 able-bodied men and women in the Xia tribe, each individual would be sufficiently equipped with a weapon. Lu Chenyu invited everyone to select their preferred armaments. The helmets, night vision goggles, and bows were unfamiliar to the tribespeople. Therefore, they eagerly clamored for the chopping knives and scythes. Even those who were injured insisted on choosing a weapon. Lu Chenyu intervened. Priest, they implored, believing he was reluctant to let them join the battlefield. Our injuries will heal in a few days. We can fight. Lu Chenyu shook his head and handed them the bows and arrows. However, the tribespeople were perplexed. They had never seen bows and arrows and did not recognize them as weapons. Observing their confusion, Lu Chenyu demonstrated by knocking an arrow and aiming at a distant tree. With a swift whoosh, the arrow soared through the air, striking the trunk with precision, its fletching quivering slightly. The tribe members widened their eyes in astonishment, and the injured warriors leaped to their feet in exhilaration. They had never witnessed a weapon capable of striking from such a distance. It was incomparably superior to their wooden spears and slingshots. With this newfound armament, they could injure enemies from afar. Several were injured. Lu Chenyu pointed to the warriors with wounds. Need not engage in close combat. Remain at the rear and use these to strike. Ming accepted the bow and carefully mimicked Lu Chenyu's actions, drawing the string back. Though his movements were clumsy, the excitement in his eyes was unmistakable. Other injured warriors followed suit, eager to try their hand at archery. The previously overlooked bows and arrows suddenly became the center of attention. Among the injured, 3 had sustained arm injuries and could not use the bows. Observing the remaining bows, a few elders stepped forward. Esteemed priest, although we have aged, our strength remains. Grant us these bows and arrows, and we shall lend our aid. Lu Chenyu, as they desired, bestowed upon them the weapons. Once all had received their arms, Lu Chenyu spoke. Do not assume that possessing these weapons means they are yours. With but a few days until the night of the full moon, take this time to familiarize yourselves with your weapons. If any feel ill-suited, do not hesitate to trade with one another. This concerns your very lives, and carelessness could lead to injury amongst our ranks. The Shurya tribe responded in unison. Understood, esteemed priest. Lu Chenyu refrained from instructing them on techniques, for she herself was not well versed in combat. Indeed, these primitives possessed far greater expertise. The group dispersed, each person practicing with their respective weapons, while those with hatchets sought to fashion a handle. Only those with bows appeared uncertain, unsure of how to wield them. Lu Chenyu patiently guided them in gripping the bow, aiming, and releasing the arrow. Initially, the arrows flew askew, but soon some managed to hit their targets, albeit with difficulty. Furthermore, these primitives exhibited remarkable strength. Their draw was far more powerful than that of modern individuals, allowing their arrows to pierce the bark and embed deeply into the trunk. Excellent. Just like that. Lu Chenyu nodded in satisfaction. Remember, when shooting, your breath must be steady, your hands firm, and your heart even steadier. Qing also took up a bow, noting that Lu Chenyu's advice echoed what she had been taught about treating wounds. Taking a deep breath, she drew back the bowstring and fixed her sharp gaze upon the distant target. This time, her arrow soared forth, striking the trunk dead center. I hit it, Qing exclaimed, her voice ringing with excitement. Lu Chenyu observed that these primitives displayed an innate talent for combat. Her own proficiency with the bow stemmed from a single semester's practice in a university archery course. Yet, these individuals were able to hit their targets within mere moments, far surpassing her abilities. Seeing that everyone now wielded weapons, Chief, we could not contain his tears. With these divine instruments, we shall not only defend our tribe. His voice choked with emotion. But we shall ensure that the Whitehead tribe forever remembers the price of provoking the Shurya tribe. At last, we need not flee. The others, too, were deeply moved, their grip on their weapons tightening with newfound resolve. The following day, Lu Chenyu led the group to dig traps. The locations had been scouted in advance by drones, identifying a crucial pathway to the Shurya tribe. Lu Chenyu marked the ground with a branch, indicating a long rectangular area. Dig a pit deeper than a man of this width. Those armed with shovels immediately began their work. You there? Gather sturdy branches and sharpen them into wooden spikes. The individuals with hatchets promptly sought out suitable branches. Once the pit was excavated, Lu Chenyu instructed them to bury the wooden spikes at the bottom, carefully covering the pit with branches and fallen leaves, then sprinkling a thin layer of soil to conceal their trap. The traps, artfully concealed, revealed no flaws, leaving the members of the Xia tribe in quiet admiration. Had they not crafted these traps themselves, they might scarcely believe that beneath the ordinary leaves lay a deadly pit filled with wooden spikes. Lu Chenyu had preemptively set 3 traps. Upon completion, the expressions of the Xia tribe members grew increasingly gleeful. These traps were indeed ingenious. Should the members of the Baitu tribe happen to pass this way, they would surely fall in, sparing them the need to lift a finger, resulting in numerous injuries. However, Lu Chenyu noismai. She was not of this world, having been nurtured for years in an environment of love and peace. And she was not yet capable of taking a life. Yet, she understood that in this primitive tribe, the law of the jungle prevailed and violence was commonplace. As long as the Baitu tribe harbored no intent to attack the Xia tribe, these traps would remain mere decorations, should they choose to come. Their fate would be of their own making. Chapter 101. The white-headed tribe with weapons in hand, the necessity for armor arose. Helmets were acquired, yet armor remained unpurchased. Thus a simple wooden shield was to be crafted. The white-headed tribe lacked metal tools, yet the defensive capacity of a wooden shield was deemed sufficient. The construction of the shield was straightforward. Salt Tiger and his companions were already engaged in felling trees to erect a toilet and chicken coop, so suitable planks could be directly selected from their efforts. Lu Chenyu grasped a plank, assessing its dimensions. It needed to be thick enough, at least 2 fingers wide, to withstand the blows of stone axes and wooden spears. The group shaped the planks into roughly oval forms and affixed handles. Once completed, the people of the Stone Fong tribe tested the shields. They discovered the remarkable efficacy of this newly fashioned piece. With it, could they not be struck? The members of the Stone Fong tribe excitedly brandished their freshly made shields, blocking left and right. Ha ha ha! It truly cannot penetrate. One person swung a stone knife with force at another's shield, producing a dull thud. The shield bore only a faint scratch, while the bearer remained unscathed. Eyes widened in delight. Let me give it a try. Who seized a long spear and thrust it vigorously at the shield. The spear, their most commonly wielded weapon, merely left a white mark on the wood without penetrating. The chief of the Ming directed 2 warriors to strike the shield simultaneously with stone knives. Though the shield bore the marks of their assault, it remained steadfast, with the shield bearer only stumbling backward a few steps, entirely unharmed. Excellent. With this, we need not fear being struck by thrown spears or stone knives during our charge. Lu Chenyu advised, while the shield can block attacks, we must not focus solely on defense. We should employ it flexibly, with the shield in our left hand and a weapon in our right. When the time comes to attack, we must do so. The esteemed priestess speaks wisely, who declared, raising the shield in one hand and gripping a weapon in the other. With one hand on the shield and the other on my weapon, none shall best me. The others quickly mirrored his actions, engaging in mock combat. And soon the ground resonated with the sounds of clashing shields and weapons. They did not practice with their new armaments, but rather with their original tools, stone knives, spears, and axes, for the white-headed tribe lacked such formidable weapons. On the night of the full moon, Lu Chenyu had completed her deliveries early. She took leave from Kong Renfu, bringing along the ginseng slices he had prepared and the emergency medicines she had arranged beforehand, arriving early in the primitive world. This night was significant. Powerful adversaries were poised to attack, and the atmosphere among the Stone Fong tribe was palpably tense. As the priestess, Lu Chenyu was to lead this defensive battle, necessitating her presence alongside the people of the Stone Fong tribe. Should they succeed in defeating the white-headed tribe with fewer numbers, her renown would soar to unprecedented heights. Yet, the tension was not confined to others. Lu Chenyu herself felt a knot of anxiety. This was war, unlike a game where failure could be rectified. Nor was it akin to distant reports seen on television. Born and raised in an era of peace, she was now on the brink of participating in a genuine conflict. And it would be unnatural not to feel apprehensive. The journey from the white-headed tribe to the Stone Fong tribe spanned 2 days. Reports had already emerged yesterday of scouts citing the white-headed tribe advancing toward their direction. The white-headed tribe, was a large community, and upon reaching a population of 1,000, they realized that the surrounding game was insufficient to sustain them. Faced with this predicament, the tribe had no choice but to migrate. After relocating to a new area, they soon encountered another food shortage and continued their nomadic journey. Eventually, they encroached upon the territory of another tribe. A conflict ensued, and leveraging their superior numbers, the white-headed tribe emerged victorious, annihilating the rival tribe and seizing their land, provisions, and captives. Having tasted the fruits of conquest, the white-headed tribe discovered that raiding other tribes was far more expedient than their previous migrations. Not only did they acquire the food reserves of the conquered tribe, but they also took the women as spoils, using the elderly and children as leverage to compel the men of the defeated tribe to hunt for them. Consequently, the tribe's modus operandi transformed completely, attracting numerous able-bodied young men from other tribes to join their ranks, resulting in exponential growth. After plundering, the provisions of the conquered tribe proved inadequate even for a few days, prompting the white-headed tribe to split into two factions, each comprising approximately 600 members. As time passed and their numbers swelled again, they divided once more. One of these factions, around 300 strong, embarked on a campaign of aggression against smaller tribes, eventually reaching the vicinity of the Valley of Evil. This area was devoid of tribes. Initially, the white-headed tribe intended to settle in this lush region abundant in resources and game. However, they soon encountered the Stone-Tooth tribe. Noticing the small size of the Stone-Tooth hunting party, they surmised that a smaller tribe must be hidden nearby, and they could not let such an opportunity slip away. Thus, on the eve of a full moon, the fierce leader, White Bear, gathered 150 of the most valiant warriors of the white-headed tribe, intending to assault the Stone-Tooth tribe. Their delay in attacking was solely due to the ominous reputation of the Valley of Evil, which had instilled fear in the hearts of the white-headed tribe. Yet, their consecutive victories had fostered a sense of hubris. With a sinister grin, White Bear remarked to the chieftain, "White Day, it is merely a small tribe. They surely lack the audacity to venture into the Valley of Evil. What is there to fear as long as we remain outside? Provide me with warriors, and within a day, I shall bring that small tribe to its knees." His warriors brandished stone axes and bone spears, emitting feral howls, their eyes gleaming with avarice. They had become accustomed to the thrill of plunder, seizing others' provisions, claiming their women, relishing in the fear they instilled, and turning the vanquished into slaves. This time, their resolve was equally unwavering. Unbeknownst to them, the Stone-Tooth tribe was not a defenseless band awaiting slaughter. The 150 warriors of the white-headed tribe marched resolutely toward the Stone-Tooth territory. After a day and night of travel, they finally arrived